Seekers of the Light, Book 1 of the Ever Saga, written by Brian Xavier Cole, narrated by the author. Epigraph. It is said there was peace once in the beginning, but only in the beginning. That peace ended long ago, when the Arxai summoned oblivion from the depths of the unknown, killed Vertros and corrupted the afterlife. For 10 years the city of Meridian held against the siege of the enemy. 10 long years of battle, yet it was only a speck compared to what came when it fell. 3,000 years after that collapse, the wars of endowment still raged, with only the noble rift to hold back calamity. Again and again the avatars of the void came, slaughtering thousands, millions, enslaving planets, torturing souls. Finally, Ithrey, the last blade wielder, sacrificed herself to imprison that avatar. Peace. It is a fragile thing, but it reigns. For now, and only for now. In time, oblivion will return, and war with him. And yet, in the highest room of the Tower of Foreseeing, known only by the true eye itself, there is one last hope. The Endowed, they call it. A hero who will defeat the void, reclaim the afterlife, end all suffering. Such will be the salvation of Deltai. The Tale of the Wars of Endowment. Prologue. The Tower. An end. A beginning. Between it all, death. Oh, Okron, when will it end? Anonymous Soldier, circa 2901 post-fall of Meridian. The bodies heaped in piles on the streets of Toroth-Ved had finally ceased to smolder, but a memory of the battle that had created them still lingered. Iadra Okron, holding a glowing ball of light in her hand, could feel those memories, dancing across her vision, her hearing, her smell, her touch, even her taste. She cringed. The metallic tingle of another's blood spraying into one's mouth was not pleasant, even if there was no blood actually there. But there was nothing pleasant about being a memory burner. She extinguished her ball of light as a ship descended from the sky, smoke wreathing its sleek form. Ungreased joints groaned as the carrier landed atop the scorched cement. This place had been a communal skyscraper once, a home where hundreds of Kied had lived together in that odd familial way of theirs. They were dead now, the building so thoroughly flattened during the battle it now functioned as a landing ground for Aedra's troops. Their memories haunted this place. They were oppressed, Aedra reminded herself. Life under the Kazoth was not life at all. It was little comfort. The underside of the carrier folded downward, and its occupants descended to the ground, dozens of soldiers dressed in carbon-fiber chainmail, faces covered by titanium masks. All save one. Tall, muscular, and with gray hair tied into a bun atop his head, Avin Yonka never wore armor, instead sporting a crisp, tight-fitting nylon uniform. He claimed he could defend himself better than metal could, and he preferred the extra mobility. Iadra suspected there was more to it, though. Like her, Avin wished someone would finally kill him. If only it were so simple. She took her own titanium helmet off her head. "General Yanka, it is good to see you. Are the Formless well?" Avin did not answer the question at first, instead sweeping his eyes over the carnage. Over broken buildings, heaps of corpses, and ever-rising smoke. Then he nodded. "They survive, so well enough." He waved a hand. "The rest of you will hang back. Aedra and I have matters to discuss. Take Dromidius to the wounded. He is needed there." The soldiers hesitated, but retreated into the carrier, which took off a moment later. Iadra watched it go, trying to ignore Yanka's eyes boring into her. Finally, when it was gone, the man folded his arms. "I hate this." "Who doesn't?" Iadra said. "The war should be over. We imprisoned oblivion. Why do we still fight? A wistful smile crossed Diandra's lips. You never were a politician, were you? Always a scholar at heart. The Kazoth sued for peace, Iedra. Why did we refuse? We didn't. I gave my vote for Makezia to sign the contract just now. If they still choose to accept, the war is over. Then why? Yonka gestured to the smoldering corpses. Men, women, children, elderly, innocent, blood-stained. All were represented within the burning throng of tortured, frozen faces. Why this? Iedra forced her expression to become stone, forced herself to drown out the echoes of the dead, still whispering in her mind. You know why. Yonka hesitated, then shivered. All this for one visit to the tower. Not just one. We need to see the future. The lack of clarity has cost us too much. Yonka paused, meeting her eyes. There were tears in his. She tried her best not to avert her gaze. She failed. 50,000, he said. She winced. 50,000 civilians. It was necessary, she whispered. You sound like Makezia. Then perhaps Makezia has always been right. Yonka scowled. I worried about this. While you were on my side. Well, I can wait no longer. He frowned. I'm leaving. She blinked. What? Makezia asked for the secret. She swore she wouldn't take it. Can you honestly say you think she is wrong to want it, though? Or is it necessary, just as all the rest of this has been? Iedra paused, then sighed. No, it is necessary. I cannot force myself to betray you, old friend, but Makezia is right. Yonka stared for a moment, clearly shocked, then shook his head, lips curling in disgust. So be it, then. He turned away, striding down the street. Iedra still did not meet his eyes. She just turned away too, staring at the tower, at the reason all these lives had been spent. The Tower of Foreseeing, taken back from the clutches of the Kazoth. The possibilities now afforded her would be worth the blood she had paid to open them. They had to be. It will harden you too, Avin, she thought. Time eventually wears on all of us. She closed her eyes, burning memories, then shot into the sky, drifting toward the tower. As she did, she saw men in ragged uniforms stand and salute her. She felt their thoughts, knew their doubt. Who wouldn't doubt, after what had happened with Arith? But they saluted anyway, weapons held in tight fists, expressions resolute. Three powers blessed them for that salute. This battle was for them. Even if it cost their lives, it was still for them. Burning ever, she pushed herself higher, ascending through the thick layer of smog and toward the tower. Her gaze drifted toward the ravaged city below as she rose. The flames had gone out, but even in the dark of night she could see the smoke clouds. Large swaths of the city had been leveled, the structures torn apart, then vomited out as rubble by the vortex bombs the forces of Oblivion had so freely used. Buildings had gashes in their sides where voidlings and memory burners had fought. Heaps of bodies were even taller in places where atom burners on both sides had been allowed to run unchallenged, cutting through human flesh like paper, leaving their victims in two pieces wherever they'd gone. Some of those towers were more than 3 stories tall, and surviving memory burners hovered above them, lighting the corpses with bursts of plasma from their hands. 50,000. A small sacrifice, she whispered, if we can get what we need. She turned back toward her destination, burning more ever to race toward it. As much as she desired to wait, there was no time to hang about in anticipation. A pair of fellow memory burners drifted through the air toward her as she approached, saluting and escorting her to the tower's highest landing pad. Even more burners waited there, 6 memory burners glowing with blue light, and a squadron of atom burners clad in titrite and ablaze with white purity. Iedra nodded to them, then ordered them to stand guard as she went inside. She wavered, for just a moment, staring down the chrome hallway that would lead to the tower's main room. The place where, according to the legends, she would be told her fate. Then, forcing courage into her veins, she stepped forward. The bodies of the Kozoth soldiers who had guarded this hallway had been dragged out, but the bloodstains, tears, and char marks remained. Murals older than Iedra herself, depicting events no historian had ever heard of, now lay ruined. Artifacts from millennia ago sat shattered on cracked podiums. And this was after Oblivion had scoured the tower for centuries. Who knew what knowledge had been lost forever, even before today? Yet, loss was nothing new, not to Iedra. So she continued, noting the surges inlaid into the wall, shining with bright green light, the color of eternity, the third of the three powers. The power men called void now, for Oblivion's first act had been to corrupt it, tainting those who wielded it and dooming the afterlife forever. The tower, it seemed, was one of the few places unaffected by that terrible act. Finally, she arrived at the gateway to the Room of Foreseeing, two large titanium doors with golden symbols emblazoned on each, though Iedra recognized none of the glyphs. She could hear nothing behind the entrance. According to Evin, the Try never stirred unless someone summoned him. She rested her hand on the door, breathed in, breathed out, then shoved the gates open with a blast of Ever and stepped inside. The room was dome-shaped, with a ceiling made of pure black marble. Torches held flickering flames all around, though they provided very little light in the darkness that swallowed the space as the doors clanged shut behind Iedra. A thin circular pool covered most of the floor, with a smooth granite walkway stretching to its center. Wringing her hands behind her back, Iedra strode out onto the walkway until she reached its end, then cleared her throat, then shouted, "Truai, I summon you to speak my fate." For a moment there was silence, save for the crackle of the torches and the soft whoosh of the water in the pool. Then glowing, turquoise-colored, almost metallic mist swirled in front of her, twisting and churning as compartments in the wall snapped open, revealing surges of blue and white and, most prevalently, green. The mist coalesced, forming into the shape of a man, and two solid green glowing eyes burst into existence on its otherwise featureless face. A male voice rumbled, echoing far louder than even Iedra's shout within the now lit chamber. "I have waited long for you, last daughter of Meridian." Iedra bristled. Few knew she was old enough to have seen the days of Meridian, and fewer still knew she had helped lead their armies against Oblivion during those first days of war. It was knowledge she did not like to share. "I know why you have come," the Truai continued. "I know all things that can be known, but you must voice the question yourself. It is a rule by which I have always been bound." "The Endowed," Iedra muttered. Her heart pounded so fast she could not do more than mutter. "Who is it?" There was a long pause, 20 heartbeats long. Iedra felt each one. "Do you truly wish to know, child?" Child. The word made something snap in Iedra. She spoke, and this time she did not mutter. 6 times. 6 times we have marched on Darthgur, and 6 times we have failed. Do you have any idea the slaughter those campaigns were? You claim to know all things, see all things, but did you see that? Did you hear the men dying, see the rivers of blood as the ground seized them and squeezed it from their veins? She felt her voice break. You promised us a hero. Told us to look for them, and that they would end this war. How much longer do we have to wait? How many liars do we have to entertain before our salvation? Another long pause. Longer, this time. 43 heartbeats, each one thumping harder than the last. "The prophecy of Ever. Do you truly wish to see its fulfillment, daughter of Meridian?" "Yes," Iedra hissed. "Give it to me." A tear dripped from her eye, even as fury raged in her veins. "Please." "Very well. I am sorry, child." The walls broke apart into rings, then spun, light pouring in rays from the surges that lined them. Green flashed before Iedra's eyes, and the future, finally, showed itself. Iedra found herself face down, floundering in the water. She gasped, took in only more liquid, then spat it out in a flurry of coughs. Tears mixing with the water of the pool, she stumbled her way back to the edge, then sank against the wall. The lake remained calm, but for a moment it seemed to her a raging ocean, waves splashing as high as her climbing fear. "I am truly sorry," the true eye rumbled. "If I could change this, I would." "You promised us peace," Iadra rasped. She meant it to be a shout, but she could only manage a rasp after what she had seen. After watching that terrible sword held up to the storm-filled Ethian sky. Was that peace a lie? Why lie? Why tell us we would win when that is in our future? "You are promised an end," the true eye said. "I do not know fully the meaning of that prophecy, only that it is an end." "You said you know everything. Then why this?" Her voice broke again. "Please, tell me why." A long silence. "In this," the true eye said finally, "you have misunderstood. I know all that can be known, but some things cannot be. I cannot tell you why this must be. I am sorry, daughter of Meridian, but do not say I did not warn you of this burden." The true eye's misty form suddenly retreated, then vanished, too quickly for Iadra to stop it. Furious, she shouted, screamed at the being, but it did not bring him back. Instead, the surges on the wall slid into their slots, leaving her in darkness, save for the flickering torches. Darkness. She felt it around her in more ways than one. She stood, trembling, for too long, before at last she steeled herself. So, fate itself was against them. So be it. She would find a way around this, discover some path to fulfill the prophecy, whether it was false or not. The true eye might not have been able to tell her who the fabled hero was, but she could locate them herself. She would create a hero if she had to, would find a way to avoid that terrible future. She had fought too long and too hard to do anything else. She would succeed. That was what she told herself. Though, even as she dried herself with a burst of heat and pushed the worry off her face, even as she strode back to face the corpses of men she had just sent to their deaths for nothing, she wondered. For she knew now, with more certainty than ever before, that if she failed, the galaxy would burn. 1247 years later. Part 1. The Shattered Warrior. There shall come a day when they are born, stronger than all before them, endowed by the powers themselves. They shall rule the throne of death, and all shall bow to their scepter. Their enemies shall crumble before them. Nations shall they raise up, nations shall they destroy, all according to the will of the powers. They shall unite the three powers in glory, and end all suffering. The prophecy of Ever, as written in the Book of Eternity of the Church of Meridian. Chapter 1. Living Nightmare. Three powers, given by the three blade wielders. Ever, power of the mind to control our world. Purity, power of the body to shape ourselves. Eternity, power of the soul to harness that which lies beyond. Between them, unity. Unity, gone, till the endowed doth come. The Song of the Three Powers. They came in the night, as killers always do. Avinyanko woke to the whine of battlecruiser engines, the crackle of plasma bolts striking energy shields. The screams, the shrieks, the whispers of echoes crashing into his mind. The sounds were familiar. Too familiar, so much so he almost didn't wake. When you had lived through what he had, the nightmares and reality melted together. But he opened his eyes, then sat up, slowly, tossing the rough blanket off his chest. Dreams full of pain still danced before him, but he stepped to the window, throwing open the shades. Nightmares, reality. As he took in the sight before him, they blended more than ever. He cursed. He'd told them. Thaws take it, but he'd told them war would come, that the Confederacy would not interfere. The signs were all too obvious. Larsh had claimed to be the endowed. She'd breathed 1,000 threats against Ithrey, subtle, sometimes even in private, but threats nonetheless. Rion's daughter was gaining popularity. The church publicly denounced Rion, but did not denounce Larsh. The Perelor were rumored to be gathering their forces near Shilia. He'd seen these warning signs before. He'd ignored them then. He hadn't this time. They'd called him a liar, a fearmonger. The Perelor were neutral, they'd said. The Confederacy wouldn't allow open conflict, they'd said. War was impossible, they'd said. Well, now it was here. Plasma ripped into the hulls of Ethian trade ships, tearing through their thin defensive shields like knives through flesh. The shrapnel fell from the sky, a rain of molten metal, shining an angry orange. Perelor fighters, angular and small, glided between buildings, moving with expert precision, taking out guard posts, sending human-shaped silhouettes flying into the night. Other fighters, bulkier and more heavily armored, chased their enemies. They were less precise, often crashing into the very buildings they sought to defend. One would think the militia of a nation eons old could at least hold its ground. Alas, that was not so. Flames spread across the skyline. In the darkness, they almost looked beautiful, flickering beneath the stars. Avin watched them for too long, numb. So it has begun, just as I had said it would. For a moment, he was more afraid than he'd ever been. Then he straightened his uniform. The governor. Where was the governor? Why had no one alerted him of the attack, and how long had he been sleeping? He snatched a surge blade from the wall, then threw open the door to his bedroom. The shouts grew louder. There were so many he could not make out specific words, or even specific voices. In the blue-lit hallway, people dashed by. Cooks, servants, mechanics, soldiers. Yaakov recognized none of them. He did, however, recognize one sound. Plasma fire. He swore again, an RXI profanity slipping involuntarily from his mouth. Normally, that would have drawn stares. But today was no day for prejudices. He glanced at his surge blade. It was a long, elegant weapon, made of gleaming chrome titrite metal, light as aluminum, more durable than a steel alloy. The blade was longer than most swords, two-edged, sharp enough to cut through most anything with ease. The blade, though, was not the defining feature of the weapon. Its actual power came from the jewel embedded into the hilt, deep blue, like lapis lazuli, but glowing with lines of azure light. Lines of Ever. The jewel was a surge, a manifestation of the first power in the physical world. Yaakov moved his thumb to touch that jewel. For a moment his skin rested on its icy surface, but nothing happened. Then Ever, ethereal energy from the surge, rushed into his body, making his skin glow with bright sapphire light. Instantly his mind focused, the initial confusion of the invasion turning starkly clear. The Perelor were here. Some of their forces had likely slipped into the palace, judging by the sounds of gunfire nearby. The governor was supposed to be in his bedchambers. Yaakov formed a route in his mind, then another route, in case the enemy had blocked off the first. And if the governor is already dead? Well, he'd deal with that if it came to it. His feet leaped into action, dashing down the hallway. Servants slowed their rush, stepping away as Yaakov ran by. Dressed in full uniform, for he always slept prepared, Yaakov's glowing body was an intimidating sight, particularly with a 4-foot-long sword in his hand. Even when he encountered a pair of soldiers, who should have been trained to deal with a surge wielder, they stopped as he approached, eyes widening. "Sir," one of them said, saluting with a hand to his chest. "General Krot ordered us to—" "Follow his orders," Yaakov snapped. "I'll take care of the governor." The soldiers nodded, rushing off in the opposite direction, toward the center of the palace, where General Rion Krot would undoubtedly be commanding the resistance effort. The gunfire was growing louder, and Yaakov swore he could feel vibrations underneath his feet as plasma continued to crackle outside. The Ethian palace had its own shield, but that wouldn't hold long. In fact, from what Yaakov had seen in his brief look outside, it wouldn't hold for longer than an hour. When it falls, he realized, the only safe place for me is the Undercity. He stopped at a fork, hesitating, choices dueling in his mind. He could bring the governor to Rion and help repel the invasion. That, of course, was what he was expected to do. Or he could run, escape through the Undercity, and protect his secret. He stood at that fork for a long moment, alone in the corridor. Voices murmured in his ears. While wielding Ever, one could hear, and sometimes even see, the thoughts of people nearby. They shouldn't have bothered him. He'd used Ever many times before, but today they seemed to taunt him, mocking the terrible choice he had to make. They flashed through his mind, driving him to his knees. A Talar slave, one who had never even seen the green of a tree's leaves, died to a spear through the neck. An Ethian guard screamed as plasma struck his spine, leaving him paralyzed and bleeding on the ground. A woman nearby fled, trying not to think of the child she'd left behind, yet knowing the infant's cries would give her away. Memories, decisions, the terrible past, the unbearable future. Did he leave and protect the secret that could destroy the galaxy? Did he stay and die with those he loved? Die and seal the fate of Deltai anyway? Either way, he lost. Finally, he forced himself onward. He could save the governor. Get him to safety before making his final decision, and keep Ethia from further chaos. His feet moved with uncharacteristic speed, pounding against the carpeted ground, almost as fast as the blood pounding through his head. The secret, and the boy, a fiery blade raised in the air. The gunfire was even louder now. Yaka pulled in more Ever. The surge produced it at a constant rate, leaking energy from the Everrealm into the physical world. He rounded a corner, then stopped. Here, the hallway expanded into a massive glass dome. Shops lined the edge of the structure, on multiple floors, with gleaming marble supports holding up terraces for the higher levels. A giant chandelier hung from the ceiling, secured by a thick, painted metal chain. The chandelier itself glowed with green, white, and blue jewels, one color for each of the three powers. Directly across the dome from Yanka, a golden archway opened into the governor's quarters. It was a grand sight. Even the carpet was beautiful. Save, of course, for the blood and bodies that now lay strewn across it. In the center of the dome, the governor's guard, dressed in blue and silver uniforms, ducked behind furniture, firing blasters at the oncoming enemy. The Talar soldiers, their backs to Yanka, were dressed in full battle armor, purple and gray, helms covering their faces perfectly. Though they were still human, their armor was vaguely insectoid, particularly the helmets, which had two black spots for eyes, and metal spikes jutting out near the mouth, like mandibles. There appeared to be about 4 dozen of them, more than Yanka's entire guard force, and that was excluding those who already lay dead. It did not take long for the Talar to spot Yanka's glowing figure. Shouts echoed, and in unison 6 of those fighting in the back turned. Immediately they sheathed their blasters. Ever could manipulate energy, and plasma would do little good against the surge wielder. Instead, they drew pikes from their backs, then began stalking toward Yanka, forming a semicircle around him. Yanka forced himself to smile. He let them surround him, let them point their weapons at his chest. He brandished his sword, as if preparing for them to attack. Then, raising his hand, he burned his Ever, expending it to send a bolt of energy flying at the chain holding the chandelier. The bolt connected, then exploded, and the chandelier fell. Yanka waved his hand toward the Talar forces, burning more Ever to push the chandelier toward them. Though he could not see the Talar men's expressions, he felt their thoughts, felt their fear, as a wave of shards shot outward, stabbing into chinks in their armor, the heavier chunks crushing many of them. Yanka snapped his sword upward, burning even more Ever as he directed the blast toward the Talar, and formed an energy shield around himself. A couple of shards still flew past that shield, digging through his padded uniform and into his back. He winced. When the dust had settled, the Talar force was decimated. A few of the soldiers on the edges of the blast had survived, but Yanka's men quickly surged forward, finishing them. Yanka stood for a moment, glancing at the carnage, at the white, blue, and green jewels shattered on the floor. Even in this they represented the 3 powers. Broken, perhaps permanently. "You need to leave," he thought, if Larsh is here. But first, the governor. He'd have a better chance if he stuck with the governor and the rest of the guard. His Ever was almost spent. Directing the chandelier's explosion toward the Talar had taken most of it. He reached and summoned more, though his surge had hardly produced much in the few seconds of fighting. Careful to avoid bits of broken glass, he strode toward the other guards. "Governor Lish, is he alive?" A man with long white hair saluted. Tyrion, his second-in-command. Though his hair was white, he was only in his 30s. Ethian's hair was naturally white, even for children. "Alive, sir, though—" He hesitated. "Though what? Best if you see for yourself." He gestured toward the archway. Strangely, the hallway beyond was dark. Yaka nodded, and they headed towards it. As they did, Yaka glanced toward the bodies on the ground. 13 of his men lay dead, as far as he could see. His breath caught in his throat, but he reminded himself to grieve later. He had no time now. He hadn't had time to grieve for centuries. The glass dome, though not completely transparent, was see-through in parts. Through those parts, Yaka could see the shield, still holding against the missiles bombarding it. His muscles tensed as the blue sheet of energy flickered briefly, then restored itself. Perhaps they had less time than they thought. They arrived at the hallway. Tyrion stopped outside the arch. "Talk to him yourself," he whispered. "He's already said he doesn't want to see me." "Is he throwing a fit again? Blood-cursed vrit." Yaka frowned, but did as Tyrion said, stepping down the short hallway and to the door to the governor's chambers. As he did, he reached for more Ever, mentally drawing it from the surge and into his body. His blade was a strong one, and he was glowing as brightly as he had been before the skirmish by the time he arrived at the governor's door. It was open. The lights were out in this room, too, though Yaka's glow illuminated it as he stepped inside. It was lavish. Paintings hung on all 4 walls. There were 3 dressers, all made of rare violet wood from Artentia. The bed was bigger than any Yonka had seen, and he'd lived a long time. The governor waited on that bed, legs crossed beneath him. He was a fat man, balding, with pasty skin. The kind of man who had spent too much time with his wine. His eyes were closed. For a moment, a long moment, Yaka twisted the surge blade in his hand. This man had been nothing but a nuisance the past year, taxing the people harder in the name of the cause, then spending it on himself, then impeding any legislature Rian tried to pass to stop him. He'd appointed corrupt counselors, cut military funding, quietly spread rumors claiming Rion had developed a soul curse. This invasion was in no small part due to his incompetence. It would be so easy to just kill him. He raised his sword. Then the palace rumbled. Outside, someone shouted in surprise. "Shield's fallen!" Yaka paused, then pushed the thoughts of treason away. More chaos was not what Ithrey needed right now. He lowered his surge blade. "My liege, we need to move." The governor twitched. Evidently, he had not heard Yaka enter the room. But he did not respond. "My liege," Yaka repeated. "The shield has broken. We need to get you to safety." Still, nothing. Yaka restrained his anger. Heavens above, it would be so easy. "The Talar will be here soon, my liege." "I am aware." The governor still did not open his eyes. His voice was a rasp, clearly damaged by years of drugs. Drugs, funded by taxes that should have gone towards stopping this disaster. "And you know why we need to leave," Yaka said coolly. The governor snorted. "We will not be leaving, Captain Evin. This is not the time for drama." The governor's eyes opened. They were a sickly yellow. "I am not being dramatic, Captain. If I stay, Larsh will come for me, and I will sue her for peace." Yaka blinked, not even sure how to respond to the absolute stupidity of the plan. The Talar didn't accept surrender. Everyone knew that. He would laugh, if the stunt wouldn't cost so many lives. "My liege, I don't think that's wise. And I don't care." The governor's eyes closed again. "Leave me. Try not to get killed when Larsh arrives, unless you don't care about your life. like everyone else out there. Yanka stood, stunned. The governor grunted. Well, leave. Yanka stepped back, cursing softly. This is not the time for this, but... Legally, he had to obey the governor's orders. So did his men. They wouldn't leave, even if Yanka told them to. He'd train them for total obedience to authority. But if he stayed, Larsh would get the secret. He shivered as memories flashed through his mind. Memories of darkness, devastation. Of an empty city, smoking and ruined, yet without a corpse in sight. It had been 4,000 years, yet they were vivid as ever. He decided in an instant. There can be no peace with darkness, he recited. Raising his hand, he burned Ever, and sent a single blast of concentrated plasma directly for the governor's chest. It struck home, sizzling as it burned through fat, then through muscle. The governor's eyes widened, and he opened his mouth to scream, but a second bolt took him in the throat. He fell slack on the bed, blood covering the white sheets. Yanka inhaled sharply, hands trembling, then forced himself to exhale. Why, after all these years, did killing still make him shiver? This man had deserved his death. Yanka had simply administered justice that should have been dealt out months ago. Yet, as he watched green mist pour from Governor Lish's mouth, he couldn't help but tremble. The mist turned red, and he swore he could faintly hear screaming. The governor was in torment now, the realm of the dead. A place controlled by oblivion, where everyone was condemned to endless pain. The void is the real enemy, Yanka reminded himself. He lowered his hand. Beneath him the ground rumbled again, accompanied by the thunder of a nearby explosion. Sir? Tyrion. He'd left a man standing outside Lish's quarters. He'd probably heard everything. Yanka hesitated. During his moment of hesitation, Tyrion stepped around the corner. Yanka hastily closed the door, but not before Tyrion's eyes widened. He opened his mouth to cry out, but Yanka burned Ever, using it to stifle Tyrion's shout, then burning more to freeze him in place. He stepped toward his friend, leaning in close. We both know he deserved it. Get your men out of here while there's still time. Leave the palace, leave your uniforms. Pretend you never had anything to do with this. I might spare you. He met the man's eyes, pouring as much sincerity into his mournful expression as he could. He'd enjoyed his time here, even with the threats looming around every corner. These men didn't deserve death, any more than Governor Lish, as corrupt a man as he'd been, deserved eternal anguish. Hopefully, they would abandon their post. They wouldn't. They were Ethians, but Yanka could hope they would see past their honor. He closed his eyes, reaching and pulling as much Ever as he could from his surge. Then, glowing blue, he released Tyrion. Immediately, the man lashed out with his boot, trying to trip Yanka. The captain reacted with blinding speed, sweeping the flat of his blade outward, blocking the blow and tripping Tyrion. He clattered to the ground, then rolled, shouting, "Traitor! He killed the governor! He is worthless!" Some of the men snapped into action instantly, but others hesitated. Infused with Ever, Yanka could hear their thoughts. Their captain, a traitor? A worthless? That hesitation gave him time. He burned all of his Ever at once, sending a shockwave rippling around him. There wasn't much force behind it. He was aiming to stall them, not kill them, but it was enough to throw all of them to the floor. Tyrion slammed into the wall, and he grimaced. Yanka met the man's dazed eyes one last time. "Run," he said. Then he followed his own advice, dashing out of the dome, sprinting away from the governor's wing, then into the black, smoke-filled night beyond. Blood mixed with sweat and tears has dripped down young Perelor face, falling off his cheek and down to the dusty ground below. Most of that blood came from his right eye, which had been slashed across the iris. It stared, dead, at the floor, a scab slowly drying over the wound. Perelor's hands were above his head, locked together with magnetic cuffs. He and his sister, Eliel, slumped beside a broken wall, near a landing pad, heads hung low, waiting, presumably, for one of the cruisers on the pad to take them away. Unless Larsh killed them. She might. She'd already had an opportunity to finish them, yes, but people like her tended to enjoy cruelty. Eliel was coughing. There was smoke everywhere, a thin haze that reduced everything around them to silhouettes. Perelor sat silent, cringing at every cough, but helpless to assist her. Helpless to assist anyone. He wished he could shut his ears the same way he could shut his eyes. Wished he could simply not listen to the rattle of gunfire, the rumble of explosions all around. 2 taller guards watched the children. One had his helmet off, revealing a short beard and violet eyes that seemed to glow through the smog. The other kept his helmet on. With it, he looked like a mix between a spider and an ant, staring down at Perelor with sharp mandibles and solid black eyes. Perelor closed his own eyes, spots dancing across the blackness of his left eyelid, a more pure blackness still dominating the right side of his vision. He felt drained. How long had it been since he'd fallen unconscious the first time? How long had it been since his father had died? Keep your sister safe, son. He'd seemed so confident, even as his hand had fallen slack in Perelor's hand. Perelor had felt his thoughts. He'd believed in Perelor, even in that final moment. In that, he'd been a fool. Something rammed into his abdomen. Perelor gasped, eyes leaping back open. It was the butt of a laser tip. The guard without the helmet had smashed it into Perelor's stomach. Hey, no reaching. I wasn't reaching, Perelor spat. He hadn't been. Had he been reaching, he would have started to glow. But, of course, the guard didn't know that. It had been 1,000 years since the powers Perelor wielded had been commonplace, and myths, rumors, and downright untruths about memory burning abounded. The comment did, however, earn him another smack to the gut. Perelor wheezed, but hung his head, falling silent. His eyes drooped, but he kept them at least partially open. Blood continued to drip down his cheek. The gunfire was growing quieter. Perelor couldn't decide if that was good or not. On the one hand, it meant that the battle was close to over. On the other hand, it meant she had won, and that meant he had failed. You've already failed, a part of him whispered. Remember those ash-filled eyes. He did, and a tear dropped down his face. He didn't think he would ever forget those eyes, staring upward, accusing him. The guards watched Perelor closely for several minutes, then stepped back, conversing among themselves. Perelor was surprised at how casual the conversation was. These weren't evil men. They were just soldiers doing their job. And they'd killed his father in doing so. His eyelids slid down farther. Sleep would give relief. Better not to exist than to exist in this torment. Perelor? That was Eliel's voice. It forced him from his stupor. Eliel, his sister. She was still alive. It felt surreal that she wasn't dead, and simultaneously, it still felt surreal that his father was dead. His memories were torn in two. His life before today, his life after today, they would likely never fully merge into one life in his mind. Perelor, we have to get out of here. He was silent. Perelor, you're better at this than I am. We have to try. More silence. He should have said something. He didn't. The words simply wouldn't come out. Perelor, please. Eliel's voice was desperate. It broke as she spoke. She's hurting too, he thought. She lost him too. All right, we can try. He forced his eyes back open, trying to think. It wasn't easy. He'd lost a lot of blood. The thoughts he did manage didn't amount to much. I need Ever. Wielding the first power, even a little of it would sharpen his mind. Perhaps enough to figure out a plan. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to connect to it, to the Ever realm. For a moment it worked. Voices flooded his mind, thoughts of the guards, of Eliel, of those fighting and dying nearby. And then another voice. A voice he recognized, combined with the ring of boots striking metal. Fear overpowered him, and he lost his hold on the power. He tensed involuntarily. "Larsh," he whispered. The footsteps continued, and a moment later, Perelor looked up to see her, Jadis Larsh, commander of the Talar forces, memory burner and murderer, sweeping her eyes over them. Her face was sharp and angular, and though her eyes had faded back to their normal violet, they still seemed to pierce Perelor. She nodded, then turned to the guards. "My cruiser will be here shortly. Unbind them and move them inside. Leave some room. I have other prisoners to accommodate." She glanced at Perelor. "You are conscious, I see. You're resilient. It'll be a good trait, I think, when you're properly broken." She didn't let him reply, instead striding forward until she reached the end of the landing platform ahead, where a troop of other guards waited. She folded her arms, staring out over the city. Perelor had to arch his neck painfully to see her from where he was, but he did so anyway, staring hatefully at her back. She'd caused all this, and she'd cause more if he didn't stop her. He turned back to Eliel, meeting her eyes, then nodding to the guards. She gave her own curt nod of understanding. When the Talar soldiers untied them to move them, that would be their best chance. Perelor could memory burn, and Eliel could at least try to. Then they could fight Larsh, kill her, take her cruiser, and escape. Perelor didn't know how to fly a ship, but it couldn't be too hard. He'd figure it out. "If you make it that far," he noted. The plan was desperate and not well fleshed out. Furthermore, there was Larsh to worry about. She'd likely kill them before they got the cuffs off. They'd try it anyway. "This is for you, Father. For you and the oath I swore today." He closed his eyes, preparing to reach again. He'd have to keep doing so, even after the guard hit him. It wouldn't be easy, but it was possible. He'd seen Yonka do it. To his surprise, though, even as he relived the memories around him, no spear to the gut came. Instead, a trickle of Ever began rushing through his veins. He smiled, confidence increasing as his mind quickened. If he had Ever, he could make it. "He's here." Larsh's voice rang again in Perelor's mind. He shouldn't know it as well as he did. She'd hardly spoken to him as she'd cut through the Ethian guards, then thrown him aside, then killed his father. Yet he felt as if he knew that voice better than his own, and it terrified him. His eyes flashed open, and the Ever fled as he failed to relive the memories, caving to his moment of weakness. He froze, realizing Larsh was staring down at him, her eyes now glowing with crimson void, with the power of death itself. "You almost managed that," she breathed. She turned to the guards. "Beat him until he learns his lesson, though don't kill him." She straightened. "I have another prisoner to take. Stay at your stations, no matter what happens." She shook her head. "Perelor Cross and Evan Yonka, all on the same day. A victory indeed." She strode away, moving with the same graceful speed Perelor had seen her use when she'd fought the Ethians earlier. As she faded from view, the two guards approached. The bearded guard slid his helmet back on. "Now, kid," he said, voice now metallic from the vocoder in his helm. Though it was designed to be intimidating, the way the man spoke, it almost felt weary. "You get to know what it feels like to be Elekhai. Get used to pain. It'll be quite familiar soon." The helmet lingered on Perelor for a long moment, expressionless. Then the guard reached for his belt, retrieving a slim metal rod from it, pointed at the end. A shock rod. Perelor's eyes widened. Eliel shouted, but the soldier thrust the weapon forward. Electricity blazed through Perelor's body, and despite his loss of blood, despite his grief, despite the tiredness, he began to scream. The palace courtyard was a chaotic field of flames, metal, and corpses. Some of those corpses still walked, laser tips in hand, but they were corpses all the same. Battles like these did not end with survivors. Fire gulped down once green gardens, turning color to ash, cracking the metal of intricate bronze statues. Ethian soldiers, some in blue uniforms, others wearing the clothes they'd slept in, fought against their Talar counterparts pouring through the gates. Though the palace shield had fallen, it seemed Larsh had no intention of destroying the building, at least not yet, for the enemy bombers had not descended upon it, and instead a steady flow of purple-clad warriors pushed the Ethians back. Most of the fighting was hand-to-hand. Both sides had dispellers, making plasma guns useless. Though Yanka could not see well in the dim light the flames provided, he felt his boots stick to patches of drying blood as he wove his way through dueling warriors, careful to avoid any packs of Talar. His destination, the West Armory, was in the center of the courtyard. Though the outside was made to look like an obsidian wedge, it had been cracked by explosives, revealing its cement interior. Most of the inside had been looted. Hooks sat empty, and equally empty supply packs lay on the ground. Yanka had expected that. He leaped through a blasted-out hole in the wall, then moved to a specific rack on the east side of the building. Everything had been claimed, save for a few unused Adrelian shots. A body lay here, too, one eye staring lifelessly at the sky, the other stabbed out. Yanka stepped over it, then pressed his hand to the cement underneath the rack. It was smooth and hard. This wasn't cement, but a hidden patch of anthronite. He reached for Ever from his surge blade, then pushed that Ever into the stone. The anthronite glowed, then ground against the nearby rocks as it slid away, revealing a hidden compartment beneath. Inside it lay 2 more surges, these without a corresponding blade. One glowed white, the other red. Yanka set aside his surge blade, tucking both of the other surges into his pockets. One of them, the white surge, would give him access to Purity, the second power. The other would give him access to Void, the corrupted third power. He could only use one of the 3 powers at any given time, but it didn't hurt to have options. He rose, snatching his Ever surge blade from the ground. He moved behind the obsidian wall, looking outward from a hole at the battle. He couldn't fight his way to the gates. Even if he succeeded, he'd expose himself as a threat, and the chase would not cease until he was dead. The Talar likely defended the other exits, too. I'll escape through the Undercity, then, thought. The nearest entrance to that was back in his apartment, sealed by a similar anthronite device to the one that had hidden his surges here. For a moment he hesitated, the screams of the dying Ethian men ringing in his ears. Their thoughts crowded his vision and hearing, desperate, hopeless. Could he really leave them? Could he really betray them, as he had the governor? The secret, he reminded himself firmly. A secret so heinous, he dared not even whisper it in his thoughts. He'd killed the governor to protect it. As terrible as it was, these men's deaths were a small price to pay to keep it hidden. By that same logic, you should be dead too. Killed by your own hand to protect the secret. Coward. He cringed, but pushed the thought back. He'd fought that logic 1,000 times, over several thousand years, and he knew how to defeat it. He ran back across the courtyard, ducking to a palace entrance nearby. He shut the door, then slid into a side passageway as a troop of soldiers marched past. He did not want to hurt them, should they label him a traitor. He took an obscure stairway up to his apartment, though he still passed several servants, all desperately searching for an exit unblocked by the Talar. They would find none. When the Ethian line fell, the civilians here could only pray Larsh was kind enough to spare them. One of those servants, though, was a messenger. He wore a soldier's uniform, though his included green stripes, indicating his duty. He shouted, loud enough Yanka could actually hear him over the din of battle and panic. "Rion is dead, and his second. Command has been changed to General Virik." Yanka paused as the messenger passed. The man seemed too caught up in his job to realize that Yanka, a captain, was fleeing. But Rion, dead. Perelor was supposed to be with him, Yanka realized, and Eliel too. He hated himself for doing it, but instinctively he closed his eyes, reaching for memories. The surge could not assist him in this, and he was forced to use his own powers. The powers of a memory burner. Powers that, if others knew about, would put him in even more danger. The Confederacy isn't here, he chided himself, but Larsh is. Don't be a coward. He reached harder, mentally pulling with as much willpower as he could muster. His mind expanded even more than it had when wielding the surge blade. 10 times more. Hundreds of streams of thought shot through his memory, and though his faculties were heightened by the Ever in his flesh, he still felt overwhelmed. But, within that stream of thoughts, he detected the presence he'd been looking for. A young boy's panicked cries, as he was beaten with a shock rod. Though Yanka could not feel the pain of the beating, he saw the electricity leaping across the boy's skin, saw the blood seeping from burns that hadn't quite cauterized, saw his sister, sitting beside him, crying. He stopped reaching. His mind slowed. He drew an Ever from his surge blade, but it helped a little. Did he protect the secret? Or did he save the endowed, the very hero prophesied to destroy his terrible creation? He cursed, then cursed again, then slowed to a stop, making his decision. Thaws, and I've come to like those children. He turned and ran toward the source of Perelor's thoughts. Agony. There was no other word to describe this but agony, though Perelor was surprised at how little of that agony came from the burns. The guard hit him 3 times before ceasing? 4, 5? It could have been hundreds for all Perelor could tell. His skin gasped as smoke rose from it, his legs twitching, aching, but too shocked to feel any pain. No, the real agony came from the reminder. The memory of his father's burned body laying on the floor. Of eyes that were not eyes, just ash. Of a hand, skeletal, stained red and orange and black, reaching to grip Perelor's own. Words whispered in his mind, words from a ragged voice, one he loved more than anything. Keep your sister safe, son. Believe. I love you. Love didn't matter. His father was dead. Perelor was surprised at how quickly he accepted that. It felt like a toxin dagger stabbing into his chest, but he accepted it. He forced his one good eye open. Colors swam before him. He could hardly make out any shapes, but he was able to glance sideways and see a long white blotch beside him. Eliel's hair. Eliel was still alive. That was all that had mattered to his father. It was all that mattered to him now. Should we beat the other one? The reports say she's a burner too. A long pause. Perelor tensed. Keep your sister safe, son. Nah, the other guard said finally. The reports say she's not very good at it. If she tries anything, though, we'll do what we have to. The guard's mask lingered on the 2 children for a moment, but then he backed away. Just a reminder for them, Perelor heard him whisper. He sounded regretful, though Perelor couldn't quite tell through his thick, taller accent. Not like things will get any easier from here. Are you all right? Eliel's voice was high-pitched. It was the voice she used when she was panicking, perhaps on the verge of a soul-cursed episode. Perelor was silent. All right? How could he be all right? Father was dead. Ethia had fallen, and she's just trying to help. I'm fine, he gasped. He tried to keep the pain out of his voice. He failed. Eliel leaned forward. He still couldn't see well, though the blobs of color were starting to form back into shapes. You're not, Eliel said softly. Voidlings. She was angry. And afraid. And she just sat there, shivering. Were those tears on her face? It's going to be up to me to do this, Perelor realized. They still had to try to escape. And Eliel had never been good at memory burning, even if she had the ability. Drawing in a ragged breath, he reached again. Then froze. Yanka, he whispered. He could feel the man's thoughts. He was close, and he was coming to rescue them. We might make it. For the first time in several hours that had felt like days, Perelor felt hope leap in his chest. Memories flashed before his eyes, and a moment later he was glowing with Ever. For a moment the guards didn't notice. Then their masks swiveled toward him. They immediately stepped back in surprise. What? I thought they couldn't reach without... They didn't get any longer to protest. Though pain still pounded across Perelor's skin, Ever couldn't heal physical wounds, His mind was now sharper, faster. He burned a touch of Ever to release his hands from their cuffs, then threw them forward, burning more to send the two Talar flying backward. They tumbled over the edge of the landing pad, screaming as they fell. Perelor stood, then watched the empty ledge for a long moment, wondering if he should feel remorse. He'd just killed 2 men. He hadn't killed anyone before today, though he'd been trained to. Strangely, though, he didn't feel guilt. Not the slightest bit of it. Should he? Shaking his head, he turned toward his sister. He snapped his fingers, using a little more Ever, and her bands released. Her head tilted up toward him. His vision was mostly clear now, and he could see her eyes. There was hope in them. Awe. Even after everything that had happened today, she still thought they had a chance. He stretched out his hand, helping her to her feet, though he suspected she did most of the work, his muscles still quivering from the shock rod. Finally, he turned toward the landing pad, poking around the corner of the wall they'd been chained to. They'd been restrained in a place such that the other guards hadn't seen the incident, and apparently the din of battle was loud enough they hadn't heard the screams either. They stood all around the pad in trios, straight-backed, but didn't seem worried. Perelor let out a relieved breath. Eliel scooted behind him. "What do we do now?" Perelor hesitated. Did they even try to fight that many guards? Perelor might manage it alone, with his memory burning, but Eliel would undoubtedly get shot if they found her. Furthermore, if they attracted attention here, they might not be able to escape in any of the ships on the pad. They'd just get shot down. "We wait," Perelor said finally. "Yanka's coming. I felt him." To his surprise, Eliel didn't protest. She just nodded. "All right. If you say so, I believe you. We'll get out of here with his help." Her breathing was rushed, almost too fast. She was nervous, no matter what she pretended. "Keep your sister safe, son." "I'll try, father," Perelor thought. "I'll try." As it turned out, the Talar forces had breached the palace. The North Gate's defenses had crumpled under enemy pressure. Some of the soldiers whispered that a memory burner had helped with that. Yanka could only pray they were wrong, for there was only one person that could be. If it were true, though, and it likely was, knowing Larsh, Yanka needed to move fast. He could feel Perelor's echoes still, though they were less tortured than before. He was on a landing pad nearby, one Yanka recognized. He could get there easily by breaking a window and flying there with Ever. He had that Ever now, too. His surge had recharged while he ran. He hesitated a moment. Was it worth risking himself for this? Worth risking everything for this? "God above, curse me," he muttered. He kicked the nearest window. The glass cracked, exploding outward into the night. Yanka flung himself through the opening without another thought. He hung, weightless, falling for a long second. Then he burned Ever, pushing his body upward. He had to be careful to distribute the force equally throughout his feet. If he pushed too hard in one spot, he'd end up crushing his limbs. Even with the force equalized, flying was hard. You had to be very precise with how much Ever you burned. Too much, and you'd shoot upward too far. Too little, and you'd fall. Fortunately, he had plenty of practice. He raced toward the pad, weaving between plasma bolts fired by soldiers below. Some of those bolts had been fired by Ethians. It was rare indeed to see a surge wielder fly, and with his body glowing, most of his allies probably didn't recognize him. He dodged the blasts easily, though, whether they came from friend or foe. It was only a few moments before he arrived at the landing pad. He couldn't see Perelor just yet, though there were dozens of Talar guards scattered among small cruisers and fighters. They yelped as they saw Yanka descending upon them, shouting orders in their native tongue rather than their usual common. Yanka spotted at least 2 surge blade wielders among them. Those 2 immediately lit up with blue Ever, pushing themselves into the sky to meet Yanka. They didn't stand a chance. Both were glowing brighter than him, but he had the benefit of experience. Millennia of experience. He dodged a blast of flames from one, then beheaded the other with a flick of his sword. The remaining soldier's eyes widened. Clearly, though he was trained, he hadn't seen battle before. His shock kept him paralyzed until Yanka ran him through the chest. Their bodies immediately stopped glowing, then fell to the cement below. Yanka burned Ever to throw their surges aside. You could only effectively wield one surge at a time, even if they were surges of the same power. Then he landed himself, burning the rest of his Ever to send a shockwave pulsing outward. The ships rattled, and soldiers went flying. Yanka hesitated. He could kill most of these soldiers himself, between his training and the extreme advantage his surge gave him. But if he attracted too much attention, he'd be pursued and eventually killed. Or, worse, captured and interrogated. He cursed. He shouldn't have done this. Not for Perelor, not for anyone. But he was already here. He might as well find the kid. To his surprise, the kid found him first. Perelor darted out from behind a crate, dragging his sister behind him. Both of them were bloodied, though Perelor seemed more significantly wounded. Burns covered the teen boy's skin, and his normally white hair was stained by dark, dried blood. He was, however, glowing with Ever. Perelor was a memory burner, someone able to use Ever without a surge, and use far more of it than any surge wielder could dream of. Eliel, his older sister, was technically a memory burner too, though she wasn't very good at actually using her powers. "You came," Perelor wheezed. "I thought maybe I was hallucinating." Eliel frowned. "You said you were sure." Perelor shrugged apologetically, eyes darting to the Talar soldiers, who were regrouping. "I may have embellished the truth a bit. Do you have a sword, Captain?" Yanka hesitated. Perelor shouldn't be fighting. He was 14. His sister was 16. He could see the pain in their eyes, could feel Eliel's thoughts. They'd been there when their father had died. But then, having a memory burner on their side dramatically increased their chances. "I don't have a sword," he said finally. "You'll have to use Ever." He fell into stance as a pack of Talar approached, swords in their hands. "I'll deal with the melee fighters. You keep their ranged men off of us." Perelor nodded, his expression grim. "Got it." He closed his eyes, and a moment later his skin glowed a bright blue, far brighter than Yanka's did, enough it was hard to look at him. A moment later, the Talar attacked. It was a massacre. Yanka lunged to intercept the sword-wielding Talar, burning trace amounts of Ever to throw their swings off base, then slashing through their chests with impunity. Blood sprayed across the cement ground and onto Yanka's robes. Behind him, Perelor sent bolts of lightning flying into Talar gunmen. Within less than a minute, the entire enemy force was annihilated, mostly due to Perelor. "You taught him well," a part of Yanka whispered. And for a moment he was proud. Then he saw the corpses on the ground, and remembered. He shivered, then dashed over to the two teens, grabbing Perelor's arm. "We need to move, before the Talar seal off access to the Undercity." Perelor frowned. "We could use these ships. We'd be shot down." "If we use a Talar one, we might be able to slip through the siege. Escape." "No, we have to retreat. Wait it out." "But your friend is right." Yanka tensed. The voice was not Perelor's voice, nor Eliel's, nor that of any Ethian. That was the voice of Jadis Larsh. Perelor too seemed to recognize it, for he stepped back, gasping. Eliel stood silent, eyes widening. Slowly, Yanka turned, heart pounding. Sure enough, there she stood, robes billowing in the night wind, face barely illuminated by the dim lights focused on the pad. She had regal features, thin eyes, a sharp nose, and soft lips, highlighted with red makeup. Though she had killed many today, her purple clothes had no blood upon them. She was glowing a deep red. Her skin was infused with void, the third power. The power that had been corrupted. She smiled as she met Yanka's gaze. "I should have known you'd come for him, Evin. I expected you would be smarter than that, but you've never been a practical man." Her smile fell. "Though the world would be a far better place if you realized how dangerous your existence really is." Yanka fell into stance, though he was shaking. Endowed, he was shaking. Suddenly, Perelor ran forward, screaming, unleashing a hail of lightning toward Larsh. The lightning, however, deflected away from her, striking the ground nearby, making the concrete sizzle. As Perelor ran, a tendril of red light flew from Larsh's hand, like a living crimson snake. It lashed around Perelor's left leg, then snapped to the side, throwing him to the ground. He rolled, groaning. While he was down, a second tendril exploded from Larsh's other hand, smashing into Perelor's head. He fell still. Eliel sobbed, running toward her brother. His chest was still rising and falling, but she probably couldn't tell that. Larsh didn't stop her. Instead, she stepped toward Yanka, tendrils still expanding from her hands. "You don't have to do this," Yanka whispered. "There are other ways of fighting, Jayla." She snorted. That name no longer means anything. Her mouth opened in a smile again. A crazed, uncontrolled smile. "Besides, you're afraid. You think you can't win this fight?" She seemed to be almost talking to herself, her voice barely audible to Yanka. "You're wrong, of course. About a great many things. But when have you ever been logical?" She's trying to decide if she wants to fight me, Yanka realized. Trying to decide if I'll use the secret. He hesitated. He could use the secret. Could end all of this if he wanted to. With his heart beating fast in his chest, he genuinely considered it. But no. In the end, the cost was still too high. In the end, he was still a coward. However, Larsh was distracted. Pulling in the ever his surge had produced while Larsh talked, Yanka attacked. He threw all of it into a single blast of plasma. Though Larsh would probably avoid it, it would divert her further. As he'd predicted, she twisted aside, but as she did, he ran forward, swinging his sword at her chest. The tendrils writhed inward. Though they appeared to be made of light, they acted more like a fluid form of steel, blocking Yanka's attacks. They weren't nearly as fast as he. Yanka was a master swordsman, but there were two of them and one of him, and he couldn't manage to get a hit in. Within a few seconds, one of them slipped through his defenses, knocking his feet out from under him. He cursed as his knees hit the cement, then yelped as the second tendril struck his head, throwing him in a roll across the ground. His vision swam. Desperately, he reached into his pocket, trying to grab one of his other surges, the ones he'd retrieved from the armory. Before he could, the two tendrils slammed into his arms, pinning them to the ground. He could barely crane his neck enough to see Larsh stalking toward him. Her smile was gone, replaced by pursed lips and grim eyes. "Asa said you would put up more of a fight. Apparently he was wrong. It's very rare he's wrong." "Voidlings are wrong about many things," Yanka hissed. "On that we agree," Larsh said. She stepped onto Yanka's stomach, then released the tendrils. She then extended her right hand, and a blade formed in it. A red blade, made of pure light, the way the tendrils had been. Yanka's eyes widened. Larsh snorted. "I'm not going to kill you. The information you have is too valuable." She leaned in close, her breath against his ear. "But know this, last of the Arxai. I will make you wish you were dead. By the time I am done, you will beg for torment. And I will count it all pleasure, for after the harm you have brought to the galaxy, you deserve far, far worse." Fear spiked in Yanka's chest. He could see the hatred in her eyes, hatred he'd only seen in one other person. She meant what she said. "The secret," part of him whispered. "Use it. Better she die than she know." He considered again, for one treasonous moment. Then he closed his eyes. "I deserve this," he thought. Something cold struck his flesh. Everything went black, and the nightmares began again. Captain Yonka's head lolled back, and Eliel Krot's last flicker of hope faded. She clung to her unconscious brother's hand, crying, knowing, deep down, that this was all her fault. She should never have shown Dad her scar. What was she thinking, claiming to be the endowed? As if she, of all people, could defeat the void. Larsh stood up, though her eyes lingered on Yanka for a long time. Part of Eliel wanted to run. She'd be caught, maybe even killed, but a blaster bolt to the back would be merciful at this point. She didn't, though. She just kept clinging to her brother's hand. Perhaps he could stop Larsh. He'd always been better at this than her. Finally, Larsh turned toward Eliel. She looked at Eliel for only a moment, though, before her gaze went down to Perelor. Her expression was unreadable as she stepped toward him, lightly shoving Eliel aside. Eliel did not resist. She just backed away, whimpering like a Verhound pup. Larsh rolled Perelor over with her foot, revealing his face. His nose had been crushed by the cement, and even more cuts and bruises ran across his skin. That skin was growing pale. Larsh raised her hand. A tendril leaped from it, snatching something from Yanka's pocket, then retreating backward to drop it in Larsh's hand. It was a small white jewel, a purity surge. She pressed it against Perelor's chest. Instantly, Perelor's wounds sealed. Burns turned back into skin. Dried blood melted, then fell away. Flesh knit itself back together. Within moments, Perelor looked just as he had before the invasion. A 14-year-old boy, laying peacefully asleep. Except for one thing. His eye, the one that had been cut earlier. It was no longer bleeding, but a rune had been burnt into the iris. Eliel could not read Talar, but she recognized that rune. Elikai, it read. Slave. Larsh's eyes lingered on Perelor a moment longer. Then she turned back to Eliel. Rion said you were the endowed, she murmured. Eliel said nothing. She just trembled. Was this the part where Larsh finally killed her? Where she was defeated, just as every other person who claimed to be the endowed had been? Her neck burned, as if expecting Larsh to lash out and snap it. To her surprise, no death came. Larsh just snorted. For your sake, child, I hope he was wrong. But if he was not, I ask you to save us. Her eyes moved to the sky, watching the battle above. I wish, sometimes, that I could believe. In the end, though, hoping is foolish. That prophecy has never amounted to anything more than broken promises. She was silent for a long time, staring up at the starry, smoky blackness. Long enough Eliel knew she should have run. She didn't. She waited until Talar soldiers rushed onto the pad, binding her brother, and Yanka in electric chains. She sat quietly as all three of them were branded by a green-robed man with a purity surge. She didn't even weep as they were shipped away on a cruiser, away from Ethia and everything she'd ever known. Her father had believed in her. He'd thought she was the endowed, the mythical hero prophesied to destroy the void, take back the afterlife, and end all suffering. He was dead now. She couldn't help but wonder if his spirit was watching her, disappointed. 8 years later. Chapter 2. Open Wounds. They shall be born with a scar already on their skin, and it shall mark them as the endowed, chosen by the powers. Excerpt from the Book of Eternity. Keep your sister safe, son. The oath Perelor had sworn that day was all he could think of as he twisted the laser tip in his hands, unsure how best to grip the weapon. It was spear-like, a long staff with a blade at the top. Part of the blade had been cut open to make room for a blaster. This weapon was designed for common infantry, and was a mix between a ranged weapon and a melee weapon. The trigger for the gun was in the middle of the staff, where Perelor's hand rested now. He had to be extra careful not to hit it by accident. He'd hoped his skill with the sword would translate more easily to this, but it hadn't. His former style of fighting had involved a lot of parrying, and laser tips were downright terrible at that. The weapon was far better at stabbing than slashing, too, the exact opposite of a sword. The differences were irritating him. He needed to be good at this. His ability to protect his sister and keep his word depended on his ability to fight. But this was his weapon now. Larsh had refused to give him a sword, and frankly, he wasn't sure if he deserved one anymore. So he worked with what he had. Unfortunately, he hadn't been given a teacher, either, not until recently. Few of the slaves here in the Perelor camps were even allowed a weapon, and fewer still were willing to practice. So far, Creeling Dianto was the only one he'd found who would spar with him for longer than a few minutes. A tall, pasty man with long black hair, Creeling stood before him now. He was a few years Perelor's senior, and more muscular, too. He was a former Harryon soldier, and he'd stayed fit during his years of captivity. There was something off about him today, and Perelor couldn't figure out what. Right now, though, they stood in a gravel pit set at the bottom of a bumpy slope. It wasn't designed for sparring. It was just a spot where nothing had yet been built, but it was what they had. "You're going to want to adjust your stance," Creeling said. "Remember, you're not supposed to focus on defense here. Offense is your best defense with a laser tip." He frowned. "And you're going to want to stop twisting that handle. It's a waste of energy." "Right." Perelor forced himself to stop. It was difficult. It was more of an anxious tic than a conscious movement. He fell into a more offensive stance, feet forward, the laser tip's blade pointing directly at Creeling's chest. Like that? Close. Creeling stepped forward, prodding Perelor's limbs to adjust his position just slightly. There, like that. Suddenly, he swept his weapon forward, smacking Perelor's legs and forcing him off balance. Perelor stumbled for a moment, but then fell back into the same stance. Creeling squinted, staring him down with a critical eye, then smiled. "You got it first try. Good. You're learning quickly." "I have an excellent teacher," Perelor said. Creeling's grin widened. "You're searing right, you do." He fell into stance himself, then began circling Perelor. "Is your blade dulled?" Perelor nodded, briefly raising his laser tip to show the rubber coating the blade. They'd had to steal that rubber. Creeling had seemed a little too eager when they'd done that. "Good. We begin." He lunged forward. Perelor parried. The metal staves clanged as they struck one another. Most people thought melee fights lasted a long time. If both fighters were skilled, they sometimes did. But, more often, they were over in an instant. The less experienced warrior made a single mistake, and their more experienced counterpart took advantage of it, ending the duel immediately. That was exactly what happened here. Perelor was too slow on a riposte, and Creeling batted his weapon aside, then shoved the rubber-covered tip of his own weapon into Perelor's chest. Perelor stumbled back, gasping. Creeling kicked him, knocking Perelor down. Perelor raised his hand in surrender. "The kick wasn't necessary," he wheezed. "In an actual fight, I would have been dead from your first blow." "In an actual fight, you'd try to kill me, even after I stabbed you. You wouldn't do a very good job, but I'd still need to get you out of the way." He smirked. "Plus, in an actual fight, you'll be dealing with pain. You need to get used to that." Perelor snorted. "I know how to deal with pain." "Maybe. Most soldiers seem to think they can, but I've found few truly do. You need to have been through torment itself to stay calm when you've been stabbed." His eyes grew distant. "You'd be surprised what I've been through," Perelor thought bitterly. But he said nothing. Creeling was just doing his best to train him. If that meant a kick to the stomach, Perelor would deal with it. He was about to be assigned to the slave squadrons, and he had to survive. Eliel depended on it. Creeling stepped back, preparing for another bout. Perelor stood, catching his breath. Creeling raised an eyebrow. "Tired? Really?" Perelor sighed. "We've been going for 3 hours. Yes, I'm tired." Creeling smiled. "I'm just teasing. For now, you'll need to improve your stamina." "Of course I will." Perelor rolled his eyes. "You'll need to work on your sass, too," Creeling said slyly. "If you get good enough at it, you can kill the enemy with sheer sarcasm." His face grew grim. "Again." His muscles protested the movement, but Perelor fell into stance, keeping a careful eye on Creeling. Though he insisted otherwise, Creeling was incredible with his laser tip. And he knew how to teach the art, too. Though he hadn't given many details about his past, Perelor suspected he'd been a high-ranking military man before he'd ended up here. He'd won every duel he'd fought with ease, and had survived several raids with the Talar slave squadrons himself. Perelor would figure out how to beat Creeling, though. He had to be at least as competent with this weapon as he had been with the sword. "For all the good it did you that day," a part of him whispered. The voice was unsettling, and his guard fell for a moment. Creeling stepped forward, stabbing at Perelor's stomach. Perelor batted the blow away, but awkwardly, leaving him open. He winced, waiting for Creeling to strike the finishing blow. Another bout lost. Alarm bells rang. Immediately, both Creeling and Perelor stepped away from each other, exchanging worried glances. The alarm didn't always mean the Artentians were coming, but when it did... Perelor shivered, looking to the sky. Nothing. He let himself relax a little, then even more when a messenger came running by. "Whipping at the North Square!" Beside Perelor, Creeling too let his shoulders slump. Slowly, a smile crossed his face. "They won't take attendance, you know." Perelor nodded. They wouldn't. There were too many slaves to do that. They'd send guards patrolling through camp, but those weren't hard to avoid. Times like these were usually when Perelor and Creeling would practice memory burning together. It was even rarer, and even more important, than sparring time. Creeling was the only other competent memory burner Perelor had ever encountered. At least, the only one who would admit to their powers. "I know." He hesitated. "Let me get Eliel first." Creeling frowned. "Perelor, as much as I love your sister, she's not exactly good at the whole burning thing. Besides, what if she has an episode?" "That's exactly why I have to be near her," Perelor thought. Beside him, Creeling nodded in understanding. Perelor chided himself. He wasn't infused with any Ever. Because of that, other memory burners, including Creeling, could read his thoughts. That wasn't a problem right now, but if Larsh or one of the other memory burners she employed came near, they'd be exposed. "I see," Creeling said. "Well, get her quickly. They like making a show of it, but they won't take too long. Gotta keep us working." He said the last part bitterly. "I'll be quick," Perelor said. He reached, burning nearby thoughts to infuse himself with Ever. Not much of it, but enough to keep his mind shielded. "Don't do anything stupid while I'm gone." "No promises," Creeling said. "At least, not by your definition of stupid." He grinned again. He did that a lot. Perelor wasn't sure how he managed it in a place like this. Knowing him, though, that promise was the best Perelor was going to get. Perelor jogged away, off of the gravel and into the dirt-covered streets of the slave camp. The camp wasn't exactly what Perelor had envisioned when he'd first heard of the Talar slave system back on Ethia. It was hygienic. Each Elikai had enough space to avoid the spread of infection, and there was running water and comfortable enough cots in each of the cement huts. There were restrooms and baths, too. The slaves didn't wash quite as regularly as Perelor had when he was free. No, the conditions weren't awful. What was awful was the feeling of the place. Everything was perfectly utilitarian. The clothes were all the same, purple and gray uniforms, with only occasional variations in the collars and embroideries, all dependent on the slave's profession. Decorations were not allowed. Each cement hut had the same dimensions, same layout, regardless of who lived there. Even the way the slaves groomed themselves was regulated. The overall message was clear. You are not a person. You are an object. A tool. Outlive your usefulness and we will throw you away. It was wrong. Horrifyingly wrong. The downcast faces of those Perelor passed tugged at his heartstrings, tugged at his honor. A part of him wanted to light up with Ever right now, and burn as many of the guards as he could to cinders. But, of course, that would accomplish nothing. Memory burners were powerful, but they weren't gods. He'd just get himself killed. There was nothing he could do. That was what he hated most. Weaving his way through the crowd, which was making its way toward the North Square, Perelor arrived at his cement hut in just a few minutes. Inside, there were 4 cots, one for Perelor, one for Eliel, and 2 for the other slaves that had been assigned to this building. Perelor knew little about them. He'd never been able to get them talking. Currently, one was lying on his cot, coughing up a storm. The man was getting old. Perelor worried the guards would dispose of him soon. In their eyes, he was just a waste of food. When they tried that, Perelor's honor would demand he interfere. He didn't have time to fret about that now, though. because Eliel wasn't here. Panic rose in Perelor's chest, though he quickly forced it down. She was probably just at the North Square, watching with everyone else. It would be difficult to find her, but with his memory sense it wouldn't be impossible. He dashed back into the crowd, which grew thicker as he made his way toward the square. He had to squeeze and shove to get near the front. He froze when someone he pushed fell over, but another slave quickly helped them back up, and he forced himself to continue onward. It was loud here, loud enough Perelor doubted Eliel could hear him, but he shouted her name anyway. As he did, he focused on the thoughts of those around him. It wasn't easy, with so many active minds nearby, but he could pick out a few voices that sounded almost like her. A young girl near the back of the crowd, clutching a doll. No, that wasn't it. A woman who stared down at her feet, lifted her wrinkling hands. No, Eliel wasn't that old. He focused on the last potential voice, then froze. That was Eliel. He knew the pulse of her thoughts as distinctively as he knew her face. And she was being held by a Talar guard, blood dripping down her cheeks, blood that mixed with tears and sweat. Perelor screamed. The sound drew curious eyes, but he did not care, and he couldn't have contained it if he tried. Growling, he pushed his way through the crowd, shoving, elbowing, doing everything he could to make his way to Eliel. Eventually, people parted for him, and he burst out of the crowd, finding himself in the center of the North Square. It wasn't a beautiful place, not at all like squares in the cities of Ethia. It was just a large cement pad where slaves would gather to witness an event, usually a punishment. In the center, a small stone cube rose above the rest of the structure, just large enough for a dozen or so men to stand on it. Right now, that cube was surrounded by Talar soldiers. On top of it, a man in gleaming insect-like armor held a long, segmented metal whip. It crackled and popped, electricity flowing freely through its center. Beside that man, 2 more Talar soldiers held a prisoner. Eliel. As he'd seen with his memory sense, she was already caked in blood. A long gash ran across her forehead, not deep enough to strike bone, but deep enough that she was growing pale. Her eyes turned to Perelor as he exited the crowd. They were wide. She wasn't even shaking. She'd frozen up, as she often did in situations like this. "Keep your sister safe, son." Perelor snarled, stepping toward the guards surrounding the platform. They leveled their blasters at him. Perelor hesitated. "No closer," one of them yelled. "Back away, or we shoot." For a moment, Perelor stood still, debating if he should advance anyway. Then one of the soldiers fired a warning shot into the ground. The shriek forced Perelor to his senses, and he stumbled back, raising his hands in surrender. For now. "They won't hurt her. They can't. I won't let them." His eyes drifted toward the whip, and suddenly he wasn't so sure. Dread crept up his spine. He wouldn't lose her. He couldn't. She was all he had left. Someone handed the whipmaster a vocoder, which he placed near his mouth. He spoke, and his voice echoed across the entire square. "Those of you who worked in the mines know well why we are gathered here today." There had been gossip before, but now the slaves fell silent. One of them, near Perelor, looked down at his feet. He was wearing a miner's uniform. Maybe he knows what happened. The whipmaster gestured toward Eliel. "This Elec thought it wise to try and stall our war effort. She collapsed the vein of Ethium on purpose. 2 men died, both of them Elecai themselves, though she did not seem to care." This drew a couple of shouts of outrage from the crowd. One of those cries Perelor could distinctly make out. "Hang her." "No, I won't let you." He almost stepped forward again, but then his eyes fixed on the guards again. 2 of them still had their blasters aimed at his chest. If he tried anything, even reaching for Ever, he'd be shot. "I just wanted to help," Eliel mumbled. "I didn't think I would end up." "She has been sentenced to 24 lashings," the whipmaster continued, ignoring her, "to be administered immediately." The guards holding Eliel suddenly threw her to the ground, then forced her back onto her knees. She yelped, eyes staring pleadingly at Perelor. The whipmaster stepped behind her, raising his weapon. 1. He swung downward. The whip sizzled as it struck Eliel's flesh, electricity burning her cracked skin. She shrieked. Blood flowed freely down her back. Perelor knew instantly from that one blow that 24 of these lashings would kill her. The whipmaster cocked his whip back again. 2. "No!" Perelor yelled. "Stop! Stop!" He was surprised at the forcefulness of his voice. He stepped forward, hands in the air, an idea forming in his mind. The guards did not shoot, though their hands tightened on their blasters. "Stop!" The whipmaster's head immediately turned to Perelor. He snorted. "You really think it wise to interrupt me, boy? I will kill you, too." Perelor didn't flinch. Instead, he looked up, meeting the whipmaster's helm-covered gaze. "I take the whippings," he said. "All 24 lashings. I take all of them." The whipmaster was silent for a long moment. Then he let out a static-filled chuckle. "You invoke the tradition of atonement?" "I do," Perelor said. It was a Talar thing, and he knew little of it, but he'd seen people use it a few times before. In theory, you could take someone else's punishment for them. In theory. Perelor had learned from experience that though tradition ran strong here, Talar cruelty was not something to be underestimated. The whipmaster motioned to the guard standing beside Eliel. He took off his vocoder and they stepped away, talking for a moment. Perelor remained standing in the center of the square, hands above his head, the other Talar soldiers still pointing their blasters at his chest. His heart pounded. Would they just kill him and then whip Eliel anyway? Had he just doomed them both? It took several minutes, but finally the conversation ended, and the whipmaster stuck his vocoder back on. "In an intriguing turn of fate," the whipmaster said, "this young Alec has invoked the rite of atonement. He shall intercede between death and the girl, as the endowed shall intercede between oblivion and mankind. We will lash him until he either dies or takes her punishment in full." The whipmaster's head turned down to Perelor. "Should he die, however, the girl will receive the remaining lashes. Justice does not see the hand that pays it, but it will be paid." He paused. "Unless you wish to back down?" Perelor's stomach sank. He'd seen beatings like this before. Usually the victim died at around 10 strokes. He might be able to survive a little longer than that, but even if he survived 15, that still meant another 8 for Eliel. That still might be enough to kill her. She wasn't exactly healthy these days, with a lack of treatment for her soul curse. But then it was her only chance. Their only chance. He raised his voice. "I accept." The whipmaster nodded. "So be it." He waved his hand, and the guards who had pointed blasters at Perelor strode toward him. One slammed the butt of his gun into Perelor's stomach, and he doubled over. The soldiers each grabbed one of his arms, dragging him to the cement platform, then lifting him atop it. In the corner of his vision, he could see another set of guards dragging Eliel away. She looked a little less pale now, though her eyes were glazed over with shock. "I'm sorry," he thought. "I should have stopped this earlier." He met her eyes. This might be the last time he saw her, he realized. 24 lashings was a death sentence, and he'd just taken it. Strange how little he cared about his death, even in the face of it. The Talar wasted no time. The guards kicked Perelor to his knees, then stepped back. Without hesitation, the whipmaster snapped his arm downward, and the electric metal chain struck Perelor's back. The blow came with such force he nearly fell on his face. He felt his flesh burn and smoke, and blood dripped down his spine. He gasped as the pain hit him, an explosion of agony lashing across his skin. 2, the whipmaster yelled. The whip came down again. Again flesh burned. The pain intensified. 3. The whip came down again. And again and again and again. Pain became a blur. Black spots danced across Perelor's eyes. The voice of the whipmaster became distant. He didn't know how far he'd made it anymore. 6, 10. His clothes were wet with sticky redness. His thoughts felt disconnected, as if this were happening to someone else. Was this how it really felt to die? Just an increasing numbness, until finally you descended into torment? For a moment, fear gripped him. and he debated rising and letting Eliel take this burden. Then he remembered his father's charred eye sockets, and he let out a growl. Those thoughts were traitorous, dishonorable. He steeled himself. But he was not made of steel, and the whip kept coming down. Hit after hit, cut after cut, he felt himself fading. He could have sworn he saw fiery red lines of light writhing around him, spirits that signaled what was to come. Then the whip stopped. 24. The whipmaster's voice was not so excited anymore. Now he sounded as shocked as Perelor felt. Perelor closed his eyes, bracing himself for another strike. He was delusional, wasn't he? He had to be. No one survived 24 lashings. Nothing hit him, though. Instead, a guard rolled him over. Perelor's body ached as it moved, though that added very little pain compared to the agony that spread across his back. Another soldier hoisted him to his feet. He trembled on weak legs, then fell. The guard yanked him back up, and this time he kept his footing, though his vision still swam. He could hear people talking. They sounded so distant, though he knew they weren't. One set of voices was the whipmaster, talking with Tragus Oral, the local noble. When had he arrived? The other, though, was his sister. She was crying. No, 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 no. I'm sorry, Perelor. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Briefly, he saw someone moving toward him, though a flash of purple indicated a guard pushing that someone back. Perelor stumbled forward, barely catching himself. He felt so weak. He almost reflexively pulled in Ever. At least then his mind would still function. Finally, a hand shoved Perelor forward, hard. He flew off the whipping platform, crashing to the cement below. The skin on his face tore as he hit, opening up gashes in his cheeks, though he hardly cared. The boy has taken the girl's punishment, a voice declared, Shal Aral's voice, rather than the whipmaster's. His fate will be determined by the endowed now. The girl is free. The way he said that last sentence implied something different. She is free. For now. Groaning, Perelor rolled onto his left side, the place that hurt the least to lean on. Vision gradually clearing, he watched as the crowd dispersed, moving silently back to their daily tasks. In the background, he heard his sister sobbing, protesting as guards held her back. Finally, he heard Tragus interfere, letting her pass. Perelor, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I never wanted this. She kept repeating that as she rushed toward him, falling to her knees. Tears streamed down her face, tears that were mixing with sweat and blood. She'd lost plenty of it. She needed medical attention. So do you, a piece of him whispered. Lay down, wait for Creeling. But his father's charred eye sockets disagreed. It took all his strength to stand, but he stood, extending out his beaten hands to steady himself. We need to get you. His voice was a rasp. He collapsed. Eliel caught him, then swung his arm over her shoulder. Limbs exhausted, mind numb, Perelor had no choice but to let her walk him back through the camp, then lay him down on a cot. I'm going to get Creeling, she said. Oh, I'm sorry, Perelor. I just wanted to save the trapped miners. I never thought it would collapse. She shook her head. Focus, Eliel. Hang on, I'll get Creeling. She left. Perelor cocked back his head, staring at the gray cement ceiling. It was strange, his mind was so foggy, yet so clear all the same. He understood little, yet he understood what was important. Keep your sister safe, son. Ochran, he whispered. He rarely addressed the goddess anymore, but he did today. Please don't let me lose her. She's all I have left. Please don't let me lose her. She's all I have left. Please don't let me. He repeated that prayer, over and over, nearly delusional from blood loss, until, finally, his body gave in to unconsciousness. Just a year later, that prayer would go unanswered. 6 years later. Chapter 3. The One Who Cannot See. Hope Conquers Fear. The Rift Code, Line 2. The Perelor slave squadrons were a death sentence, but a simple one. You fought, and you died. There was no hope for rebellion, no chance of escape. You fought, and you died. That was the point. The squadrons were not truly a fighting force. They were a spectacle. Oh, the Perelor would deny it. Fight the enemy boldly, kill as many as you could, and you could go free. Prove your valor, they said, and you could earn your place in the army. As if the Perelor knew anything about valor. But Perelor had none of that left himself anymore. Twisting his laser tip in his hand, he swept his eyes over the still-forming crowd, arms folded behind his back, falling into line beside the other slave captains. They were cleanly dressed in their native country's uniforms, with a camera attached to the side of their heads, just as their masters demanded. Though they twitched uncomfortably, they stood at attention, eyes fixed firmly on the purple-clad Perelor guards who oversaw them. None bore any weapons except Perelor. That was technically against the rules until the recording started. No one tried to take his laser tip away, though. The Perelor had learned not to try that a long time ago. Strange that this group was so obedient. Slaves who came here were usually selected because they'd tried to fight Larsh's growing regime. Granted, they were tortured beforehand, and pain broke people in ways the innocent wouldn't think possible. Perelor understood that far more now than he had in his earlier years. The new slaves assembled into a jumbled formation on the dusty ground in front of the captains. Like their superiors, each was dressed in their home country's colors, creating a chaotic patchwork of hues. More importantly, a camera had been attached to the side of each person's head. That camera was more armored than the slaves themselves, the cylindrical body covered in a thick sheet of titanium, the lens layered over multiple times with heavy glass, the antenna sheathed in carbon fiber. The slaves didn't matter, just the cameras. Perelor's hand tightened angrily on his laser tip. The slaves finished forming up, and the choosing began. As always, Ryla, the overseer of the squadrons, asked Perelor if he wanted the first pick, and as always, Perelor refused. He took the leftovers. He stepped away from the slaves as the others began their bickering, leaning against an old crate, closing his eyes. Keep your sister safe, son. 5 years. Today was the anniversary of the day he'd failed, and Eliel had been torn from him. 5 years of punishment from Larsh, and 5 years of watching men he wished he could care for die, over and over and over. His eye, the one with the slave brand seared into it, burned. His arm ached too, and the dagger waiting on his belt whispered to him. He hadn't been able to resist the temptation last night, and his healing surge was missing a large chunk of its charge. If he weren't in public, he suspected he'd give in again. The memories were just too strong today. Why couldn't he just forget, truly and properly this time? He twisted his weapon in his hand, drowning out the thrum of engines, the chatter of slaves, the echoes, which still whispered, even if they were too quiet now for him to make out the words. He pushed all the sounds away, and tried to let the memories fade. For a moment it almost worked. Flames, blood, screams, rubble, and a blade he so desperately wanted to thrust through himself. Akron, save us! Akron, save us! Akron, save us! The sound caught him off guard, and pushed the old memories away. His eyes flicked open, darting toward it. It came from a boy near the back of the remaining crowd. He was trembling, and his eyes were glazed over and scarred. Perelor's teeth ground together. Who sends the blind to war? The child's camera stared at him in reply. Perelor forced himself to relax, then returned to fiddling with his laser tip. The boy would probably end up in his squadron anyway. The other captains always took the fittest slaves they could. It gave them the best chance of survival, they said. As if survival were possible. He tried to close his eyes again, though the boy continued to pray, and the cries kept him on edge. That was Perelor, the kid was speaking. They even sent their own to die, it seemed. Not that this should surprise him. There was a pause as the captain finished making his picks, then marched off with his new men. The next officer stepped up, a man in green and silver Harryon robes. Irvin, was that his name? No, that wasn't quite right. Eric? No, that wasn't it either. Names were hard here, with so many deaths in such a brief period. But he recognized the face. This was the voidling who had tried to charge during the last battle. He'd gotten half of his men killed, yet somehow made it out unscathed. Idiot. He began making his way through the ranks, his expression hawkish as he chose his slaves. The boy was still praying, his voice growing louder and more hysterical. Finally, a guard slid into the crowd, grabbing the kid by his shoulder, then slamming the butt of his rifle into the child's stomach. The praying ceased, and the guard stepped away, but the choosing captain's eyes immediately whipped toward the boy. "A blind one?" he hissed. The guard shrugged. "Are you trying to get us killed?" the captain continued. Arolic, that was his name. Perelor remembered it now. "We can't take him into combat, he'll muck up our fighting. I request his execution. Immediately." Perelor growled. Killing the boy? For nothing? All you had to do was tell him to hang back. Give him a guide so he didn't get in the way. That was all it took. The guard hesitated, then shrugged again. "Suit yourself." He grabbed the boy's shoulder, then threw him to the ground, then tossed a laser tip toward Arolic. "Just do it with your own hands. Don't need any more blood on my armor." The boy whimpered. Arolic pointed the laser tip at the child's chest, though he hesitated himself, finger lingering on the trigger. Time slowed. "You know what you have to do, son," his father's voice said. "So he can die later?" "Honor doesn't get to choose its battles," his father replied. He paused, cursed, then stood straight, snapping his laser tip outward as he strode toward Arolic. "Enough." Arolic's eyes turned up toward Perelor. He growled, "He'll get us killed." "Enough," Perelor repeated. Arolic's expression hardened, and his hand itched toward the trigger. But Perelor was close enough now that it didn't matter. He thrust his blade forward, forcing Arolic to parry. A quick flick of Perelor's wrist, and Arolic's laser tip rammed into the ground. Arolic's eyes widened with shock that quickly morphed to pain as Perelor kicked him, then snatched his opponent's weapon from a loose fist. Both weapons in hand, Perelor whirled to face the nearby guard, who stepped back, raising his hands in surrender. "Torment! Relax, Crot." Captain Arolic rose to his feet, grimacing, then growling. "He's my pick," he hissed. "I pick him, and I say that he dies." Perelor didn't flinch. "I have seniority. I pick before you. He's mine." "You gave up that right," Arolic spat. "You said you would take the leftovers." He snatched his laser tip back, aiming it at the boy. Before he could fire, though, Perelor slammed his own laser tip like a staff into Arolic's skull. The other captain tumbled back to the ground. This time, Perelor stepped on top of the man, pressing the tip of his blade into Arolic's neck, just enough to draw a few drops of blood. Then he leaned downward, his breath in Arolic's face. "You know why I take the leftovers, Captain? Because I don't need good soldiers on my team to survive. I've been here 5 years. You'll be lucky if you last a few weeks. Cross me again, and I'll make sure those weeks turn into days." For a moment, Arolic's face twisted with hatred, but then that expression wilted. Slowly, Perelor released him. "Go finish your choosing," he said. He grabbed the blind boy's hand, pulled him to his feet, then helped him back over to the crate, eyeing Arolic as he walked. Searing voidling. Unfortunately, men like him were common here. That worried Perelor. His sister's ailment wasn't that much different from being blind, not in war. If she ended up in a place like this, would they kill her, too? Arolic finished choosing, as did the 2 captains after him, and Perelor found himself facing the remaining slaves, his new men. They were a sorry lot. Half of them were looking at the ground, the other half twitching uncomfortably. The majority were undoubtedly soul-cursed, disabled by the interference of the void in the physical realm. That made sense. The other captains hoarded as many of the non-soul-cursed slaves as they could. Better odds of survival. Perelor didn't need the odds in his favor, though. The purity surge in his back ensured that much. "Listen up." His voice was weak. tired. It always was these days. We're taking Cruiser A today. Laser tips are inside. You should already have some basic training. Unfortunately, that is all you'll receive. His fist tightened in frustration. This was the part where he was supposed to give some grand speech about valor, and how, if the slaves proved themselves, they could escape these camps. He was supposed to tell them why they were in their native uniforms, and that if they fought well enough, they could prove their planet worthy of becoming part of Talar. But it was a lie. And true valor, the kind of valor his father had believed in, that didn't lie. "Men," he whispered, "you are going to die. I will do my best to save you, but I'm also not going to lie to you. We're launching a frontal assault, and most of you will not make it out alive. I advise you to abandon your hope. It will only serve for sorrow here." The men bristled. A few wept. "Akron, save us," the blind boy whispered. "She won't," Perelor thought bitterly. "I wish she would, but she won't." "Sir!" Perelor turned toward the noise. The speaker was a young man, somewhere in his late teens, who stood with one hand in a fist behind his back, the other in a salute at his chest. Like Perelor himself, he had bright white hair, and wore a blue and silver Ethian uniform. Perelor frowned. He knew little of what had happened on his homeworld since the invasion. This man's presence here wasn't exactly comforting, though. "Yes, soldier?" "The Talar claim we can go free if we fight with honor. How do we do that?" Perelor snorted. "The Talar know nothing of honor." He motioned forward. "Form up." The others started clumsily falling into a formation, but the Ethian stayed at attention. "Captain, I don't intend to stay here any longer than I have to. The Talar say I can go free if I fight with valor. Is that true?" He raised his voice as he spoke, and the others perked up. Perelor swore under his breath. One of the hopeful ones. Those were always the worst. Given enough time, they ended up like a Rollick, broken and bitter. But he'd need to address it. Mutinies were all too common here. He cleared his throat and spoke as loud as he could. "What did they tell you valor was, soldier?" "Fighting the enemy bravely, sir," the Ethian said. "Taking down as many of them as we can, no matter the danger." He let his salute fall. "We can do it, sir. If we fight hard enough, our entire squad can go free. We can see our families again." He turned, meeting the eyes of the slaves. "We just need to work together, fight hard enough. We can leave this place." Some of the slaves remained downcast, but many perked up. The blind boy straightened beside Perelor, muttering another prayer under his breath, a prayer for good fortune. Others muttered their assent. Perelor could feel their echoes, faint, but there, hopeful. They believed this man as much as they could believe in anything. They genuinely hoped they could go free. They placed that hope in a lie that would simply kill them faster. "At attention!" Perelor yelled. For once his voice did not betray him. The slaves immediately snapped into posture, at least what little posture they could manage. Perelor sheathed his laser tip, then began stalking through their ranks, heading straight for the Ethian. The man's eyes widened, and he placed his hand back on his chest, a traditional Ethian gesture of respect. Perelor raised an eyebrow, nodding to the hand. "Trying to gain my pity, are you, soldier?" The Ethian paled. "No, sir." "Then put the searing hand down. I'm not Ethian anymore. Neither are you." The man hesitated. Perelor growled. "I said put it down, soldier." His hand snapped back downward. "Yes, sir. Sorry, sir." "You have military training. Shame they wasted it on you. What's your number?" "My name is—" "I said your number, soldier." The Ethian gulped. N527, sir." Perelor hesitated a moment, then made his choice. "Well, N527, you're demoted. You'll be on the first row during the battle today. Enjoy torment." He turned and walked back to the front of the squadron before he could regret his decision. "Forward march! Heck, we're late. You could thank N527 for wasting our time." He moved ahead, and the slaves followed. The blind boy, who was still at the front, stumbled behind Perelor, still muttering his prayer, helped along by a solemn, elderly Harryon man. He was far too old to be fighting. Most of them were not fit for this, whether because of a soul curse, or their age, or just their lack of training. This was no march of soldiers. This was a funeral procession of corpses waiting to die. Perelor wished he could change that. But he couldn't, and so they would die, just as the men who had died before them. The faces of those fallen souls flashed through Perelor's mind. He cringed. I'm sorry. Making their way across the dusty surface of the staging ground, the squadron arrived at their troop carrier a few minutes later, grabbing the laser tips that waited nearby. The ship consisted of a belly where the troops waited, along with a single cockpit. It was larger than usual. It had been made from a gutted-out luxury cruiser, though the new additions were nothing to gawk at. The armor was thin, and the only weapons were a pair of pitiful plasma guns at the front. The doors were open, and the slaves filed in, moving to spots on the floor where their number sat scratched into the metal. N527, the Ethian, hesitated, but Perelor shot him a glare, and he swapped out one of the men in the front. Perelor couldn't help but notice the blind child was in the first row. He pursed his lips. Searing voidlings. You just condemned someone too, his father's voice chided him. Don't pretend you're any better than them. He winced, but the damage was already done. Breathing in, he made his way to the front, inspecting the men as he went. It was an average crew, at least for the leftovers. They'd probably lose, 30 out of the 40? Maybe 20 if he fought hard. No, don't lie to yourself. There's nothing you can do. He cleared his throat, then barked out his next orders. Split into 5 groups, practice thrusts and parries, but be careful. If you wound another soldier, their blood is on your hands. The soldiers, if you could call them that, obeyed, splitting up by row. Perelor watched as they trained, noting by the hum of engines outside the fleet was beginning to take off. After watching for a few moments, he turned and moved into the cockpit. There, 3 men awaited, a pilot, a co-pilot, and Aris, his second-in-command. He was a thin, tan-skinned Talar teen, no older than 16 by Perelor's estimate. His hair was a bright blonde, rather than the usual Talar brown, and he wore a purple uniform, though a large rune at its center marked him for what he was, a soul-cursed, an Elikai in Talar terms. Aris was a strange case here. He'd been born into Talar nobility, but had fallen from grace the moment he'd been discovered to be soul-cursed. Fortunately, his noble birth allowed him to wield a surge blade, which he wore now on his left hip. Perelor still wasn't sure why he was allowed that. Supposedly, it had been a gift from a noble from House Magala, though he didn't understand why any Talar leader would care enough to give one away. He smiled as Perelor entered. Well, hello there. You're in a lovely mood today. Your poor victims might not even be able to pull the trigger. Perelor grunted, then sniffed. Aris was wearing heavy cologne. Where had he gotten more of it? I'd rather they know the truth. Besides, you've seen the people who come through here. Do you really think any of them are going to get out alive? No, but that doesn't mean you have to tell them that. They'll thank me when they know the truth. Will they? They already know what's going to happen. Aris sighed. It's going to be a bad one, I think. The Miradorans have intercepted our transmissions. They know we're coming. Then it's good I'm telling our men the truth. Aris frowned, but said nothing. We should be leaving soon. I don't have much else to tell you, except... Except? Aris hesitated, wincing. There's a new shipment of slaves coming in, all the way from Shilia. Perelor froze. Have you checked? You know how risky that is for me. Perelor sighed. All right. He couldn't ask that of his friend, though I could go myself. There was a long pause. Then Aris straightened. Any luck with your powers recently? Perelor scowled. I'll take that as a no. I'm not a memory burner, Aris. Not anymore. I don't think it works like that. I used to think that too. But they don't work now, no matter what I do. He shook his head. I should go tell the men. They deserve to know how they're going to die. He strode to the door. Keep yourself out of trouble. Aris smiled, somehow, even though there was worry in his eyes. Pain. Okron, how did he manage it? According to you, we're always in trouble. Perelor snorted, then strode back into the hold. There, the men were still clumsily practicing with their laser tips. They were horrible at it. Their form was off, their stances were downright awful, and half of them were tripping over themselves. They were cannon fodder, but then that was the point. Enough practice, Perelor called out. The slaves halted. Our orders have come in. We're going to storm the beach and open up space for dropships. Your cameras will be live during the fighting, so don't try anything against regulations. Understood? The slaves mumbled their affirmation. Perelor gave them a curt nod. Fight well. And die well, too. The ship rumbled, then took off, jerking slightly as it made its way up through the atmosphere. Perelor's eyes instinctively turned toward the hold window, right behind where he stood. In standard troop carriers, it would cover half the wall, allowing soldiers to see through the ship's shields and out into the battlefield. Here, it was little more than a slit, designed instead to keep the slaves from seeing the fighting, lest they rebel. The ship moved fast, and within a few moments they were out in space. The wormhole glittered in the distance, a golden pinprick of light among the stars. Once they struck that pinprick, they'd be able to teleport to any other planet in Deltai. Then the slaughter would begin once more. He could practically hear the laser tips clashing, the plasma crackling, the scent of flesh burning, and the green mist pouring out of the mouths of the fallen, turning red as it drifted upward, then faded. He shook himself from his stupor, cursing softly. The blind boy. He needed to take care of that. His eyes drifted to the child, who was shaking, and despite everything, still muttering a prayer. Voidlings. He walked away from the window, heading for the Ethian who had spoken up earlier. N527, to the front. I need to speak with you. The young man whitened, but followed Perelor to the window. From there, Perelor pointed toward the blind soldier. You've noticed him, I assume? Yes, sir. And what do you think of it? The man hesitated. They're right for it, he hissed. I hope they all burn in the tomb. Perelor nodded. Good, because that's exactly what I think of it. He met N527's eyes. Do you know what those cameras on your head are for, soldier? To know if we've proved our valor. That's the story. But do you know what they're really there for? N527 hesitated, then cursed. Yes, I know. I've seen the recordings before I ended up here. They're capturing our deaths, to broadcast as propaganda, to keep people afraid. Perelor nodded. Then you know why I demoted you. We won't prove our valor, soldier. We can't. This place isn't just brutal. It's designed to kill us. You're right, N527 said. I thought perhaps I could invigorate them. I'm sorry. That was the wrong way of going about it. No harm done, soldier. Hopefully. Perelor pointed toward the boy again. But I have a task for you. The child is a liability. I hate to say it, but it's true. I want you to help him. Switch spots with one of the men nearby, and make certain he doesn't fire his laser tip or trip us up. Hang in the back once we land. Blade wielders willing, that'll increase everyone's odds. N527 nodded. I can do that. Thank you. Perelor cursed. Searing voidlings. I couldn't agree more. N527 hesitated. What's your name, sir? I don't think you ever told us your name. Perelor tensed, falling silent. Sir? Never learn a soldier's name, he hissed. The intercom beeped. Perelor dismissed N527 with a wave of his hand, turning toward the window, thankful for the abrupt end to the conversation. How could he even explain his logic to someone who had not fought here yet? Well, he'd understand soon enough what Perelor meant. They were almost to the wormhole. Oris exited the cockpit a moment later, surge blade now drawn. His face was creased with worry, though he pushed that worry away as the slave's eyes turned to him, smiling at them and flourishing his blade. Perelor fell into line beside him, yelling to the slaves. To your posts, and stay there. Battle stances. This won't be an easy ride, but I want you ready at the end. He turned to Oris. Anything new? Nothing. Command has gone silent. We'll find out how bad it is when we get there, I guess. He glanced backward. A blind kid? Yup, Perelor said. Voidlings. Amen to that. Aris muttered. Did you at least pair him up with someone? Yes, N527. Tried to speak up earlier about attacking. Felt bad about shutting him up, so I gave him a job. Huh. Well, hopefully they make a good team. They won't, but we can hope. The sirens grew louder. Aris tensed. Endowed, save us, he whispered. If we can save her first, Perelor thought. The ship's speakers crackled to life, preparing for entry. 5. The voice over the intercom was a robotic monotone, unflinching, uncaring. 4. Perelor twisted his laser tip toward the slit, relaxing his muscles, forcing his hands to steady, his mind to clear. He drew in purity from the surge on his neck, and his skin began to glow an intense white. 3. The men behind him breathed in, breathed out. Perelor tried not to think of their fate, tried not to hope that he could save them. At least he didn't know their names. It had been worse before, when he hadn't learned it was better not to know. 2. Perelor glanced toward Aris. The young man's surge blade was bared, and he was now aglow with Ever. Though the glow was dimmer than others he'd seen, it was still fearsome, an azure beacon of hope. 1. Hope is dead, Perelor reminded himself. At least until he found Eliel. Somehow she would bring it back, bring him back. He clung to that. Enter. For Eliel, he whispered, then closed his eyes as they teleported to torment. Chapter 4. A Flame in the Rain. Pain is a shield. It is heavy to bear, but it can save your life. Thrift Code Proverbs. Perelor drifted in a field of golden mist, eyes closed, and for a moment he was in the past. Watching as his father came home, hugged his mother, kissed young Eliel on the cheek. Then picked up Perelor himself and held him. The illusion felt so real, so perfect. That was how he knew it wouldn't last. White light flashed as the wormhole did its work, and Perelor found himself back in the ship, kneeling on the floor. His stomach swirled. Nobody knew exactly how ancient Meridian had created the wormholes, but teleporting halfway across the galaxy was not a pleasant experience for the gut. However, he was mostly used to it by now, and he quickly recovered, then knelt beside the window, looking down at the planet below. It was largely covered in blue oceans. The black volcanic islands dotted the entire surface. Perfect for farming, rich soil and lots of water. It was a beautiful sight. Most planets were from a distance. He didn't get to stare long, though, for the enemy awaited them, positioned just outside the wormhole, where the rest of the Talar fleet would also materialize. Fighters and battlecruisers held in formation, a sphere of metal and cannons the invading force would have to penetrate. He sucked in a sharp breath. This was the worst part, where everything was chance and his laser tip was only a handle to grip amid the chaos. As more of the Talar ships flashed into existence, the Miradoran fighters soared inward, cannons flashing as they attempted to stifle the invasion before Talar reinforcements arrived. Plasma struck energy shields, resulting in a sinister, unceasing crackle. Several of the slaves retched, the strain of teleportation and combat maneuvers too much for them. Clean up the mess, Perelor ordered. I don't want anyone tripping. Aris nodded, raising his hand and burning Ever to incinerate the slop. He called out to the slaves. Don't worry, we have an escort, we'll be fine. He eyed Perelor as if expecting him to add his own reassurances. Perelor said nothing. The camera on the side of his head seemed to demand his silence. A carrier nearby blew apart, its shields and armor spent. Perelor gasped as he felt the echoes of the Talar men inside. Usually he didn't feel those anymore, but at war, when men were dying, they were too strong to ignore. They murmured in the back of his mind, flashes of smell, taste, sound, and light, a pulsing cacophony of thoughts, mostly thoughts of fear. He shoved them to the back of his consciousness. The echoes weren't evil, but there was a chance they'd awaken memories of his past. Memories that could make him hesitate, and here those who hesitated paid in blood. A fighter soared past their carrier, unleashing a hail of fire that struck the bottom side of the hold floor. Perelor flinched as the bullets exploded. They did no damage, their energy shield was still operational. It was still unnerving. Several of the slaves whimpered and screamed. Horus called out again, assuring them this would pass, and that the cruiser would survive. It would. They had a fighter escort, and the slave squadrons always made it to the ground. A ship's destruction didn't give enough footage for Talar propaganda to be effective. A shame, really. A brief death would be far preferable to what came next. Talar fighters streamed out of the wormhole, then split into groups to fight back their Miradorn counterparts. The carriers moved forward, as the invading forces cleared a path toward the planet below. Soon enough, they were about to enter the atmosphere. Perelor fell into stance, ready to run, ready to fight. Out the window, he saw a blur of flames as they passed through Mirador's thermosphere. A vast blue ocean followed the flames, dotted with islands that were in turn dotted with towers and grain fields and storage silos. As they drew closer to their target, he saw cannons hidden within the wheat, accompanied by men who swarmed in trenches all over the shore. "Dropping in 10, the pilot yelled. "Be ready," Ars shouted, "and fight bravely." "And say your prayers," Perelor muttered. Out the window, Miradorn soldiers, in black and orange armor, aimed their laser tips and rifles toward the descending carriers. Perelor cleared his throat, then reached and drew in even more purity. "File out, and do it fast. Then follow my lead." The ship slowed to a stop. For a single moment, they waited in silence. Then Perelor felt a metallic click to the side of his head, accompanied by a barely audible female voice. "Cameras are live." In theory, that meant this battle would be broadcast to the rest of Deltai through hacked comms channels after the footage had been processed. A propaganda machine, to keep nations who had not yet entered this conflict further away from it. A propaganda film. These men's lives would be sacrificed for that, and nothing more. Unarmored foot soldiers would be no good in this fight. But they could die in spectacularly gruesome ways, so here they were. The carrier doors opened. Sound rushed into Perelor's ears, screams and shouts and crackling plasma. Immediately, Ars raised his hand, burning much of his ever to create a shield of blue plasma in front of the soldiers as they dropped. The rest of the slaves filed out in an 8x5 formation, splashing into the water below. Waving them through, Perelor waited until they were all out, then leapt down himself. Water rushed up his leg, accompanied by a flurry of sound as the battle began. The ocean was knee-height here. Warm and clear, it pulsed up and down from the shore, the heartbeat of the island. Perelor rushed to the front of his squad as Aris's use of Ever slowed. The shield grew visibly thinner. Bolts of energy began flying through it, rather than stopping as they struck. And death began. An Artentian man to the right of Perelor fell first, shot in the head. Bone and sinew sprang outward as he collapsed, his white and gold uniform suddenly stained crimson. An orange-haired Harryon woman behind him died next, struck in the aorta. Liquid exploded from the wound as she fell, and the water swirled red. Green mist poured from both of their mouths, their souls leaving their bodies. Perelor felt their echoes as their minds fled into the afterlife. The woman was a nurse, who had only been taken here because she tried to help during a street fight between the Talar and some rebels. The man had a child back home, who was in his early teens. Like Perelor, that child would never see his father again. The memories ended, and Perelor returned to the battlefield. Though he'd felt as if he'd spent several minutes reliving those snippets of the fallen soldiers' lives, it hadn't taken any time in the real world. The Everrealm was odd that way. He dropped to a crouch, returning fire. They were still far away from the enemy targets, but Perelor had enough experience that he managed to hit most of them. He was grateful he wasn't close enough to feel the echoes of the men he'd slain. All this time, and he still hated killing. "Kneel and shoot," he yelled. The slaves who were veterans of the last few battles were already returning fire, but many of the newcomers just stood, stunned. Their hesitation proved to be a fatal mistake. Perelor saw at least 4 more fall, stunned silence turning into pained shrieks as fiery bullets tore into their necks and skulls and limbs and hearts. At the very least, though, their deaths made the others snap into action, and the survivors fell into crouches, laser tips flashing as they shot back. Few of the plasma bolts found their mark, but between Perelor's crew and the half a dozen other squads landing here, the Miradorans were forced backward. Between that and Aris's Evershields, only 4 more slaves dropped. Only 4. Perelor gritted his teeth as their echoes flashed through his head. Only 4. Those were good numbers. It was hard to reduce them to numbers when you were seeing through their very eyes. He returned to reality again and attacked with more vigor. Supposedly, there were memory burners who struggled with the echoes during fighting, finding it disorienting to jump between combat and thought. Not Perelor. Knowing who he fought for just made him more determined. He ran in front of the blind boy, who, thankfully, was still alive, then fired as fast as he could. They were getting closer to the beach, and Perelor could see silhouettes falling rapidly as he attacked. Unfortunately, his accuracy drew eyes. Several riflemen turned their attention solely on Perelor, and plasma bullets flashed in his direction. One struck his shoulder, ripping its way straight through bone. He winced, but burned purity. The second power took hold, and the wound healed itself instantly, bone popping back into place, flesh knitting itself back together. Purity could shift one's body in a variety of ways, but quick healing was certainly its most practical use here. Still, blood ran down his arm, staining his uniform, and the impact immobilized him for a moment. Another shot landed, this time hitting his left thigh, sizzling as it burned his muscle. He fell to one knee, skin scraping the rock below. Cursing, he stood back up as that too healed. N527 was still behind him. To his credit, he seemed to know how to use the laser tip, though his eyes were still wide and his face was pure white. Evidently, he'd fought, but not in anything like this. He stumbled through the water, dragging the blind boy behind him. He was moving too slowly, and they were behind the main squadron. That was dangerous. Aris's Evershields were only effective when he was close by. "Faster!" Perelor yelled. And, to his credit, N527 continued onward, hoisting the blind boy onto his back, then rushing to meet up with the rest of the squadron. Perelor raced beside him, distracting the Miradorans and taking any bullets that came too close. One of those bullets even grazed Perelor's good eye. He swore, healing it, then continued onward, blood running down his cheek. Ahead, Aris led the squadron forward, lobbing fireballs into the Miradoran trenches to flush them out. Green mist was everywhere, thin enough it didn't block Perelor's vision, but there nonetheless, a constant reminder of death. Perelor swept his eyes over the squadron, taking a quick head count. Aris's Surge Blade was making a difference. 30 of the 40 remained, but that was still 10 lives gone. One of those hadn't even reached his 20th birthday. He was scared, and he thrashed violently as torment took him. The camera whined, and Perelor snapped back to reality. "Fool," he chided himself. "Stop caring. There's no time to care." They're all going to die. As if on cue, to their right, another slave squad broke apart, a group of Miradorans suddenly bursting out of their trenches, throwing grenades into the squadron's tightly knit formation. Bodies flew, then rained back down, some of them in multiple pieces, others charred beyond recognition. The few slaves who survived the initial blast stumbled back, bleeding from shrapnel wounds, then found their own death as they were mowed down from behind. Perelor's camera whirred faster as he took in the scene. Then the Miradorans turned toward Perelor's men. He swore as bullets flew into their side, flanking Aris's Evershield, which only protected against attacks from the front. Men fell faster than he could think, and it took all Perelor had to avoid reliving their echoes. Aris turned, expanding his shield to cover the sides of the squad, but it was no use. The Miradorans were already rushing toward them, laser tips and daggers and swords in their hands. "Into stance!" Perelor yelled. In the chaos, no one obeyed. The Miradorans rammed into the squad's already scattered formation. Blades flew forward, and men on both sides fell. Perelor rushed into the fray, engaging 3 enemies at once. He took wounds to his stomach and arms as he slashed without thinking, ignoring the defensive and simply healing the blows as they came. It was an effective strategy. His spear tugged on his arm as it tore into other men's flesh, over and over and over. Aris let go of the shield. The Miradorns couldn't fire on them anyway, now that their own troops were mixed in the fray. Instead, he spent his energy to send a bolt of electricity arcing between the enemy soldiers. It wasn't enough to kill them, but it was enough to confuse them into scattering. Perelor took advantage of that, lunging inward, cutting down men before they could recover. More blood spurted onto his tattered blue uniform, some his own, most of it others. Aris lashed out with Ever again, summoning a large bolt of plasma this time, and a troop of other Miradorns screamed as they burned to ashes. That took most of his Ever, though. He was hardly glowing at all now, and there were still enemies heading toward him, probably hoping to claim the surge. No! Perelor snarled, burning more purity, enhancing his muscles, making them quicker, stronger. His fist slammed into a Miradorn's back, with such force the woman's spine snapped. His spear tore through another soldier's chest as he spun around, twisting to fight his way toward Aris, who was brandishing his blade now, preparing to duel a pair of Miradorns. I will not fail, not again. A boot lashed out, and Perelor's head struck the water. A blade stabbed into his chest, then yanked backward, taking a chunk of Perelor's flesh with it. His laser tip fell from his hand. Gasping, he whirled around, only for a Miradorn boot to shove him back under. Muffled screams filled his ears. For a moment, the echoes overtook him, and he remembered everything. His father's death, years in slavery, and that day. No! He pulled himself back out of the water, healing himself and throwing a purity-enhanced punch at a Miradorn. The man doubled over, ribs snapping, but another beside him quickly snatched Perelor, impaling him directly through the spine. Pain shot up his back, accompanied by the feeling of his muscles locking. In his peripheral vision, he could see Aris fighting off the two men, barely holding his ground. No, not again. Deep down, though, he remembered, and knew that he'd already failed. Aren not Takvaras! Weakly chanting their war cry, another squadron slammed into the Miradorns from behind, slaughtering the rest of their forces in a single burst of plasma. Perelor sighed in relief as the Miradorns holding him fell limp, and his spine repaired itself, letting him move again. Aris twisted back toward the trenches, burning the last of his Ever in a burst to reactivate the shield as the new squadron filed in behind. Perelor noted Captain Erolic at their head. The man shook his head as he approached. Ret, he snorted. You almost lost your entire squad. Perelor cringed, but swept his eyes over his slaves. 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 9. There were 9 left. 9 left, 40 to start. 31 lost. The water grew colder. Echoes danced through his head, accompanied by flickers of memories he'd long forgotten. The laser tip felt loose in his fingers. This is a bad one. Your squad is broken, Erolic snapped. But this isn't over yet, and I don't intend to die without a fight. I'm taking over your squad. There's more of mine left anyway. Perelor nodded numbly. All right, tell Aris. Erolic smiled. Good. He raised his laser tip high. Forward charge, for valor! Perelor's eyes widened. No, we need to wait for... Erolic ignored him, rushing forward. Aris's shield broke a moment later, his Ever spent. He'd still be able to use a little of it as the surge recharged, but not enough. Not even close to enough for an offensive. Cursing, Perelor turned backward. Several of the men, both Eralic's and his own, lagged, wounded. One had a gaping hole in his leg. He was screaming desperately as blood leaked into the water, his skin growing pale. You could heal him, but that was against their rules. He'd tried it, and the Talar had executed his entire squadron as punishment. With the camera still running, it was foolish, and so he would let the man die. The blind kid, though, where's he? He saw no sign of him. N527, though, stood to the side, kneeling in the water. There was blood on his hands. He was staring numbly at it as it dripped down his fingers, eyes distant. Thaws, Perelor swore. He ran to the Ethian. Bodies flowed all around him, some face down, others on their sides. All of them were taught with the fear of death, a fear now realized. He could hear their souls howling as they descended into torment. Condemn him to the tomb, but no matter how faint they seemed, he couldn't stop himself from hearing those screams. The kid, where is he? He already knew the answer, but it still needed to be said. He's dead. N527 shook as he said the words. They attacked us from behind. I fell into the water, and there was plasma everywhere, and then he was dead. Perelor nodded. I'm sorry. N527 looked up, meeting his eyes. You are right. This is torment. I'm sorry. He motioned toward the beach. We need to move. N527 was silent. Soldier? They were right, he whispered. Back on Ethia, they said Hope was dead. And they were right. He released his cupped hand, letting the water flow back down his arm into the ocean below. His grip tightened on his laser tip. Tears welling in his eyes, he charged, running fast enough Perelor had to sprint to keep behind him. Ahead, Aris blasted flames into the Miradoran trenches, furiously forcing the enemy out. That was both blessing and curse. On the one hand, it exposed their opponent. On the other, it made the Talar slaves easier targets. Plasma flashed and men dropped. As he arrived within range, Perelor fired his laser tip, downing 2 Miradorans before pushing his way to the front, falling into line right beside N527. Get in the back, he hissed. You're pale as an Ethian's hair. No reply. A grenade exploded nearby, not close enough to do much damage, though shrapnel still flew toward them, forcing Perelor to step in front of N527, absorbing the metal shards. Though he healed quickly, they still sent sharp jabs of pain racing up his arms and legs and back. Purity might be able to mend his wounds, but it did nothing to reduce the associated agony. He was running low on purity, he realized, between his lapse last night and the sheer toll this battle had taken on his reserves. Like Aris, if he ran out, he'd still be able to run on the Surge's generated power, but that was fumes compared to what he had now. If that did happen, he'd almost undoubtedly fall. Strange, he realized, how welcome death felt these days. Get in the back, he snapped again. You're in shock. You'll do no good up here. N527 ignored him still, instead rushing forward and engaging another Miradoran. He won the duel, barely. Perelor cursed, forcing himself to look away. Nothing he could do if the man didn't obey orders. Nothing he could do, even if N527 did obey. His squadron attacked another large pack of Miradorans, attempting to retreat into the fields farther inland. It was a bloodbath. Blades flew forward from both sides, slamming into unprepared chests. Perelor slew 3 men before the exchange was over. The kills were easy. Too easy. The product of years of muscle memory. Echoes danced in his head, terrified whispers of the men he just slaughtered. They twisted his vision so much that he barely noticed when the skirmish was over. He glanced back. 6 more men had fallen, though none from his squadron. Somehow N527 was alive, with a wound on his upper arm and caked in blood, but alive. There's no use in checking, Perelor chided himself. Not if he won't listen. His thoughts were interrupted as he saw another group of Miradorans, taking a position in a patch of trees. Their rifles bristled from the branches, aimed directly at his men. Though they were far off, he could see the barrels well enough to know that those were rapid-fire rifles. Weapons fast and powerful enough to end his entire squad in a few heartbeats. To the trenches! He yelled. He ran himself, sliding into one of the sandy ditches nearby. Now, move! As predicted, plasma flew from the trees, a hail of fiery death. So hot and furious, Perelor was surprised the sand hadn't turned to glass. 5 more men dropped, as the survivors slipped down and into cover. And N527 hung behind, still shaking. A bullet struck his shoulder, and he collapsed. Perelor's eyes widened, and before he could think, before he could stop himself, he leapt from the trench, dashing toward the boy. The Ethian turned, meeting his eyes. Perelor knew instantly what he was doing. "Akron, forgive me," he whispered. Perelor couldn't hear the words, but he knew them all too well, for welcoming death's embrace. Energy ripped into his throat, and he fell without a sound. More bullets tore into his stomach and chest. Perelor slid to his knees beside the man. Another plasma bolt hit him in the chest, but he hardly cared. He grabbed his comrade, desperately pushing purity into him, for a moment forgetting the Talar rules. Nothing happened.
No, we almost made it. We almost made it.
Green mist poured from N527's mouth, then rose upward, turning red as it dissipated completely. That mist screamed, ranted, writhed, as if the man's last act had been to condemn Perelor himself. Perelor sat for a moment, shocked. Then another bullet tore into him, then another, and, no longer able to ignore the pain of the blasts, he cursed, then rose. He should have cried, should have screamed, should have mourned somehow, some way, for a brother who had given up. Instead, he just left, slid back into the trench. A moment later, he heard the camera click, and its voice whispered in his ear. Recording complete. Aris walked over a moment later, announcing that they'd been ordered to hold their ground. Perelor let out a relieved breath. They were safe, for now. The real soldiers were arriving, and they rushed onto the beach, slaughtering the Miradorn forces everywhere they went. These Talar were well equipped, in full armor, with grenades and blasters and sensors and all. The purple, almost royal glimmer of their helms seemed contradictory to the torment of this place. Perelor distracted himself from his failure by watching them, occasionally firing a pointless laser tip blast into the forest. A figure came roaring through the front line, cutting through the Miradoran lines with hails of electricity. Tragus Oral, Aris's father. Bullets deflected off his titrite armor as he pressed forward, a vanguard of surge blade wielders behind him. As he did, the battle moved further inland, well past the slaves. Perelor allowed himself to fall to his knees, wiping the sweat from his brow. Aris approached him. Surgeblade gone, he'd handed it off to another soldier to continue forward. "You all right?" he whispered. "I'm fine," Perelor growled. "We both know that means you're not." "I'm fine," he repeated. It came out more shaky this time, but Aris just sighed, leaning against the wall of the trench. "How many survived?" Perelor asked. 6, Aris said. Perelor nodded. "At least I told them," he sighed. "I warned them. At least they were ready." Aris gave him a concerned look, but said nothing. "Voidlings," Perelor muttered. He leaned against the back of the trench, stretching out his legs. "They're voidlings for this. Searing voidlings." He wanted to do something. He wanted to lash out, fight, cry, do anything but sit there. But he also knew the futility of such a display. He'd learned long ago that any resistance, any hope, any spark of life at all was fleeting and aimless. Hoping as a slave was like trying to start a fire in the rain. You could fan it all you wanted, but eventually the flame would be quenched. Chapter 5. Prisoner. They shall kneel to the Tret, and the Tret shall kneel to them, and together they shall master all power. Excerpt from the Book of Eternity. Shanal Erdor trembled, and she hated herself for it. There was no reason for her to be afraid. Her father had taken care of everything, the way he always did. The props were here, the stage had been carefully set, and the actors were perfectly manipulated into place. All she had to do was provide the power for the lights, and the show would proceed as planned. And still she shook. Though it was not cold, ice crawled up her spine. Though the inside of the hovercar was well lit, she saw shadows everywhere. Hesitantly, she twitched her finger, moving it back and forth, back and forth. She poured her focus into that movement, forgetting everything except that singular muscle. It worked. Not well, but it worked. "You shouldn't be worried." Her father, Lyris, leaned against the seat across from her, one eye barely cracked open. Even half asleep, he was an imposing man, muscular and tall, clad in the flowing white silk robes of the second-masked warrior. Those robes, and the title associated with them, gave him incredible power within both the Confederacy and the Church, more authority than some planetary governors. He would use that authority today to kill a man. A surge blade waited at his hip, the jewel in its hilt full of white light. "We're headed to Rayrock," Shannala said defensively. "What do I not have to worry about?" "Everything," Lyris replied. "You're not a burner while you're in that building, not until I say so. You are my daughter, here on a routine visit with me to investigate an escaped prisoner. Understand?" "I understand." Shannala swallowed. "You know I'm not good at lying." Her father's other eye cracked open, and he raised an eyebrow. "You are today." He closed his eyes again, and his tight expression told Shannala there would be no further discussion of the matter. Restraining a sigh, she moved her gaze to stare out the thick glass window on the carriage's side. They were in Sheridan's Undercity, below the capital of the International Confederacy, where leaders of most of the galaxy's nations met in a tenuous religious alliance facilitated by the Church of Meridian. The Undercity, though, was far from any such politics. It was an ancient, buried place, deep beneath the planet's main metropolis. It was dark here. Few lights still worked after so long, but she caught glimpses of abandoned buildings, made of cement hard enough to last millennia, not decorated or embellished, but still firmly there. It was the bones of a civilization, the bare minimum needed for humans to survive, but a bare minimum that had lasted long after the rest of ancient society had decayed. Supposedly, this place had been built as a massive bunker, designed to keep a few survivors safe in the case of an attack by Oblivion's avatar. Shannala shivered as she imagined the sheer destruction the god must have caused to merit such drastic action. The Undercity was vast, even by modern population standards. Whatever the void was, a dark god, like the main body of the church claimed, or a man, like the Talar asserted, it had terrified these people. "And you're the endowed. If Mother is right, you'll have to face the void one day." That thought made the brief flashes of the ruins even more intimidating. They sat in silence for a long time before Lyris shifted, eyes opening again. "We're almost within range of Rayrock's receptors," he said. "I want to review the plan before we arrive." Shannala straightened. "We're here to expose Verdon Elnith," she recited, "and, ideally, get him executed for treason against the church." "And the crime he has committed?" "Freeing a burner." Shannala frowned, and Lyris, seeing the downturn of her lips, snorted. "He is not our ally, Shannala. The only reason he advocates for the legalization of burning is so we can cover his reputation after that fiasco with his son." "I know, but we're also killing another burner to do it." "An unfortunate casualty. But you cannot change the world without casualties, daughter." You're right. I'm sorry." The conversation continued as they went over the specifics again, for the third time today. The basic idea wasn't too complicated. Verdon had secretly freed a burner, and was purposely sabotaging the search to find the escaped captive. Lyris, using his authority as a masked warrior, would commandeer the investigation, and then he and Shannala would find, corner, and kill the burner, who would, undoubtedly, have evidence on his person condemning Verdon. From there, it would be easy to have their rival hanged. Simple, brutal, effective. This plan had all the signature marks of her father's work, and when her father planned something, events always seemed to shake out the way he wanted them to. Shannala would be a fool to question this course of action. Yet, silently, she did so anyway. Verdon had threatened to publicly expose Shannala and Lyris' plans for a coup, and she knew logically that, for that threat, he would have to die. But she also disagreed with her father about Verdon's intentions. From her limited interactions with the man, he appeared to genuinely believe in the cause of freeing burners, even if he wanted to do so through peaceful means rather than a coup. And somehow he knew about her scar. He'd made that very clear when he'd spoken with her father. But unlike most Confederacy or church officials would, he hadn't condemned her, hadn't called her a creature of the void. Instead, he'd encouraged her father to have her go through the testing. "She has a chance," he'd said. "Would you deny the galaxy its chance for salvation?" Unfortunately, he misjudged both her and her father's sense of honor. To pass the testing, Shannala would have to kill all 3 masked warriors, her father included, and she would not betray her family. So, she would help her father kill Veradon. Helping him eliminate an opponent was the least she could do, after all he'd suffered to keep her alive. Lyris cut off the conversation as they entered the range of Rayrock's comms readers. After that, it took them around an hour to reach their destination. The Undercity had at least a dozen distinct layers, stretching further and further into the planet's crust. Rayrock, the prison they were headed toward, was in the deepest layer, nearly a mile below ground level. The city's illumination grew even more sparse as they descended, until finally they rounded a corner and were blinded by the lights of the prison, its white chrome walls glimmering despite the shadows. A few minutes later, they landed on a cement landing pad outside the complex. The carriage doors slid open. Her father stepped down, then gestured for Shinola to follow. She did, though her heart pounded even faster in her chest. They were greeted by a man in a thick white coat, a bulky plastic mask covering his features, cloth-like carbon fiber armor covering the rest of his body. Veradon, their ultimate target, and the overseer of Rayrock's operations. A surge sat clasped to his belt, glowing blue, and a troop of 6 eliminators waited behind him, armored in thick metal, wielding toxin staves and heaving oversized cannon blasters on their backs, equipment designed especially to kill burners. To kill people like Shinola. "Lyris," Veradon said, crossing his hands in a salute. "I did not anticipate one of the masked warriors involving himself in this. I appreciate your concern for our well-being, but I must assure you this is not a situation dire enough to justify such a risk." "Anything involving the powers is my concern," Lyris said coolly. "I have lived for that cause, and one day I will die for it. But to die here, if I die, then it is the will of the tower. Let me be blunt. I am no coward, and I will not back down on this. That is my final word." "I see." Veradon shot a glance at Shinola, and she could see the panic in his eyes. "He knows what we're doing here. We'll have to be careful. Hopefully Dad placed those bribes well." They began walking as the two continued talking, discussing the details of the case and the current command structure of the investigation. The Eliminators fell into a march behind Veradon and Lyris. Shinola had to resist the urge to glance backward at those Eliminators. They'd kill her, one day. But not today. Dad has taken care of it. Relax. It was easier said than done. She found herself twitching her finger again, even faster than before. What if one of the guards had faked the bribe? There were few here on Sheridan who were truly religious enough to turn Shinola in for that, but they did exist. Trust Dad. He's never failed you before. Veradon's eyes swiveled toward Shinola. "And your daughter? Is this necessary?" "She is my heir," Lyris said. "She needs to learn. Becoming a masked warrior is not hereditary, which is why this is even more important." "Does she think that?" Veradon met Shinola's eyes. There was pleading in them. His eyes kept drifting to the arm with her scar, the hidden one that marked her as the endowed. "He thinks I might not agree with Dad's plan." Rightly, to an extent. She hesitated for a moment, then hardened her expression. "I want to be what my father is," she recited. "It is a sacred duty to defend the virtue of the powers." It was an excuse, of course. Shinola would never become a masked warrior. Passing the tests required for that would be impossible as a burner. But for now, pretending to that ambition would draw eyes away from her. For if the right eyes fell upon her, she'd end up here, rotting in a prison cell, until finally she starved. They arrived at a gateway into the complex. It was flanked by a half-dozen more Eliminators, whose eyes followed the group as the doors snapped open, let them through, then snapped closed. They passed through 3 more layers of those doors, each guarded by a half-dozen more Eliminators, until finally they emerged into a white hallway. Even more guards patrolled this part of the prison, some dressed in Eliminator's garb, but more dressed in white suits, holding trays filled with jewels that glowed with white, blue, and red light. Surges. That was the main purpose of Rayrock, capturing burners, then forcing them to summon surges. It was a terrible practice, though, admittedly, it kept society well supplied with the artifacts. "If you're both determined to assist us," Veradon said, "then come. We will discuss the missing atom burner." "Lead the way," Lyris said. They followed the white-masked man down the hallway, and through a maze of similar hallways, passing through several more guarded doors. Shannala noticed that each hallway had scores of cameras on the ceiling, as well as remotely controlled guns waiting to fire downward on the hallway's occupants. Those guns and cameras became even more common as they passed the prisoners' areas, hallways lined with sealed square cell doors. A screen on the front of each door showed the prisoner inside. Some of them were asleep, but most sat curled into balls, some shocked, some crying, some scratching at their own skin and mumbling to themselves. Shannala felt the prisoner's emotions as she passed, an ability granted by her connection to Void, the third power. All around her was hunger, fear, anger, despair most of all. It was almost too much to stand. Her eyes followed the door of one particularly broken man. The screen on his door was dark. They'd left him in that darkness for days. I could free him. All it would take is a single second of closing my eyes. Lyris nudged her, and she moved her gaze away from the prison cell. She was here to lower suspicion. As far as the eliminators behind her knew, she thought that man was unholy. And though she could break him out, it likely wouldn't last. It was logical to abandon him. And, as her father had taught her, logic was the only constant in the galaxy. They rounded a corner, then stopped. This part of the hallway was not white, at least not completely. Char marks streaked across the walls and floor. There were holes in the ceiling where guns and cameras had been, and one of the cell doors lay thrown off its hinges. He escaped here, Verdon said. He'd successfully burned in the past, but never this strongly, and we thought raising his eroxin dose had stopped him. He was acting. Probably, Verdon admitted. He's managed to avoid our sight so far. He's not in someone else's cell either. We've checked all the cameras 100 times over, but we do know he hasn't left the compound. You're sure of that? Absolutely. He has chips in his blood. He can't leave Rayrock without us noticing, unless he's willing to boil himself to do it. He might manage that if he's a memory burner, Lyris noted. But you're probably right. He hasn't left the prison, yet. He hesitated. Who is this man? His identity is irrelevant, sir. He's a burner. That statement was posturing on Verdon's part. In more private circles, he consistently insisted that the events of the Imperial Age had been misunderstood, and that burners were not inherently corrupt. Yes, I get the religious side of that question, Lyris said, waving a hand. But people are predictable, and there's a chance I know him. Who is he? Where is he from? Verdon's mouth opened, but no words came out, and he looked conflicted. He could see that they were maneuvering him into a trap, though he clearly did not know how to escape it. Finally, he spoke. It's the diplomat, sir. Lyris raised an eyebrow. The one from Herion who betrayed us? Irio? Yes, Verdon sighed. Him. Shannala briefly remembered the incident. A Confederacy diplomat, working closely with the church in Herion, had been caught atom-burning a few years back. It had been a huge scandal. Big enough Shannala had been on edge for weeks afterward, and her father had been even angrier than usual. Things like that reminded him what he was risking keeping Shannala alive. He always kept his word, though, sacrificing more and more to keep her powers secret, directing his anger toward the Confederacy rather than her. Irio, Lyris said softly. I knew him. For a moment his eyes were almost mournful. Then they hardened. He'll know about the precautions, then. He won't try to leave the premises, not without deactivating his chip. Those chips are impossible to deactivate, Verdon said stiffly. Not without boiling his own blood, as you said, but he is an atom burner. If he were a memory burner too, he could do it. So we at least know he's not hiding any abilities with the first power. He'd have used those by now if he possessed them. He could still be hiding that, Verdon said softly. He wouldn't. I know Irio, and the man is impulsive. It's a wonder he's waited this long. He is not a man, Verdon said. He is a thing. His voice was bitter, and he was clenching his jaw. He seemed to hate saying those words, even if he didn't mean them. Again, religiously speaking, you're right, Lyris said. But thing or person, he will kill us all the same. He straightened. I'm leaving. I believe I can track him down, but I do not wish to be weighed down by your staff. They have failed for long enough. He gestured to Shannala. My daughter, however, will accompany me. Your daughter? Verdon said, eyes widening. Rayrock is bad enough, but you take Shannala with you to this? She needs experience, Lyris said. He didn't elaborate any further. Instead, he waved to Shinola, who followed him as they exited the room. They strode down the hallway, Shinola having to almost jog to keep up with her father's swift pace. When they were out of earshot, Shinola spoke. "Do you think he's dangerous?" "He's an atom burner. Of course he's dangerous. That's why I brought you, and paid the guards a bribe so you could use your powers if necessary." "I'm not sure I can handle a full-on duel, Dad." "Not alone, no. But there's only one way to gain experience." He paused, then continued. "If the battle permits, I want you to be the one who strikes the finishing blow." Shinola paled. "What?" "Irio will be dead by the end of this. If possible, I want you to kill him. It'll be a good lesson. We will not succeed in this coup without you shedding blood. And yes, that person may even be innocent. Lives are the currency used to pay for change, and though we should not relish it, coins are made to be spent." Shinola paled further, but nodded. No use in arguing with her father, especially not when his logic was so clear. She began twitching her finger again. She channeled her anxiety into it. Twitch the finger enough, and maybe she wouldn't have to kill Irio. It wasn't a rational thought, and most of her knew that, but somehow it made sense to the worried part of her. They wove through the hallways, her father taking winding, confusing pathways, and Shinola swore they were passing the cell blocks they'd already been to. They also passed several spawning cells, where burners were tortured until they summoned surges. Most of those rooms were closed, but one was not. A pale man waited in it, eyes rolled up into his head. He looked as if he hadn't eaten for weeks, bones stabbing at his near-fleshless skin. Shinola shivered, looking away. Finally, Lyra stopped, arriving at a cell block that tapered off to a dead end. He folded his arms behind his back, pursing his lips, nodding slowly. Then he raised his voice, addressing the workers and guards bustling nearby. "Leave us." A few heads cocked in confusion, but everyone obeyed. One did not simply disobey one of the masked warriors, especially not in the middle of Rayrock. That left them alone, save, of course, for the burners waiting in the nearby cells. Shinola's eyes flickered to the doors. It was silent, but she still felt as if she could hear the captives moaning behind them. They were dangerous, if her father was to be believed. Most of them had been driven so feral they'd kill Shinola in a heartbeat for a chance at escape. "He should be here soon," Lyris whispered. Shinola frowned. "He's coming to us?" "He is," Lyris said. He smiled. "Ah, Veridon. Predictably, foolishly altruistic. And poor Irio, always looking out for himself. So simple to manipulate. He really should have let someone else out. I hardly had to pay the atom burner anything." Shinola's eyes widened as things came together. "You hired Irio, didn't you? You knew he'd be the one Veridon let free, but you convinced Irio to double-cross him." "I did," Lyra said, chuckling softly. "You're getting better at understanding these things. Irio, beaten as he was, turned out to be an easy sell. All I had to do was promise him a ship to Talar, and he agreed to help us." "But we're not going to," Shinola said, voice growing quiet as she realized the actual plan. "We're going to kill him." "Yes," Lyra said firmly. "I needed to make certain that, when we did dispose of him, he'd be carrying evidence incriminating Veridon. He should have that now. Furthermore, I needed to make certain he'd meet us in a very specific place, so that you could use your powers while fighting him." Shinola lit up. "I can use my powers here?" "I told you I paid bribes. Within sight of this hallway, and this hallway only. And be careful. I paid off or threatened all of the nearby guards, and had the cameras switched off, but I couldn't get the whole complex secured. If enough guards get involved, you will be exposed." Shinola nodded. "I understand. I'll be careful." "Good. Now be quiet. I do not want Irio overhearing." They fell silent, and Shinola felt a slow twisting overtake her stomach. Another betrayal and another murder. All in the name of the coup that would make burning legal again, an act that would itself cost many lives. Her father insisted that the change would be worth the price. But she wondered sometimes, was this really what she was supposed to do, as the endowed? Kill some, so that others might live? You can't defeat Oblivion without your powers, she reminded herself. And that's if the prophecy is even real. If it's not, then you have no reason to feel guilty. "Prepare yourself," her father whispered. He's nearby. I can sense him. He drew his weapon, a wicked midnight black sword. To Shannala's surprise, a surge waited in its hilt. Not a purity surge, like usual, but a gleaming red void surge. Immediately, she felt oblivion begin whispering in her mind. His voice was deep, rich, the way it always sounded to her. Her father claimed everyone heard different voice when wielding void, and that it likely wasn't Oblivion speaking, just one of his lesser servants. Shannala knew, though. Somehow she knew this was the enemy himself. He will betray you, the god whispered. Even now he considers it, the thought of your corpse rolling through his mind. It would be so liberating, he muses, to be free of you. She ignored him. Accusations like that were baseless. Really, for being the god of deception, Oblivion wasn't very good at lying. Ah, but you will see. The voice sounded so confident. You snuck a surge past him? She asked. Of course I did. Her father snorted. I was trying to trick Veridon, but I'm not a fool. He licked his lips. His desperation is strong. Irio always was a passionate man. Shannala's hand quivered again. A burner, headed straight for them, who they were about to double-cross. She'd been trained for a confrontation like this, but she knew full well the actual thing would be different. The lights went dark. For a moment, there was only a single crimson bulb in the corridor. The void surge whispered again in Shannala's mind, the voice of Oblivion even more clear now that the distraction of her sight was gone. Kill him, girl, before he kills you. The darkness fled as quickly as it had begun, replaced by a man, emanating bright white light as he stepped around the corner. His face was disheveled, his eyes wide and bloodshot. She recognized him from photos her father had shown her just hours ago. Irio. Lyris. His voice was a rasp, and his eyes darted nervously down to their weapons. You're here to kill me, aren't you? Veridon warned me about this. Told me you'd betray me. I didn't believe him. He chuckled, a laugh that went on far longer than it should have. I didn't really believe you either. Hard to believe in anyone after. His eye twitched, and he stared down at the floor, silent, mouth hanging open in a half-smile. Lyris turned to Shannala, giving her the barest hint of a nod. Now, he mouthed. They stepped forward, and as they did, Irio looked up, his expression turning to ice. So be it, he whispered. Then he slammed the palm of his right hand against the metal wall. The substance of the wall flowed away from its frame, grinding as it moved out of the structure and into Irio's skin, forming into a glowing, heavenly suit of armor around his chest, then his stomach, then his arms, then his head. He continued to speak, his voice still audible as usual despite the armor. Everyone wants to kill me these days. Everyone. He laughed again. Maybe it's time I return the favor. Lyris's eyes darted down the hallway. He was assessing their escapes, Shannala knew. Those were important when fighting an atom burner, especially in such a close space. After a brief look, he closed his eyes, and void exploded from his surge, expanding into the air, then doubling back and rushing up his arm, making his figure glow crimson. His countenance shifted, Oblivion's taint on the third power taking hold of his personality. Growling, he attacked, tendrils of crimson light writhing from the fingers of his right hand, spirits of the dead manifested into the physical world. In his left hand he held his sword to the side, another red spirit of light forming around the blade. That soul twisted until it was shaped as a razor-sharp edge, a soul dagger, capable of cutting one's very spirit, severing their connection to the physical world. As he summoned it, the tendrils rammed into Irio, temporarily pushing him backward. Lyris turned to meet Shannala's eyes. What are you waiting for? He hissed. He whipped back to face Irio, summoning more tendrils. Irio was starting to bat them away, the purity he wielded temporarily boosting his strength. That was what purity did, letting one shift the makeup of their body, making it stronger, faster, or even allowing them to fuse metal armor into their skin. In such tight quarters, with no way to avoid a melee fight, Lyris would lose to Irio. The Void Surge was powerful, and Lyris was skilled, but even together they were no match for an atom burner. Nevertheless, Shannala stood frozen, The anxiety back, her finger twitching back and forth, but to no avail.
Is he sure he blackmailed the guards properly? If he didn't...
Her heart pounded. The voice whispered. Does it matter? I can save you. I can free you, Shannala. All you have to do is kill a man who hates you anyway. She trembled. She felt as if she were being watched. She always did. When your entire life was a lie, there was nothing you feared more than someone else watching you. And Okron, the voice was tempting. It touched on her emotions, a delicate, ethereal push, a quiet ecstasy that moved her toward giving in. For a moment she actually debated obeying, killing both Irio and her father, then running to Talar, to freedom. But no, she could not hurt Dad. Dad had always been by her side. She swiveled towards Lyris and Irio, who still dueled fiercely, neither yet able to gain an advantage on the other. Her father was running out of time, though. His glow had visibly faded, and his supply of void would not last much longer. For an instant more, she hesitated still, the voice of evil incarnate taunting her. It had changed its tactic. If he dies, it whispered, you die with him. Even if he is the man you think he is, he cannot conceal you if he is a corpse. Fear accompanied that whisper, a rational, unnatural fear. Give in, and I will save him. That strategy was too much to resist. She closed her eyes and gave in, reaching for void. The voice flooded her, screamed at her, became her. Emotions, mostly pain, ran through in a rush that drove her to her knees, but she survived it somehow. Red light ran outward from her chest, exploding from her eyes, radiating from her body. The hallway became bright, too bright to see properly. Irio and her father stepped back, both temporarily shocked by Shannala's now blazing body. Shannala, however, did not hesitate, not anymore. The voice inside her, the voice that was her but was not her all at once, pushed her to act, to destroy. She raised her hand, pulling spirits from torment, forming them into tendrils of concentrated, reanimated mass in the physical world. It wasn't particularly difficult. Tendrils were the most basic construct one could make with void, and Shannala had always been a prodigy with the third power. The spirits, fresh from the afterlife, shrieked in protest as Shannala directed them toward Irio, but they writhed at his chest all the same, slamming into his titrite armor. He flew backward, crashing into the wall. The sound rang across the hallway. In the distance, alarm bells rang. I'm going to need to finish this, Shannala realized. Now. If any of the guards her father hadn't paid found her, it was over. The fear within grew, but instead of freezing up, she simply let Oblivion's voice smother it, change it. The terror morphed to fury, and she leaped toward Irio, throwing more tendrils toward him, pummeling the man with nearly a half-dozen strikes. Still, he managed to stumble to his feet. She summoned more, and threw those forward too. He rose again. She drew even more. He was nearly on his knees now. More. Finally, he collapsed. Snakes of red light slithered around his limbs, pinning him to the ground. Shannala stepped toward him, extending out her hand, summoning another spirit from torment, forming it into a long, wicked blade in her hand. A soul dagger of her own. She rammed it into Irio's helm. The two powers hissed as they struck each other, and the armor exploded, revealing the man's face beneath it. His eyes were wide with panic. Do it, Oblivion hissed. Save your father. Save yourself. His voice propelled her forward, pushing her arm forward almost without her choosing. But a part of her, the part that was still herself, hesitated again, staring into Irio's wide eyes. You're the endowed, it said. You're supposed to be better than this. It was such a small sliver of a conviction. She never really believed she was the endowed, and even if she was, she certainly didn't believe she'd ever live up to the title. But today, that thread of compassion was enough to stop her from murdering her opponent. Her hold on the third power slipped, and the void fled from her flesh, leaving her feeling drained, her heart sinking in her chest. Soul-burning was not a kind process to one's emotions. However, losing her void left her open to Irio. She was standing atop him, and as the tendrils vanished, he stood up with sudden force, launching her into the air. She hit the ground rolling and groaned. She managed to rise to her knees just in time to see the atom burner rushing toward her, fists drawn back, a killer's glint in his eyes. Before he could arrive, however, a tendril of red void lashed around his neck, still exposed from Shannala cracking his helm. It squeezed, and there was a sickening crack as bones snapped violently. Irio tumbled to the ground, face twitching for a brief instant before falling still. There was a long moment of silence. Then Lyris let out a long laugh. It was a mirthless, dark laugh. He strode to Shannala, smiling, though his eyes had real anger in them. He grabbed her arm and he yanked her to her feet, snorting, shaking his head, biting his lip in frustration. "Sometimes I wonder," he said, "what your mother sees in you. You have a long way to go before you are ready for this rebellion." There was venom in the words. He meant what he said. Shannala closed her eyes, trying to bite back tears. Thankfully, she succeeded, for a few moments later, Confederacy guards rushed onto the scene. The guards inspected the corpse, found a vocoder linked to Veridon hiding in Irio's pocket, and ordered his arrest. Then they attended to Shannala and her father. They did not seem to notice the subtle signs of Shannala's void burning, or her scar. Not today. One day, they would. She closed her eyes as, hours later, they finally left Rayrock in a hovercar. At that moment, she made a decision. A terrible decision, but one she had needed to make for a long time. Her father was right. She'd been a fool, and it had very nearly cost her. She would never let herself hesitate like that again. The Confederacy had kept her in chains her whole life. She intended to break those chains, if she could, by helping her father take control of the church by force. But one freedom she would keep, whether she succeeded with the coup or not. Her life was her own. She would fight for it, no matter the cost. That was the cold determination her father had that gave him such success, a skill he was trying to teach her. And the prophecy? Her hand drifted involuntarily toward her scar. For a moment, she questioned her decision. Then she scowled. "To torment with the prophecy," she whispered. Aloud, so that the gods, all three, could witness this oath. "You have beaten me down for too long. I owe you nothing." She leaned against her seat, letting out a long breath. The weight of years of expectation lifted off her chest. She smiled. Was this what freedom was like? Deep inside her, so deep her conscious self didn't notice, Oblivion's voice rumbled. "Good. You are almost ready." Chapter 6. A Test. They shall defeat the masked warriors, and raise their masks to the sky, and declare themselves the endowed, the Arakasala, the savior of mankind. Excerpt from the Book of Eternity. 4 days after the incident with Irio, and on the day of Veridon's execution, Shannala stood on the balcony of her father's mansion, looking out on the purple Sheridan sunrise, contemplating the look on Irio's face as that tendril had snapped his neck. She'd barely noticed his expression during the fight. She'd been bursting with too much adrenaline to focus on anything but the contest. For some reason, though, the image followed her now. A man with eyes wide, mouth open in a scream that didn't have the chance to escape. It had been wrong to kill him. She couldn't shake that conviction, even though she hated the implications. Her father had been wrong. She didn't know how to process that. She didn't want to process that. So she just stared at the sunrise, remembering the day when she tried to escape. She'd been 13. That seemed so young, though only 3 years had passed and little had changed since then. She'd heard, from her schoolteacher, that the Talar not only accepted burning within their borders, but welcomed it, elevating those who could wield the powers to high military status. Her schoolteacher had spoken of that with unconcealed disgust, ranting about how Larsh's heresy had brought the nation to ruin. But for Shannala, that news had been hope reborn. Because of it, she'd tried to run away, slipping out under the cover of night, hoping to steal her father's ship. She remembered the shame that had washed over her with every footstep as she'd moved through the rainy night, an icy wind whipping against her face. Her father, miraculously, had suspected she would try something like that, and had been posting guards near her room for years. They'd alerted her father, and he'd stopped her, quietly telling her that this would not be what she thought it was, informing her of the horrors of the Talar military, and assuring her that their plan for a coup would work, given enough time. She'd believed him, and so she was still here. She doubted a few guards could keep her on Sheridan anymore. Even her father couldn't beat her in a fair fight these days. She'd studied Talar culture more, and agreed that it would not be a good fit for her. Trusting her father, she now spent the energy of her frustrations trying to move forward with their plans for a coup. Yet today, as she stared at the purple sunset, she wondered. Her father had a testing today, with a man people kept whispering might actually be the Endowed. What would change if this atom burner from Kied was victorious, subjecting the entire Confederacy to his authority? What would happen if Shannala tried to pass the testing herself and won? If she did, there wouldn't need to be a coup. A wave of her hand and burning would be legal again, freeing thousands to live their lives like normal people rather than prey. But she couldn't kill her father. And her father refused to resign from the masked warriors, despite his superiors' constant nudging toward his retirement. So they were at an impasse, and until they were finally ready for the coup, Shannala's freedom was heavily restricted. Her mother called for her. Shannala heard the sound, but it didn't register. Her mother called again, louder this time. Wincing, Shannala turned, moving toward the doors into the mansion. She needed to get ready. Today, many eyes would be on her family, and none of them could know the extent of what they planned. Most of all, none of those eyes could see Shannala's scar. Yet, as she opened the door to the inside, she couldn't help but turn back for a moment, squinting at the blinding sun, before sighing and shutting that door behind her. The testing was a spectacle unrivaled, as it should be. It was, after all, a religious ritual of unsurpassed importance. It heralded the beginning of a potential hope, of deliverance from torment. For 4,000 years, ever since the ancient nation of Arixai had summoned him, oblivion had controlled the afterlife, and the Endowed was the mythical hero prophesied to end that terrible suffering. Unfortunately, the prophecies around the Endowed were vague at best. They had to be capable of wielding all three powers, and according to the ancient Tret Zythan Devaro, they would also be born with a scar already on their skin. Other than that, there were no real identifiers, just speculation, a fact that led to a plethora of false Endowed trying to use the prophecy to rally political support. The testing was a way to thin that down, a way, theoretically, to prove that a prospect was who they claimed to be. Now, though, it was more show than anything. The Endowed simply dueled the masked warriors, who inevitably killed them. It was not a religious ceremony, nor was it a rally for hope in the fight against the void. It was just butchery. But it drew throngs of people, and today men, women, and children alike swarmed around Shannala in droves. She'd never loved crowds, and it took everything in her not to light up with void and run away from the bustling chaos of Sheridan's streets. Testings, though a solemn occasion for Eliminators and the rest of the Confederacy, were more like a holiday to the common folk of the planet, and that attitude showed in the sheer amount of business being conducted today. Restaurants had lines coming out their doors. Terraces and sidewalks and hovercar stops were all filled with temporary shops, all yelling and waving and smiling to try and sell their wares. The hovercar parking lots, usually half empty, were all crammed full and then some. All the people made for many eyes. And, as the daughter of one of the masked warriors, a host of those eyes were on her. She was clothed in an unwieldy white dress, and a thin veil covered her face, with a gray rune woven into it, indicating her rank. Her mother walked ahead of her, and their guards, dressed in white suit-like carbon fiber uniforms for the occasion, pushed on ahead. People pointed and whispered, and sometimes even shouted cheers, or jeers for those who supported the prospect from Kied. The testing arena was just ahead, a tall, cylindrical building that seemed to tower above the sky itself. A small amount of the public would be allowed inside, but most of the seats there were reserved for Confederacy soldiers, and as they drew closer, the crowd of civilians morphed into a throng of armed men. Though they paid much less attention to Shannala than the commoners, her anxiety still grew. How long until those pistols on their belts were firing at her? "Relax," her mother said, falling back to stand beside her. She was a beautiful woman, even without makeup, and today she looked so stunning Shannala was surprised that every man in sight wasn't staring. She wore a dress and veil identical to Shannala's, though she somehow managed to wear it more elegantly. Taking Shanala's hand, she smiled. Father will be all right. He knows how to handle himself. She met Shanala's eyes, and her gaze told Shanala that those words carried a double meaning. You'll be all right, too, her expression said. Don't panic. Shanala nodded. I'm sure he will be, Mother. She began slowly twitching her finger, not focusing on it completely, but using it to push some of her worry away. Her mother was right. Nothing could go wrong if Shanala didn't panic. Father had expressed the same sentiment. They approached the gate, and Shanala ran through the list of preparations again. Was her sleeve up? Yes, it was. Was she infused just a little, so no one could read her thoughts? Yes, she was, though not enough the glow was noticeable. Probably. Was her scar covered in makeup? Was it? Had she covered it? She thought she had, but was she remembering that from some other time? She tensed, realizing she couldn't check without pulling her sleeve up. And if the scar wasn't covered? Her mother grabbed her hand, squeezing it tightly, and pulling her forward a little faster as they stepped through into the arena. In the center of the building lay a giant circular sand pit, with 4 columns stretching upward into the ceiling. All around the pit were rows and rows of seats, across 20 levels of metal terraces. On the front row of each terrace waited recording men, Muon cameras aimed at the arena to produce a hologram of the coming fight. Shanala and her mother sat down on the second row, just behind a group of cameramen. Several other of her father's highest servants and officials waited there, along with, to Shanala's surprise, 3 senators. She didn't recognize them, though they were clearly from Talar. Their purple coats with gray buttons gave away that much. Shanala sat beside one of them. They waited in silence for a long moment, him gazing at the arena, Shanala nervously watching as hundreds more people filed in. It'll be all right, her mother whispered. She sounded less sure this time. A few minutes later, the Talar senator turned to Shanala, smiling. So, you're Lyris Erdor's infamous daughter. Shanala's heart pounded. Infamous? The senator shrugged. Perhaps a bit of an exaggeration. I'm just trying to make conversation. Name's Tragus Oral. Are you ready for the show? It's not a show, Shanala muttered. At least, it shouldn't be. Tragus just laughed. Everything here is a show, child. He leaned back. Have you heard anything of this Tenedon? I haven't paid much attention to Kied recently. Don't think they could produce a competent burner if they tried. He shook his head, eyes twinkling. Just the usual, Shanala said carefully. Has the scar, can wield the powers. Only 2, Tragus noted. That should disqualify him if you ask me. But what do I know of the prophecy? His eyes gleamed, though there was a darkness to them, too. The Tret just needs another example for her collection. The people are getting vocal. Too many questions about us Talar and our burners. He laughed again. It was a mirthless laugh. Then he turned, meeting Shanala's eyes. What do you think of burners, child? Shanala swallowed. This man was very forward. I try not to think too much about them, she said, after a pause that was probably too long, and with an expression that probably betrayed too much. Can't you hide yourself well for once? Father would be screaming at you. And the Talar? He said it as if he were not one of them, and he seemed genuinely intrigued, but Shanala still shivered involuntarily. Perhaps we should not talk of that, Shanala said gently. What did she have to do to make it clear that she wanted him to be quiet? The man's grin only widened. Oh, the Confederacy and its politics. So many games, all behind the extra game of religion. He chuckled. Games upon games. You all would faint if you were put in a room of commoners. The whole thing would be so straightforward you'd have a heart attack. His face grew serious. But really, Erdor, what do you think of this? I'm curious, you know. It's not every day I get to speak to a daughter of a masked warrior. Shanala shifted uncomfortably, but the man's gaze did not leave her. I wish it were a little less bloody, she finally managed to say. But it's a religious thing, so I guess that's fine. So you do believe in the endowed, then? The tower is never wrong, Shanala said carefully. So, yes, I do. She really wished this man would relent. Her finger was twitching violently now, though it barely helped. Do you think Tenedon is the endowed? No. Chenal was surprised by the sudden vehemence in her voice. Where had that come from? She forced herself to relax. He isn't. And my father will kill him for his blasphemy. Tragus nodded. You're still hiding, he said softly. But fair enough. This whole thing is a game. This whole planet is practically a car board. He shook his head. A tank of ethium with a match hanging above it, waiting to burn. All while the Confederacy pretends this is about religion and nothing more. Larsh will be pleased with my report. He finally fell silent. Chenala's insides twisted. The odd Talar man's words had irked her. This shouldn't just be a game. It was supposed to be a grand ritual, signifying the emergence of a being who could save mankind, a bringing together of the nations. But then Tragus was right. It had been 1,200 years since Oblivion's imprisonment, and few mortals gave the Dark God a second thought until they were on their deathbeds. As much as she wanted to think the Confederacy had any sense of honor left, it didn't. It was a political organization now. If Chenala ever underwent the testing, she'd have to keep that in mind, looking out for any way they tried to cheat her into an unfair fight. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to kill Dad. We'll stage a coup instead. Yet, the Tower of Foreseeing was always right, and according to it, she would kill her father, if she was actually the endowed. She frowned, though she pushed the thought aside a few moments later. Many had been born with the scar. None had yet fulfilled the prophecy. Besides, she'd forsaken that role. She forced herself to relax, and even stopped twitching her finger. She was around a Talar senator, who, considering that nation's current state, probably had nothing against burners. It was still illegal in Talar, of course. They just conveniently ignored Confederacy law, knowing they had enough power within the Federation to force such allowances. 10 minutes passed, then 20. The tension slowly returned. So many people. Chenal was accustomed to a more sequestered life. The masked warriors, though powerful, weren't usually so public, instead functioning as aloof religious figures, and only occasionally interfering in politics. Today, though, incoming senators and diplomats took the time to stop by her seat, asking her questions and shaking her hand. She was careful not to let her sleeve slip during those handshakes. Finally, when the arena appeared full, and the newcomers had slowed to a trickle, the ceiling slid open, pulled into 2 semicircular halves. It revealed a deep violet night sky, glittering with stars. A moment later, a hovering platform lowered into the arena. On it sat a tall, imposing woman in long green robes. A crown of loose chains sat on her head, polished and gleaming. She swept her eyes over the crowd, and all fell silent. Then she spoke, her voice magnified so that it echoed across the entire stadium. I am the Tret, the woman said, leader of the International Confederacy, elected ruler of all civilized Deltai, priestess of the Church of Meridian, queen of kings. I hold the highest authority the 3 blade wielders can give. It is I who, if the time comes, will train the endowed. Tragus snorted at that. She's not even a burner, he whispered. Quiet enough Chenal was sure she wasn't meant to hear it. She couldn't train one if she wanted to. He shook his head. All a game. Today, the Tret continued, we honor a grand tradition, and a solemn tradition. Prophecy, given to us by the Tower of Foreseeing, declares that an individual will be chosen by the powers to defeat the dark god Oblivion. We call them the Endowed, and today we are here to determine if they have been found. The Tret paused for effect, sweeping her eyes over the crowd again. Those of you who can hear me, think long and hard about how your lives may change today. The Endowed may very well be among us. Our salvation may be here. This earned a few hesitant cheers. The Tret smiled, though even from a distance Chenal could see there was no joy in the gesture. Tenedon Lukos is today's prospect. He has declared himself the hero of the prophecy. He has shown the scar of Arakasala, a sign given to us by the first Tret. He has mustered an army to crusade into torment and now wishes for our support. She turned her gaze toward the back of the arena, where a small hatch had opened in the arena wall. This is your last chance to renounce your claim, Tenedon of Kiend. You may stay behind those doors and remain a citizen of Kiend, or you may fight and become the Endowed. A long pause. Then, finally, a man stepped out. Tall and muscular, he had long hair and a scraggly beard matted with scars. He held a long sword in his hand, and a white, glowing jewel shone through a hole above his chest in his tunic. Apparently, he was not only an atom burner, but had summoned his own surge. The Tret pursed her lips. The prospect has declared his intent. May we honor him for the bravery he has shown to defy oblivion, she said. Then she waved to the sky, to the violet-tinted stars that gleamed within the heavens. However, the void will not honor him, nor have mercy on any who follow him into the afterlife. So there must be a test, a show of power, to prove that the man you see is truly what he claims to be. The Tret waved again, and 3 more doors opened. 1 man stepped out of each. Each of their faces was covered, though they wore different clothing. One wore tight-fitting blue robes with a cloth mask, another wore thin, red-painted metal padding and a steel mask, and the third, Chanel's father, wore an armor set of pure titrite, the helm covering his face. Each of the men had a goggle-like set of 2 cameras on top of their masks, and each wielded a surge blade of a different power. They moved to the center of the arena, forming a triangle. The masked warriors, the Tret continued, have long been our way of testing those who claim the right of prophecy. The Endowed must kill them, and if they succeed, they shall advance to the next of the tests. Remember that the warriors' faces are covered to represent oblivion, who, no matter what you do, will never spare you. You are a tool to him, a pawn, and when death comes, he will torture you the same, wicked or righteous. She swept her eyes over the crowd again, a dark expression on her face. We're all pawns to you too, Shannala realized. She's reminding everyone of death, of the power she has. In that moment, Shannala hated this woman more than anything. She and the organization she led were the reason Shannala had to hide, the reason the prisoners in Rayrock had to suffer, the reason her father was so preoccupied with political games, unable to rest and spend time with his family. The Tret was everything wrong with the world, and with a flick of her wrist, Shannala could end her. One day she would, taking control of the Confederacy, then granting it to her father. She longed for that day, and for a single moment of raw hatred, patience evaded her, and she almost reached for Void, almost shot out a tendril of light to snap her enemy's neck, almost ran out and exposed herself as the Endowed. Let the duel begin! The crowd roared, and Shannala was small again. She forced her eyes back down to the arena, focusing on her father in his gleaming white armor. She twitched her finger as he fought. It didn't help. Tenedon was, indeed, an atom burner, and immediately he touched the metal wall of the arena, burning purity and turning his skin to gleaming titrite. Then he rushed toward the trio of masked warriors, long sword in hand. The masked warriors moved with pre-coordinated precision. The warrior wielding the Eversurge immediately took off into the air, soaring above Tenedon's head, then unleashing a hail of firebolts down at him. Tenedon either dodged the bolts or let them hit his armor, or they fizzled out, but that would be a problem for him. An Everburner in the sky was a nightmare for a Purity wielder to deal with. That didn't seem to faze Tenedon, though. He lunged toward the masked warrior wielding Void. Virik was his name, if Shannala remembered correctly. Virik narrowly avoided his sword strikes, summoning tendrils of spiritual power to knock the blades just barely off course. Shannala's father engaged next, using his longsword to force Tenedon backward. Lyris was clearly more skilled than Tenedon, and he managed to break one of Tenedon's arm plates, then stabbed the skin as it reformed. Tenedon yelped, then stepped back. A large chunk of the crowd cheered at that. The warrior with the Eversurge, a man named Irin, saw his opportunity. Raising his hand, he unleashed a bolt of hot, blazing plasma toward Tenedon. It struck his helm, blowing apart the armor piece in a single blast. Tenedon stumbled backward, the skin the helm had been made from quickly reforming, a shocked expression now on his face. The shock quickly morphed to anger. To Shannala's surprise, Tenedon cocked back his sword, as if to charge Lyris. And then he threw it. The crowd gasped as the blade flew into the air, propelled by the unnatural strength Purity granted Tenedon. It rammed into Irin's chest, tearing through his flesh and soaring out the other side until it embedded itself in one of the terrace walls. Irin sat briefly in the air, bleeding, his expression shocked, his skin pure alabaster. Then he stopped glowing, and his corpse fell, smashing into the sand below. A faint line of green mist exited his mouth, his soul descending into torment. Though the crowd's eyes followed the corpse, Tenedon did not waste any time. He ran back to the arena wall, slamming his hand into another section of it and refreshing his titrite armor. Then he stretched forth his other hand, and a sword formed there, a sword made from radiant white light. The crowd gasped again. That was an atom dagger. They were incredibly difficult to summon, even for an atom burner. It was certainly a sign that this man could actually be the Endowed. However, more important to Shinola, an atom dagger could cut through anything. Even her father's usually impervious titrite armor. Tenedon charged again, and this time the two masked warriors split, moving to opposite sides of the arena. Shinola suspected she knew what they were doing, forcing Tenedon to engage one of them on one side, allowing the other to blindside the atom burner. A decent strategy, but a tactic that would likely see one of the warriors dead. Tenedon hesitated a moment, then broke after Virik. Virik immediately lashed out with tendrils of red light, pushing them against Tenedon's armor, trying to slow him down. It was little use. Surges, though powerful, were nowhere near as strong as a true burner. Virik blocked two of Tenedon's blows before he fell, head severed by the atom dagger. As they fought, Shinola's father ran across the arena with equally inhuman speed, then leapt on top of Tenedon's back. Tenedon bucked, but Lyris got 2 sword strikes on the atom burner's helm, cracking it. Tenedon bucked again. Again Lyris held on, though he didn't get another blow in on the helmet. Tenedon stumbled backward, slamming into the wall. Lyris swung around to Tenedon's front, using one leg to push Tenedon's atom dagger away, the other to shove him to the ground. Tenedon's other hand snapped upward, snatching Lyris's neck. Lyris didn't struggle, instead slamming his sword into Tenedon's helm again. It shattered, shrapnel falling across the sands. However, before Lyris could finish Tenedon off, Tenedon threw Shinola's father backward, with force only an atom burner could muster. Lyris soared at least 20 feet into the air, then slammed into one of the columns. His broken body slid to the ground. To Shinola's relief, Lyris's crumpled form healed as it fell, shattered bones slowly knitting back together. He was alive, and his purity surge was shifting his body back to its natural state. She wasn't sure it would be fast enough, though. Tenedon rushed toward Lyris, his helm gone, but his atom dagger still shining bright. He arrived just as Lyris stood back up, swinging the atom dagger directly at Lyris's chest. Lyris threw his hand forward, and the blade stopped. A bright point of white light radiated from the place where Lyris's hand met the atom dagger, and Shinola could see that her father's hand was infused with purity. Purity that, for now, could block the atom dagger's energy. He'd only have an instant. But that was all he needed. Tenedon hesitated for just a moment, clearly shocked that his attack had been blocked. In that moment, Lyris thrust his blade straight through Tenedon's right eye. He fell over instantly, sand parting as his heavy, armored body sunk into it. Green mist poured out of his mouth. Atom burners could heal, but only if they were alive to do it. There was a loud silence, then a hesitant cheer. Soon the entire crowd was rising and clapping. Shinola joined them, if only out of relief that her father had survived. All hail the masked warriors! All despise the false endowed! Some of the masses rushed onto the arena sand, spitting on Tenedon's carcass, firing rounds into his mangled face. Beside Shinola, Tragus did not stand. Instead, he stared at the arena, a bemused smile on his face. They wouldn't have lasted a minute against Larsh, he said. Not one of them. Yet they still think they are players in this game. Such fools. He turned to Shinola, meeting her eyes, then leaning in close. Shinola jumped at the sudden movement. It was a pleasure to meet the famed hero of the prophecy. You are meant for more than their games, Erdor. He smiled, and the playfulness fled his face, leaving only cold stone. When you are ready to accept your role in this, know that Oblivion has an offer for you. He turned and left before Shinola could even react. She should have chased him, but she sat frozen in her seat, blood and fear pounding through her head. He knew. How could he know? Finally, as she recovered from the shock, her eyes followed him. Now that she looked closer, he wasn't a senator at all. Instead, he had a general's rune plastered on his back. Why was a Talar general here on Sheridan? Why had he been allowed in the arena? The Talar were technically still a member of the Confederacy, but they'd broken so many rules the Federation was seriously considering ejecting them. Most of all, how did he know about her scar? And the void. It couldn't have really sent him, could it? He was gone before she could ask, and others were rising from their seats. She pushed the thoughts from her mind, twitching her finger to take control of the fear. There would be time for questions later, when she was behind closed doors, or in one of her father's hideouts in the Undercity. Something else he'd said bothered her too, though. He'd talked about Larsh in the arena. Larsh, who also claimed to be the Endowed, though in her 13 years of rule she never submitted to the testing. Larsh, who allowed memory burning within her borders, despite the entire International Confederacy's protests. For the first time in 3 years, Shinola again wanted to flee to Talar, leave all this hiding behind. But it wouldn't work. And if it went wrong, Shinola, who as far as she knew was the Endowed, would have to submit to the testing. For if she was found as a burner, her only hope would be to declare herself a prospect and fight the masked warriors. Even if she was not found, it was supposedly her destiny to defeat the Void, and this was a necessary first step. A first step she'd take whether or not she liked it, for the Tower of Foreseeing was never wrong. She glanced down at the ripped-apart corpse on the sands, at the people turned to animals who spat upon his body. She shivered. Destiny or not, if she ended up in this arena, she doubted she would fare any better than Tenedon. Chapter 7. A Blade Calling. Hope is a weapon, elegant, beautiful, and dangerous. The Rift Code, Proverbs. We are close, God said in Sirla's mind. You have done well. She usually did her best not to show any outside reaction to the voice, but the smile that crossed her face in that moment was irresistible. It felt good to know that things would come to a head soon. That, after all she'd done, the Shaddai, and the Talar, would finally recognize her for the prophet she truly was. Right now, though, she stood in a large circular room, with holoscreen projectors covering every square foot of the walls. The projectors showed the day's footage, first-person views of the carnage that had ensued on Mirador. Blood sprayed across many of the screens, and about half of the feeds simply showed cloudy water or blue skies. Corpses were not ideal cameramen. But some of them were perfect. Laser tips flashing, grenades exploding, bodies crumpling, men screaming, all captured in crisp detail. Sirla's grin couldn't help but widen as she watched the spectacle. God would be pleased. She'd hated accepting Oblivion as God at first. How could God be so cruel? Why should she worship him rather than the benevolent Okron or the noble Ithrey? But as time wore on, she'd realized the truth. Even among gods, dominance was the only accurate measure of morality. With enough power, anything was right, and Oblivion had all power. Therefore, Oblivion was God, and because he was God, he decided what was right. "Anything stand out, my lady?" Tyrus said beside her. A hulk of a man, he, as always, wore full titrite armor, only his helm taken off, and even that was stuffed into his armpit, waiting. Tyrus liked to be prepared. It was a virtue she could appreciate, if one that could annoy her. Sirla waited a moment before replying. "Perelor's feed," she said. "Where is it?" Tyrus frowned. "You want to watch the memory burner again?" "Yes. Which one is his?" Tyrus's frown deepened, but he pointed to a small panel on the right side of the room. "That one, my lady. But—" Sirla raised an eyebrow as she turned to watch the footage. Currently, it depicted young Krot struggling through the water, deep crimson blood dancing in the surrounding current. Sirla couldn't resist a grin as she saw the swirling red liquid. They'd think she was disturbed because of it, but let them have their rumors. Kneeling to Oblivion changed one's tastes in ways a mere mortal couldn't understand. But what? "My lady, we all agree this obsession is getting out of hand." Ryla snorted. Obsession? Thaws, she thought. They've noticed. Not that it mattered. She'd just have to play along with whatever story they'd concocted to explain her interest. Yes, you spend more time on Perelor screens than all the others combined. I know he's a memory burner, and of special interest to the Cunning One, but it's still getting to be a bit much. And what would you have me do instead? Well, we're backlogged on our broadcast footage. If you could spend more time improving it, it would help our workflow significantly. Consider it approved, then. Tyrus blinked. What? Ryla sighed, turning and putting on what she hoped looked like a somewhat weary face. Let me be frank with you, Lieutenant. I am no journalist. That is your role. I am here for one purpose, and one purpose only. Security. I am a void burner, and my presence keeps the slaves in line despite their predicament. I know that, Tyrus said slowly, but... Ryla raised a hand. Let me finish. You know what you are doing. Fear-mongering is an expertise of mine, yes, but ultimately I am not a necessary part of the propaganda team. My role here is solely to reduce mutinies and address those that arise. Perelor Crotch is a memory burner. His powers seem dormant, yes, but we don't yet know if that's just an act he's putting on. Furthermore, he is friends with the only surge wielder in camp. He is more dangerous than anyone else here, perhaps more than all the others combined. So, yes, I spend time on his screen. Monitoring his behavior is crucial to fulfilling my role. I ask that you not interfere in this, and in return, I will allow you more leeway in your own area of expertise. Am I clear? Tyrus hesitated, then nodded. Yes, my lady. Thank you for explaining. I will inform the others of your decision. Good. You're dismissed. He walked off. Ryla watched him for a moment, then crossed her arms behind her back, returning to stare at Perelor's screen. Her lieutenant had seemed to buy the act well enough. Not completely, but she doubted he suspected her for what she was. A Shaddai, infiltrating Talar nobility and working towards the goals of oblivion. She wasn't sure why the Dark God was so interested in Perelor Crot. Yes, the boy was the brother of a potential endowed, but that was of little consequence now that his planet had fallen. He was a memory burner, though that wasn't uncommon, regardless of the Confederacy's efforts to kill their kind. Besides, he never used those powers anymore. He just sat in the slave camps, defeated and downcast and utterly pathetic. Ryla was surprised he hadn't killed himself yet. But Oblivion had explicitly commanded her to watch Perelor, and watch him she would. So she kept her eyes firmly on the screen, taking note as Perelor failed to stop another slave from committing suicide, then sunk into the trenches, falling silent as the battle moved on. He wasn't exhibiting any particularly rebellious behavior. Still, she'd sent a couple of trusted scouts to watch the man tonight. Best not to risk losing track of him. After all, it was not wise to disappoint God. A few hours after the battle ended, Perelor trudged through the streets of an abandoned Miradorn suburb. Aris, and another man from his squadron, walked behind him. They were the only ones in good enough condition to make the trip, though the other man had an upper arm wound that did not look good. The city had been left surprisingly intact. It seemed the enemy had retreated before the Talar had been forced to bomb the streets. There were only a few bodies lying on the ground, and most were already being cleaned up by slaves in purple cloth. The other man from Perelor's squadron, a Grohalan in red and silver, kept looking at those slaves, a hint of jealousy in his eyes, something not uncommon among Perelor's men. The other Talar slaves might not live pleasant lives, but at least they weren't being slaughtered on camera. Those cameras were running again, their buzz audible to Perelor now that the shouts of battle had faded to quieter groans of pain. He suspected they wouldn't run much longer, though. This carnage was bad, but there would be far worse on other sectors of the planet, and those sites would be the ones that were eventually broadcast. For now, though, they continued onward at a slow walk, led by a Talar soldier in shining violet armor as of yet unscathed by battle. He did not speak to the slaves. In fact, his expression grew more than a little nervous every time he looked at Perelor or Aris, his eyes drifting toward their surges. All the slave masters acted like that when Perelor was around. They seemed to think he, with his surge, was the most likely to try to escape. Well, he could understand that line of reasoning, even if they were wrong. Eventually, they came to a stop as the city faded back into farmland. The cameras stopped, and the Talar soldier walked away as half a dozen more soldiers, these in scuffed-up, battle-torn armor, strode up to Perelor and the other two men. Grunting, they handed Perelor 3 large metal tubes, each with a trigger and a massive barrel at its end. "Corpse duty," one of them said. "Your squad has the beach sector. Borders are cast to your holoscreen. Get to work." They stepped back, though their eyes remained firmly on Perelor. He handed one tube to Aris, and another to the wounded man, who looked as if he could hardly withstand the weight of it. "Corpse duty," he repeated. "These are mobile disposers. Knob on the left shows charge, top button will dispense the flames. Take any valuables off of any bodies you find and turn them into me. Don't steal, they don't react kindly to that." Aris sighed. "They really couldn't just do a bonfire, huh?" Perelor shrugged. "Keeps us busy. More like keeps us stinky." Perelor snorted. "Got a date tonight or something?" "Well, no, but they don't know that." He shook his head. "Very rude of them. Stealing that cologne only goes so far, you know." "Yep, I smell you every day, so trust me, I know." Perelor straightened. "Let's get to work. I want to get some sleep tonight. And start forgetting the faces of those men." Aris nodded. "I can get behind that." They began trudging back toward the beach, falling into silence. Perelor glimpsed the other slave, though, the one with the arm wound. He was looking back at the Talar soldiers, lips pursed, fire in his eyes. The sheer intensity of the gaze made Perelor shiver. That one might be trouble. He vaguely remembered seeing this man during the fighting. There was a reason he had survived. The way he'd killed clearly indicated he had military training. But there was nothing to be done about it, not yet. As they arrived at the beach, Perelor moved away from the others and began cleaning up the wreckage. It was a slow process. The disposers, though able to burn away a corpse in seconds, took several minutes to charge, a weakness built into this model to keep them from being used against Talar soldiers. And, though they only had to cover a slim section of the beach, there were at least 100 corpses just in that area. Though the echoes were faint, most of these men's minds and memories were well within torment now. They still murmured in the back of Perelor's thoughts. To make matters worse, this was the same plot of ground Perelor had fought on earlier. He tensed as he felt N527's echoes, clear as the ocean water in front of him, coming from a body that lay face up in the sand nearby. "Better to give up," the suicidal captive whispered. "Better to let the quiet take you." He knew what it felt like to have those thoughts, and he knew at least a little how to deal with them. He should have tried harder to stop the boy from killing himself, should have done better. For a moment his hand drifted toward the dagger on the belt, but he quickly retracted it. There'll be time for that later. Kneeling beside N527's corpse, he got to work. Perelor closed Captain Aralik's eyes, whispering an Ethian prayer before standing and turning the knob to recharge his disposer. It was nightfall now, and the platoon was nearly done with corpse duty. Perelor had been working near the trenches when he'd found Aralik. It looked as if he'd taken a bullet while slipping into the trench, then fallen inside and died there. His carcass, like most, had a face taut with pain and a figure contorted with fear. His dead eyes stared at the stars. And so Perelor closed them. It was an Ethian tradition. The Meridianite priests there said that a man's soul could still see through his eyes when he died, and the reminder of his former life made torment all the worse. Perelor wasn't sure if he believed in the Ethian religion anymore, but he did this all the same. Best not to risk making a man's condemnation worse. His head camera buzzed. Apparently, this was bad enough to merit potential footage. Or maybe they just wanted to watch him. They did that sometimes. Either way, he ignored it. The Talar might own his writ of slavery, but they didn't own him. At least, he told himself that as he lowered the disposer and activated it, burning Aralik to cinders. "Akron guide you," he said, finishing the prayer, away from the cold depths of the planets and into the endless warmth of the stars. His eyes lingered on the man a moment longer. Did he deserve that prayer? He had caused even more of Perelor's men to die. Surely that earned him at least a little of torment. But then, it wasn't as if Perelor himself hadn't sat and watched similar slaves die, without even trying to interfere. Perhaps they both deserved torment. Perhaps neither did. It didn't matter. Torment was what you got, no matter how good of a person you were. It was a disturbing reality of the galaxy, one few liked to think about. There was no point in doing the right thing, whether you thought it was right to begin with or not. Everyone got the same horrible reward, so what incentive was there to be moral? And yet you still try to find Eliel, a part of him noted. Why? She'll just fail like the other endowed did. He pushed that thought away. Maybe there wasn't a right thing, but he intended to honor his father's memory, and that meant protecting his sister. Slowly he moved toward the others. They were done for now. Those who stayed on the island would probably find corpses in hidden corners Perelor's men hadn't scoured, but most of them had been properly burnt away. Aris and the other man, N523, gathered around. Perelor collected their disposers, then nodded northward. We're sleeping with Squad 3 tonight, and I'll be subbing in for a rollick until they find his replacement. No further duties until tomorrow. Sleep well, though. You'll need the rest. Aris nodded. You need help carrying those? He asked, nodding toward the weapons in Perelor's hand. They were bulky, and the three together were heavy enough he probably could have used the help. But he shook his head. I'll be fine. You sure? Yup. Aris's brow creased. Well, just come back as soon as you've got them delivered, I guess. I'll come back when I want to, Aris. He met Perelor's eyes, flinched, then sighed. All right. He walked away, though his eyes lingered on Perelor longer than they should have. He knows, Perelor thought. Unfortunate, but it wasn't as if the younger man could stop him. Grunting, Perelor strode into the trees, found a Talar soldier, and dropped off the weapons. Then he began heading for the city. He suspected the area they'd walked through earlier would be private enough. All the civilians who'd lived here had been airlifted out during the invasion, and consequently, the residential districts were nearly silent. And, sure enough, as he made his way out of the foliage and into the streets, he saw no one, save for the smoke of a mass corpse burning a few miles off. He found his way to a back street, checked for any stray Talar, then closed his eyes, letting his father's voice call to him. You failed, it rumbled. You didn't keep her safe. Perelor shivered, a nightmare beginning to dance across his thoughts. Flames lashing across cement rooftops, blood and mud and dirt flying into the air as fighter planes descended on the streets. It was not a nightmare. It was a memory. He fell to his knees. You let Larsh take her. No, he said, voice trembling. I tried. I'm sorry, I tried. You failed. You broke your oath. I'm sorry. Remorse will not bring her back. Remember, Perelor, you lost her. He did remember, for one agonizing moment. Then he forced himself to forget. The voices and the images faded. The pain didn't. It raced through his veins, pinning his knees to the ground. It seemed to press hard against his chest, as if trying to stifle his heartbeat. For a moment, he wouldn't have cared if it succeeded. Then, groaning, he stood up. Slowly, hesitantly, he retrieved his dagger, drawing it from his belt. His hand shook. He hated that. He'd done this 1,000 times, and every time he did it he still hesitated. It was dishonorable. He held the dagger in front of his face. The metal blade was well polished, and he could see himself in the reflection. His Ethian uniform was in tatters, torn apart by the battle, and though he'd healed himself, dried blood still caked his skin. An eye patch still covered one of his eyes, even after all these years. He could heal it, and people often asked why he didn't. They didn't understand. The lost eye was his punishment, his reminder of how, and who, he had failed that horrible day when everything had changed. With his free hand he swung the patch off his face. Beneath, his eye was barely recognizable as an eye, though the black glyph scarred into it was clearly readable. Elikai. Slave. Failure. He tucked the eye patch into his pocket, hesitated, again. Then, Grimacing, he began to cut. He slashed himself carefully, avoiding any large veins or arteries. This was meant to hurt, but not to disable him, nor to use too much of his surge's power. So he slid the blade close to his skin, flaying himself rather than cutting deep. Within a minute, his arm was a mess of exposed flesh, beads of blood dripping to the ground. Most men would be screaming in pain by now, or, at the very least, incapable of hurting themselves further. Not Perelor. He'd had years to train himself. He switched hands, now holding the dagger in a hand that was itself slashed in several places. His muscles stung as they touched the metal, but he ignored them, carefully repeating the process on his left arm, trying his best to replicate the exact pattern he'd made on the right one. It was difficult. He could push back the pain enough to continue cutting, but his hand still shook, and his brain reeled at the loss of blood. There was one benefit of this, though, one that outweighed the cost 100 times over. While he cut, the whispers of the fallen were gone. The past itself was gone. There was only him and the blade, him and the warm blanket of red covering his arm. In a twisted way, it almost felt like Elia was back, embracing him. Almost. Finally, he finished. His hand, trembling violently now, gave in, and the dagger slipped from his grip. It clanged as it hit the cement walkway, the sound echoing in the night. Perelor himself sat down, head slumped down, exhausted. Slowly, the hurt, the real pain he'd come here to numb, enveloped him. His father, staring upward with charred holes for eye sockets. A whip, ramming into his back, over and over. Dozens of his comrades laying dead on a battlefield. The men from today that he hadn't known, but had cared for anyway, no matter what he pretended. All of them lost, because he hadn't tried hard enough. Most of all, his sister. Gone. Torn from him 5 years ago today. The last ember of worth he had left, extinguished in an instant. The tears overtook him. He did not sob, but they ran freely down his cheeks, raining onto his arms. They stung as they struck the open wounds, and somehow that pain was far more intense than anything else. He sat there, alone, for too long, barely able to control himself, barely able to keep the blood from staining his clothes further. In the distance, the bonfire of corpses blinked out, leaving a puff of smoke in its wake, leaving him almost completely in darkness. He rose, eventually, though he did not know how much later. Soon enough, at least, that the sun hadn't risen. Limbs shaking, he closed his eyes and reached for the surge in his back. As it always did, the purity seemed to resist him, pushing almost physically against his mental pull, but, as it always did, it inevitably rushed into his veins. His muscles, once tired, came alive with energy, and his heartbeat quickened. The pain receded, and within a few moments, his flesh had repaired itself completely, leaving barely a scar in its wake. The glowing white energy also tried to heal his burned eye. The Perelor mentally willed it backward, and it obeyed. Keep your sister safe, son. His father's last request. He'd failed. The echoes, the screams, returned, the past taunting him. Cursing, he turned and strode back into the night, leaving a pool of his own blood behind him. Chapter 8. The Liar. In the end, fear shall not overpower them, and they shall stand strong when they face oblivion. Excerpt from the Book of Eternity. Shinala waited for several hours for her father to free himself from the watching crowd. Most of those who got close were congratulating him, but a few were supporters of Tenedon, and they cursed and spat and yelled as they approached. One even tried to kill her father. The would-be assassin was swiftly disposed of, the gunshots barely audible over the chaotic chatting. Chatting. At an arena stained with the blood of fallen men. It was wrong, but Shinala said nothing. She didn't spend most of that time waiting for her father, either. She'd been nervous for him, but now that anxiety had twisted itself into worry for her own well-being. Still staring at Tenedon's corpse, mangled beyond recognition in the sand, she couldn't help but wonder how long she had before someone caught her. Not long, she decided. That coup needs to happen soon. Finally, her father pushed his way through the crowd to them. He gave Shinola a curt nod, and held out his hand to help her mother as they made their way towards the exit. Eliminators with laser tips waved away the crowd as they passed. "Are you all right?" Shinola's mother asked. Her father just grunted, nodding to the door. "Let's just leave." Shinola's mother's eyebrows furrowed in concern, but she followed Lyris as he made his way toward a private dressing room, which had a secret exit on the other side they could use to slip away. Eliminators followed them through the entrance, warding off the throng of people, then shutting the door behind them. They found themselves in a long hallway, lined with decorations, antique weapons, and proverbs in ancient Meridian script engraved into the walls. As they walked, Lyris ripped off his masked warrior robes, leaving him in a tight nylon fiber jumpsuit. Soon the hallway opened into a small atrium, with granite benches for the warriors to change on. Lyris threw his surge blade onto one such bench, then sat down, burying his head in his hands. His breathing was shaky. "Lyris, are you all right?" Shinola's mother asked, more firm this time. There was no reply, though his breathing was growing even quicker. "He's panicking," Shinola realized. "Just like me." "Lyris?" her mother pressed. "I almost died," her father spat. "I know," Shinola's mother said, perfectly calm despite the outburst. "That's why I'm asking." "Well, thank you, but leave," her father said, turning away. He clenched his jaw. "I'll be fine. I'm always fine." He was shaking more violently now. "He almost had me. I'll have to train harder." Shinola's mother frowned, but nodded, softly touching Shinola's shoulder. "We're here, Lyris, if you need us. We always are." "Leave." That was all she got in reply. Shinola's mother nodded, and they turned to go, then stopped. Someone else was coming down the hall. The Tret, followed by the 5 high priests, each wearing the colors of their respective sect. She gave a curt nod to Shinola's mother as she passed, then stopped before Lyris, folding her arms behind her back. "Lyris, you have disappointed me." Immediately Lyris turned, eyes alight with anger. "Disappointed you? Tenodon is dead, just as you asked. Tell me," he growled, "how have I disappointed you this time?" The Tret only raised an eyebrow. "I would advise more respect," she said, "considering I am about to demote you." Lyris went pale. "What?" "You heard me. You're demoted. From here on, you will be a trainer for the masked warriors. I'll pay you a respectable salary and allow you access to a few surges, but nothing more." Lyris sneered. "You can't do that." "Oh no," Shinola thought. "He's not going to take this well. Not at all. And the coup. This is a major setback." She began twitching her finger, praying to Okron that the Tret was simply exaggerating, threatening him to encourage higher performance. "I am actually the only one in Deltai who can," the Tret said. Her voice grew softer. "You're unfit for this, Lyris. Admit it. You should have stepped back years ago. I killed Tenodon. You almost failed. Do you have any idea what a disaster that would be? The Kozoth are already considering invasion, thanks to Larsh's antics with the Talar. No one has passed the first testing in 5 centuries. The uproar it would cause would throw us into disarray, and the Kozoth would pounce. The entire galaxy hung on a thread, Erdor, because of you and your men's incompetence. Because you and your pride haven't stepped down. I saved us." "You did," the Tret said, "and for that I am grateful, I truly am. But it was too close. We need fresh blood in the warriors. Especially now that 2 of you are dead, completely reassembling the team is the best option." She met his eyes. "I'm giving you a peaceful retirement, Lyris. All the funds you need for a comfortable life. All I'm asking is that you walk out of this. Lead a simple life here on Sheridan. You've earned it." "I'll train harder. Please." "No. This is final. Your retirement has been long overdue. I will issue the statement tonight." Her voice softened even further. "This is no reflection on you, my friend. You're almost in your 50s, and everyone's body wears out with age. I will give you a position in the Assembly, if you truly wish to continue in politics. But I cannot risk invasion just for your pride." She sighed. "We can discuss the details later. Right now, we both should be attending Veridon's execution." She shook her hand. I really didn't need another traitor rearing their head, but here we are. Lyris blinked. You're doing that now? Yes. It's a reminder to our enemies, a show of force while they are weak. It will, hopefully, help convince the Kazoth we are strong enough to repel an attack. The Tret straightened. I'll give you some time to process your demotion, but I must leave. She relaxed a little. Good work today, Lyris, and I am truly sorry about the others. She turned and departed, ignoring Shanala's mother completely this time, the priests following her. Lyris glared at the Tret's back. Then, when she was gone, he broke down, tears of anger and sorrow streaming down his face, his breath coming in long, ragged gasps. Shanala recognized those symptoms. He was having a panic attack, something he'd cancelled her through 100 times. Her heart ached, and she wished she knew how to return the favor and help him. Shanala's mother placed her hand on Lyris's back. He shook it away. Go, he hissed. I'll meet you at the execution. I don't want you to see me like this. Shanala's mother hesitated. We shouldn't leave, Shanala thought. We need to help him. They didn't stay, though. Shanala's mother left, and she followed, trying to shut the soul-breaking sound of her father's sobbing from her mind. Veradon's execution went smoothly, and Shanala was relieved to find that no inquisitive eyes rested on her during the event. The Tret gave a brief speech, detailing Veradon's conspiracy with Irio and his crimes, and then he was killed. It was quick, simple, and brutal. Shanala felt a strange guilt, though. Veradon, though gagged, had stared at her pleadingly the whole time the Tret had spoken. Part of her knew she should have helped him. He'd just been trying to save a burner, someone just like herself. She didn't. She just watched silently as the executioner swung his sword, and Veradon fell to the ground in 2 pieces. Her father had approached her shortly after the proceedings had concluded. He'd said only a few words to her. We will need to move up our plans for the coup. Tonight we train. And so, a few hours later, Shanala waited in a private training room deep within the Undercity. It was a secret room, the walls shielded by metal, soundproofing, and anti-muon scanner devices. The setup was simple. On the inside, the place was a large metal dome. No furnishings, no patterns on the floor nor the ceiling. Just dull steel all around. Again. Lyris stood before her, his eyes still puffy, but his face now taut with anger. He stubbornly wore the white and silver robes of a masked warrior, and an Ever surge blade waited at his side. He'd have to turn it in before the day was through, but Shanala suspected he wouldn't do so a moment earlier than he had to. I can't do it for too long, Shanala said. I'll wear out. I know, her father replied, but you're not worn out yet. Again. Shanala sighed, but nodded, then closed her eyes. She reached for Ever first, burning the memories of those around her. It was difficult. This place was deep underground, in the farthest layer of the Undercity, and few lived near it even on the surface. But Sheridan was still a highly populated planet, and with effort she managed to pull some echoes from far away and burn those. Her eyes opened, and she was now alight with Ever. She fell into an attack stance, throwing her hand forward, burning her Ever to heat the air above her palm, then shoot the resulting beam of concentrated plasma into the steel. It sizzled as it struck the metal. She thrust her other hand forward a moment later, sending a similar bolt into another section of the wall. She repeated that motion several times, alternating hands, practicing aiming while shooting them off as fast as she could, all while keeping the attack concentrated into as small a bolt as possible. A more dense attack would do the same damage while burning less Ever. Finally, she ran out of Ever. She closed her eyes again, this time burning purity. That involved burning her own body. Sort of. You didn't actually burn yourself, just your connection to the purity web, but every person had a limited amount they could burn, and it usually depended on their physical strength. Stamina burning was the slang term for it. Immediately, her muscles quickened, and she lit up with white light. While she was infused with purity, she could feel the physical world around her. A sixth sense, much like memory sense, but one that, instead of showing her others' thoughts, told her where every piece of matter nearby was, and what it was made of. Atom sense, it was called. Her memory sense, of course, shut off while she was burning purity. Each of the three powers attracted towards itself, and repelled the other two. The endowed was prophesied to unite those powers, wielding all three at the same time, a feat most would deem impossible, were it not for the existence of Dawnbreaker. But she didn't have time to worry about that now. She knelt, touching her hand to the steel floor, then burned purity. The steel melded with her skin, flowing into it, forming glowing heavenly titrite armor. That was what burning purity did. It allowed you to shift your body, either moving around the matter already inside you, or adding matter from outside, and using that matter to enhance your physical capabilities. You could use it to heal yourself, too, by shifting your body back into the shape it had been before the wound. And others, if they let you, though that was more complicated. She stood up, now covered entirely in a suit of titrite, even her eyes, though she could still sense everything around her through her atom sense. She threw a few punches in the air, then shifted into a collection of training stances, practicing what it felt like to use her amplified muscles. After a minute, though, she let the purity dissipate from her body. The metal seeped out of her skin, then fell away in pieces. She stepped back, careful to avoid stabbing herself on the shards, panting. She'd been doing this exercise for 2 hours now, and it was taking a toll on her. Using the powers for too long always did. She hesitated. This was an exercise in switching between each of the three powers quickly, designed by her father, and the next part of it called for using Void. "He is called the Eliminators," Oblivion said. It was the first time he'd spoken in a while. "They are almost here. I can see them in the third layer. You don't have much time." She froze. The voice wasn't usually so specific. She paused for a moment, considering if it could actually be right. But no, it was Oblivion speaking. He was lying to her, as he always did. "Void," her father growled. "You're getting slow. Switch faster." She hesitated, then shook her head, pushing away the voice. Then she closed her eyes again. It wasn't technically necessary to do that to reach, but most burners did so anyway. It only took a couple seconds to light up with one of the powers, and shutting off your senses helped you focus more on connecting to the proper realm. Burning Void, though, was a far different experience than Ever or Purity. Using the other two could be traumatic. You were seeing others' thoughts, or temporarily draining your life force, but there was still a peace that came while infused with them. A rightness. Not so with Void. In fact, it felt the opposite. As Shanola reached for emotion around her, everything turned wrong. Pain prickled across her skin. Unnatural fear pounded in her heart, a sinking, endless pit of it. And, though she could not see who it was, she felt as if someone, or something, was watching her, eyes boring into her very soul. Emotions flew through her mind. Emotions of people in the city, tired as they went to bed. Some thrilled about the results of the testing, others resignedly realizing they'd been wrong to hope again. And other emotions. Emotions of two Eliminators, seething with hatred. Hatred directed toward a young girl named Shanola Erdor. "He is turning you in," the voice whispered. It was much, much louder now. Louder than it should have been, even if she was wielding the third power. "He has betrayed you. Run, little one. Kill him and run while you still can." The fear intensified. Her own natural fear, not a projection of the Void. The emotions of those around her fled as she caved, failing to summon Void. She returned to reality on her knees, gasping for breath, a cold sweat running down her back. "There's Eliminators," she gasped. "I felt them." A brief flash of panic crossed Lyris's face, so brief that Shanola would not have caught it, were it not for the paranoia caused by Oblivion's constant warnings. A snort quickly replaced it. "I cover our tracks well, daughter. We will be fine." Shanola hesitated, focusing. No, there were 2 Eliminators, at least. There could be more. Seething with the desire to move that often came before a fight. "I think I'm right, Dad. I can feel them really well. We need to leave." "We will be fine." Lyris's voice was just a little too loud. He let out an exasperated breath. "I don't have the patience to deal with your nonsense today. Continue your exercises." "He is lying. Do not pretend you cannot see it." She hesitated, her emotions twisting and churning and raging within her. Oblivion had to be lying. This couldn't be. Her father had always. He has always been more abusive than you were willing to acknowledge, Oblivion hissed. The coup is just a plan for him to gain more power, little one. Do not be deceived. He blocks your way to true freedom. Do you not remember the night when he held you back from it? The Talar would have welcomed you. Her father growled. Get up. I almost died defending you. You have no right to be lazy. He berates you, denies you your humanity. You are a tool to him, a sword to remove his opponents. He threatened the Tret, you know. She is fully aware of your powers, but she is afraid of your father's madness and your loyalty to it. But you do not have to be afraid. I can set you free. All it takes is a word. Trembling, Shannala stood. She checked again with her soul sense, and still she felt the Eliminators rushing toward them. Send your father, little one. He is infused, but I will assist you. Cringing, she pushed harder, reaching for Lyris's emotions. She felt a strange resistance as she did, but, as promised, it puffed away as she pushed firmly with her willpower. And there she found a tempest, of sickening hatred and fear, though very little sorrow. Most of all, though, there was cold, unholy determination. She stepped back, heart pounding. You're lying, she said. A part of her could not believe she was saying those words. A part of her knew they had always been true. That's why you have the Eversurge blade. You wanted to be infused, so I couldn't read your thoughts. Oh, so you can hide your thoughts and lie to my face. Her father chuckled. He was a good actor, Shannala admitted. He didn't look the slightest bit concerned. Perhaps we need to be done. Unfortunate, but it seems you're cracking. I have always wondered what your mother sees in you. You're not answering the question. Shannala was surprised at the vehemence in her voice. How long had she pent up this anger, the stress of hiding all these years? It was all coming to the surface now. The Eliminators are coming, aren't they? You're having me train so you can weaken me, so I won't be able to burn for as long when they arrive. She stepped forward, closing her eyes. She burned purity this time. Armor would serve her best, if she was right about this. When she opened her eyes, she was glowing white. Or training because you need practice, her father said flatly. Nothing more. He was still maintaining his act, and doing so well. But there was just the slightest flicker in his expression, the slightest twitch of his finger toward his surge blade, as Shannala stepped forward, titrate rushing up her leg and forming into a suit around her. He was lying. Her gut told her that much. Kill, the void whispered. He deserves it. No, not father. He always backs me. He's always loyal. He had betrayed her. The one person she had trusted, the one person she had loved, was the same as the rest. Oblivion's touch finally overcame her. She stretched out her hand, closing her eyes and burning more purity to summon a titrite spike jutting out of her wrist. Then she swept at her father's neck. He reacted instantly, drawing his surge blade and blocking the blow in one fluid motion. For an instant he closed his eyes, and ever flowed from the surge into his veins, then spread through his blood into his skin. Stepping back, he raised his hand, burning his newfound energy. A wave of force slammed into Shannala, but she was ready. She knew her father's tactics as sure as she knew his ruthlessness. She burned purity, turning the metal floor into her armor, then extending her footplates and melding them into the floor for just a moment. The force of Lyris's attack whipped against her, and she was forced to lean forward to avoid toppling backward, but she held her position. Then, stepping forward, she batted away her father's surge blade, snatched him by the neck, and pinned him against the wall. Desperately, he burned more ever, summoning a burst of flame that roared into Shannala, but her titrite absorbed the heat easily. Soon he was no longer infused with anything. Kill him. Tell me you're not lying, she hissed. Tell me they're not coming and I'll stop. Kill him. Her father gasped. I'm not lying. But the act was gone, and she could see his face. His eyes were wide with fear, but his shoulders also sagged with guilt. She trembled, dropping him to the floor. He lunged for the surge blade, but she stepped on his back, pinning him to the floor with unnatural strength. She stood there, shaking, for too long. Kill him. She was angry. She was afraid. Most of all, she wasn't sure what to do with the voice in her head. He deserves it. She released Purity, letting it flee without burning it, then immediately reach for Ever. She burned her father's thoughts as she did. They're almost here, he was thinking. They'll have surges. We can still kill her. But she saw other things in his mind, too. The Tret knew. She'd known for years now, and the only reason Shannala had been spared had been her father's repeated, careful blackmail, made possible by his position within the masked warriors. Things suddenly made more sense. Her ability to walk into Rayrock and kill a political rival undetected. Her father's panic over his lost duties. Even now, she was only alive because the Tret feared Lyris would try to have Shannala kill her at the last possible moment. It was just as Oblivion had said. I warned you, he rumbled. I truly tried to stop this. I still can, if you give in. But if you do not give yourself to me, there is nothing I can do, and you will die. Shannala hesitated, but pushed the thought back. The god had been right, but it was still the void speaking. It was right about one thing, though. Right now, she was alive because of her father's efforts. And if she didn't run, she would die because of them, too. Okron, she hated him. And Ithrey, she loved him. The duality of those emotions clashed so strongly inside her, it took an intense display of will to act at all. But act she did. Her eyes opened, and she was now alight with blue Ever, her mind sharper, though the voice still whispered incessantly in her mind. Kill him. He betrayed you. It would be irrational not to. The voice didn't understand. She needed to run. All of Sheridan would know about her by now. There could be no covering up such a scandal. She hadn't been able to get an exact picture of how many Eliminators were coming. Soul Sense could only read one's emotions and intent, not their physical vision. But there was likely at least a single kill squad, numbering 24 men. Combine their expertise with the surges they wielded, and they would best Shannala easily. Still, she stood there, staring down at her father's face, hating him. She raised her hand, forming a ball of flames within it. Good. Do it. Her hand trembled. She despised this man, and yet she loved him. Deep down, she disagreed with everything he stood for, yet for the last decade she had spent every minute of every day trying to please him. Yes, she needed to run. Not just from the Eliminators, but from this. She burned her Ever to throw her father backward, then snatched the surge blade from the ground, then dashed away, out into the stiff wind of the Undercity. She ran as fast as she could, but still she heard her father shout behind her. You won't get away. You're weak. You always have been. He was deranged, evil, yet his disapproval still cut her to the bone. So she just kept running, tears and sweat running freely down her face, until his screams faded into echoes, then into silence. Chapter 9. Stars. Whatever burden you carry, carry it with purpose. The Rift Code, Proverbs. The trek back to camp would be a long one. Perelor hadn't realized just how far he'd wandered into the city until he'd started his journey back. Considering how fast this planet rotated, Aris had said something about 12-hour days, it might be sunrise by the time he arrived. He'd certainly been gone far longer than he was supposed to, and Aris would be certain now that Perelor had self-harmed. Ah well, he always found out, one way or another. And Perelor continued doing it, one way or another. He just hit the border between the streets and the forest when he heard a twig snap behind him. Without thinking, he ripped his laser tip from off his back and whirled toward the source of the sound. He stopped himself from hitting the trigger instinctively, though he twisted behind a tree in case his potential enemy wasn't so generous. He focused on the surrounding echoes. It was more difficult without closing your eyes and intentionally focusing, and it was even more difficult for him now than it had been years ago, but he was able to pick out a frightened jumble of thoughts nearby. A man in Grahalan red and silver robes, though unarmed. Perelor vaguely recognized the thin strands of gray hair on the man's arms. Hesitantly, he stepped forward until he could see the other slave with his own eyes, then lowered his laser tip. N523, it's you. He frowned. How long have you been following me? You could at least care enough to learn our names, Thurgahalan grunted. No names in my camp, Perelor said. And you're dodging the question. You followed me. Your proof? That you just happened to bump into me several hours from camp? N523 hesitated, then shrugged. Well, that's proof enough, I suppose. Not that it matters. You aren't doing what I thought you were. Which is? Pretty much anything besides that. A look of visible disgust crossed his face. Torment. I don't even think the pits of the tomb are that harsh. It's an Ethian warrior's ritual, Perelor said, tensing. It didn't truly matter if his men knew what he did, or how much of a wreck he was, but it made him uncomfortable. Better to craft a lie, just a small one. I don't do it very often, and only when I have enough charge in my healing surge. Keeps me resistant to pain. I've met my fair share of Ethians, N523 said. None of them were that strange. Of course, they also asked me my name, so I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Can we get to the point? Why are you here? You should be resting. They only give us 6 hours, you know. He met the man's gaze, the barest tint of amusement crossing his lips. No time for grump sleep. No smiling, his thoughts hissed. Not in this place. You have no right to smile, when you will live and he will die. I'm not a grump, the man said, folding his arms. Oh, I do like extra sleep. He shook his head. But it doesn't matter why I'm here, and I wouldn't tell you even if it did matter. He hesitated. Unless? Perelor snorted. Unless what? No more riddles. And let's get moving. We need to be there by sunrise, and that's not far off. N523 paused, his eyes growing dark, and Perelor instantly understood. He'd seen those eyes many times before, on men who had all died at Talar hands, and one man, whose foolish plan had lost Perelor the last family he had. You want to escape, don't you? N523's eyes widened briefly, and he had to fight to get his face back under control. No, he sighed. Okay, fine. I thought maybe you knew a way, and that's where you were headed. Perelor raised an eyebrow. You think after 5 years of staying put, I would just happen to leave the night you get here? Also, I don't know any such route. It's not like this is my home planet either. The man blinked. You've been here. How long? Rumor hasn't gotten around yet, I see. 5 years. Long years. Ithrey almighty. He shook his head. 5 years of that torment. His usual flippancy faded into a haunted rasp as he said the last word. How did you survive? Healing surge, mostly. Well, yeah, that. But how did you stay sane? I didn't. Forgetting, he said instead. It was close enough to the truth. And you've never thought about getting out of here? Perelor snorted. Every day. I'm just not foolish enough to try it. He motioned toward camp. I wasn't joking when I said we needed to get moving, soldier. He turned, expecting the man to follow. His cover was blown, after all. Surely he wouldn't be. We could try it tonight. Perelor stopped, raising an eyebrow. You want to die now, huh? I want out of here, the man snapped. Grahala is about to fall under siege. I need to be there to protect my family. It seems you already failed at that. Bold words coming from an Ethian. Perelor winced, remembering his own father's charred eye sockets. If you could go back, a part of him thought, and have a chance at saving him, wouldn't you take it? He knew the answer. He would do it in a heartbeat, and fail again all the same. I told you that you're going to die, Perelor said. I meant it. You can hasten it if you wish, but don't expect me to take part. Fine, maybe not tonight, N523 continued, but if we prepared enough, we could get out. A plan, Kreeling's voice whispered. All we need is a good enough plan. Growling, Perelor then sheathed his dagger and threw it in one fluid motion. The blade whizzed past N523's face, slamming into the trunk of a tree beside him. He blinked. Preparation is an illusion, Perelor hissed. Something will go wrong. It always does. I won't risk my life on this again. He stepped toward N523, bearing his laser tip, memory flashing through his mind. Never again. N523 shied back for a moment, trembling. Then he met Perelor's gaze, and his expression softened. So you have tried it. Once. And you failed? Flames, blood, screams, rubble. and a blade he so desperately wanted to thrust through himself. What do you think? We won't fail this time. They all say that. And then I watch them die. 23 mutinies during my time here, and every single one has ended on the whipping platform. I'm going to die anyway. And I'm not. And that's how it is. Perelor stepped back. Follow me to camp, or don't. Heavens know I'm too tired to care. He walked away, and made it several yards before N523 called after him. Darien. What? Darien. That's my name. Perelor was silent. Behind him, he saw Darien sigh. Thought maybe that would awaken a little humanity in you. Oh well. I shouldn't be surprised. The Talar are good at beating that out of us. Yeah, Perelor said. They are. He closed his eyes, and for a moment he actually considered helping the man. His father would like that. He'd always loved stories of honor and bravery. He'd like real-life examples of it even more. But he'd also made Perelor swear an oath, and that was more important than any mere slave. He let out a long breath, then continued toward camp, not bothering to look and see if N523 was behind him. Never learn a soldier's name. Never care. That was his motto now, forged to keep him from agony far worse than that of a dagger scraping down your arm. Half an hour later, Perelor slipped into a sandy trench, wincing as the sun began rising above the horizon, spraying colors across the sky. He leaned his head against the sand, closing his eyes, then frowned as he heard voices beside him. Had the others not gone to sleep? Fools. In a battle, exhaustion would kill you as surely as a plasma bolt. He could only afford to stay awake because of his purity surge. He sighed, opened his eyes, and turned toward the sound. There he found a familiar sight. Aris, leaning over a warmer, the flames from the canister casting shadows across his smiling face as he told the other slaves a story. Myrrodon, his name was, Aris was saying. He was Talar, actually. So he was a searing voidling, one slave huffed. Not in those days, Aris said. In those days, the Talar were still warriors, but they were not tyrants, for in those days there was a greater enemy. Oblivion, another slave whispered. She was a young girl, no older than her late teens. One of her arms looked like it had been hit by a plasma bolt, and she was curled up in a ball, staring at the ground, her eyes wide. Shock from seeing the carnage. It was common here, and it usually resulted in death for the victims. It was a miracle she'd even survived one battle. Yes, Oblivion, god of death, wielder of the third blade, slayer of Vertros, the enemy of all mankind. We know who Oblivion is, the slave who had called the Talar voidling said, snorting. Perhaps you do, Aris said, but have you ever seen his fiery eyes stare into your soul? Heard his voice as loud as an asteroid crash, as harsh as the shriek of a supernova? If I had, I'd be dead, the slave muttered. This story is stupid. I should be sleeping. Aris shrugged. Sleep is good. Stories are good too. Up to you. He cleared his throat, then continued. One of Oblivion's most powerful servants, Skleptar, messaged Myrrodon's high commander. He told the Talar soldiers posted on Eratolic that if they surrendered they would be spared. But if they did not, they would die with the Araxai, their bodies ripped to atoms. For 1 hour, Myrrodon's superiors argued, trying to find a way out of their predicament. They messaged Ithrey, but got no reply. They called Exilus himself, and still nothing. Their comms had been jammed, and not even their memory burners could contact the goddess. Finally, as the fleet of the Kazoth bore down, they had to choose. At first, they thought they would surrender. After all, they had so few ships. To win against such a force would be unheard of. But then, Myrrodon made his own decision, and he stood before his comrades and declared it to them all. I am no mighty man, he said, but I have my valor, and I will keep it. And if I must die, I will die well, for torment awaits all men save those who defy it. Then he said no more, and flew to fight the enemy. Yet, before he was even within his own weapon's attack range, he was slain, his cruiser blown apart by a laser. There was a pause. Then the huffy slave blinked. That's it? That's the end? Aris shrugged. I thought you said you were going to sleep. Well, now I wish I had. That's seriously the end? Aris smiled, then leaned forward, hands on his knees. For Myrrodon, he said, but not for the story. You see, Myrrodon's men saw him die. And as his ship fell from the sky, they made their own decision, to die well as he had. And they did die well. Out of 1,000 men, only 20 survived, and there was great mourning in Talar for the loss of them. But they won. Launching a counterattack, they punched through the shields of the Kazoth flagship and blew apart its engines. The rest of Oblivion's fleet scattered, and the last of the Arxai were saved. It is said the blood of that nation runs in the veins of millions, all because of Myrrodon. Aris sat back, a satisfied grin still plastered on his face. The end. Perelor had inched closer to the men as Aris spoke, and he frowned. Aris did this a lot. This tale was his favorite, and slaves ate it up. They ate any story up, every time. It seemed hope was more important than sleep to those who were, in essence, already dead. It was false hope, though. Only torment awaited these men, both in the afterlife and before. Huh, the huffy slave said. Huh what? Aris asked. Was it confusing? Just huh, the slave replied. Wasn't confusing, except for the moral, I guess. I can't seem to figure it out, but maybe I'm just too tired. As you should be, Perelor said, clearing his throat. You all were supposed to be sleeping. Aris sighed. You didn't order us to sleep. I shouldn't have to order you. It should be common sense. He shook his hand. But if you don't have that, I'll order you. All of you, get what rest you can and pray we don't get called on until you get enough of it. Aris, we need to talk. Aris frowned, but did not protest, instead gesturing for the slaves to lie down. Perelor made sure they all at least closed their eyes, then stepped out of the trench, walking a few yards over and gesturing for Aris to follow. It was just a story, Aris grumbled. This isn't about the story, Perelor said. I still don't like it, but I won't reprimand you for that. It's other things. Ah, found something in the city? Not really. But N523 followed me, tried to talk me into escaping. Think he might try a rebellion then? Not sure. Just keep an eye on him and I'll do the same. Got it. There was a long pause. Perelor twitched, unsure how to bring up the next thing he wanted to talk about. Aris raised an eyebrow. You're going to go after Data again, aren't you? Perelor relaxed. Yes. How'd you know? You're not that sneaky. I see the scars on your arm, you didn't heal them all the way. And whenever you harm yourself, you eventually end up trying to find her again. He met Perelor's eyes, his eyes wide with concern. I told you to tell me if things got bad. Perelor grunted, but was otherwise silent. You can't just ignore it. It's getting more frequent. I'm worried. More silence. Perelor, please. Perelor just straightened. What I do with myself isn't your business. Maybe not, but your safety is. Safety? Perelor shook his head. We're at war. Safety stopped mattering years ago. Aris turned, his gaze intense as he tried to meet Perelor's eyes. Perelor did not turn, though, instead keeping his gaze firmly on the slowly vanishing stars. Eliel had liked the stars. They'd used to stargaze every time the slave masters were gone. He remembered once, after a beating he'd earned by memory burning too visibly, when the only way she could get him to go to sleep was to look at the glittering tapestry of night. I will save you, he told the heavens. I just need a little more time. If you're going to try and get Data again, Aris said finally, at least let me come. Perelor growled, No. But it's easier with one person. No. I'm not risking you, not for something like this. You deserve better than that. Well, thanks, I guess. He frowned. You're sure it's easier alone, though? Positive. That was a lie. Aris was far better with computers, and he needed that. But it was a lie he could get away with, and it kept Aris safe, so he didn't care. The teen boy seemed to accept the answer, his shoulders slumping. He, too, turned his gaze to the sunset. Well, good luck then, and I'm always here when you realize you need it. There was another long silence. Perelor almost debated leaving and laying down himself. Ithrey knew he could use the sleep. But he didn't. He just kept staring at the stars, remembering Eliel's voice. There are thousands of planets we haven't seen. Millions, probably. Every time we look outward, it seems there are more of them. Meridian explored so much, yet it's only a small fraction of what could be. She'd closed her eyes at that, and the soft night wind brushed her hair across her face, hiding tears Perelor knew were there. It was too much for her, The burden of the endowed. He knew it, and she knew it. That was why his father had made him swear his oath. And, inevitably, he'd failed. His jaw tightened, and he started to turn away, memory once more becoming too painful. "Do you believe in the prophecy?" "What? I've never asked," Aris said. His voice was soft, almost reverent. "You said your sister was the endowed, so I assumed you believed. But sometimes I wonder. The scar was there, on her back. I saw it. The scar has been there before," Aris said. He turned. "You knew her, Perelor. Is she really the one who will save us? From Larsh, from oblivion, from all of this?" Perelor's mouth opened to rebuke him for even asking this, but then he hesitated, turned again toward the stars, remembering the girl who had loved them, the girl who had been anything but a warrior. "I don't know," he said finally, shutting his eyes in shame. "I just don't know. But she's my sister, and I swore an oath. So, for me, it doesn't matter." "I know, and I do want to help. You're not forcing me into anything by bringing me along." "I still want to do this alone," Perelor said firmly. "Why?" "Because I have to prove I can," Perelor thought. "Because every time I see the night sky, it's as if my father is staring at me with 1,000 charred eyes, screaming at my failure, demanding I do better. Because if I rescue her, but can't protect her, she dies." He said none of that, just shook his head. Aris sighed, but nodded. "I see. Well, I'm going to get some rest, like you said. Don't do anything stupid, please." "No promises," Perelor said. A slight grin crossed his face. "At least, not by your definition of stupid." The grin faded as he remembered who he'd learned that phrase from. Aris shook his hand, placing his hand on Perelor's shoulder. "You're a good man," he said. "No, I'm not," Perelor whispered. Aris didn't contradict him. He just clasped Perelor's shoulder a little tighter, then let go, descending into the trenches. Perelor's eyes followed him involuntarily. If anyone was a good man, it was Aris. He was as kind as his father was cruel, perhaps more so. If Perelor did eventually find Eliel, Aris might be the only person he could trust to help him rescue her. He knew he shouldn't be excluding his friend from this, and he didn't know why he insisted on it. "Because you've given up," a part of him whispered. "If you truly wanted to help her, you would have escaped years ago." He winced, because that part of him was right. He was a coward, staying here in the slave camps, watching men he couldn't save die, and stealing data tapes that meant nothing in the grand scheme of things. He had given up. And yet, as he stared at the fading stars, he realized he also hadn't. For if he'd truly stopped caring, the dagger on his belt would have killed him long ago. He was a coward, yet a warrior still. A wretch, yet still filled with hope. Broken, yet still clinging to life. Too tired to think any further, and without purity to burn away his exhaustion, he sat down and let his thoughts slow, staring onward as the tapestry of stars expanded into a flaming horizon. Chapter 10. In Her Veins. They shall reignite the powers, and the rift shall return in the days before the final war. Excerpt from the Book of Eternity. Shannala's finger snapped back and forth violently as she dashed through the Undercity, desperately trying to avoid the drone copters that hovered above her, their spotlights shining down on the floor. She'd left her father's surge blade, drained as it was, to distract them, but it seemed they had seen through her ploy. There was still a good chance they wouldn't find her, thankfully. The Undercity was a complex maze of cobbled buildings, thin caverns, and tall pillars holding up the cave ceiling. But their presence made her twitch anxiously all the same. "You are weak. You always have been." Strangely, she didn't hear the voice of the void. Instead, she heard her father's voice, ranting his angry cries, repeated over and over. It was terrible how similar that voice was to Oblivion's. It was even more terrible that she still desperately wanted to love that voice, even now that it had totally, completely betrayed her. One of the searchlights drifted dangerously close to Shannala, forcing her to duck inside an abandoned building and underneath a portion of the ceiling that hadn't yet crumbled. She watched the drone copter, finger twitching still, and gulped as she saw silhouettes drop from the bottom of the vehicle. Apparently, they'd decided a full-on hunt was appropriate. She shivered as she thought of herself in one of those cells, needles driving through skin and down to bone, all to traumatize her enough to produce a surge. "You are weak." She shook her head. "No," she growled. Part of her worried at how feral her voice already sounded, but most of her didn't care. "I am not weak. I am free." She closed her eyes, trying to form a plan. She thought of several, but they all had holes in them. Holes that would turn to a flood of pain and sorrow if she didn't seal them. She cursed, racking her brain. Nothing came. "Give me control." She shivered. That was her father's voice, and Oblivion's. They still seemed to mix in her mind, somehow both voices and yet one voice at the same time. Like a choir of past memories, present problems, and future condemnation. Her scar burned on her arm. "Let me seal the holes. Let me hide you," the void whispered. "I will not fail you. I am not as weak as your father." The words were accompanied by a flood of calming euphoria and a prickle on her spine that was somehow warm and cold simultaneously. She felt red mist rise from her skin, which was now glowing faintly. "I will not fail you." It was so tempting, but she shook her head. "No, no one controls me. No trust, not anymore." A lie, but it was enough. The red light faded, and Shannala closed her eyes, burning purity. The process racked her muscles, and she collapsed from the sheer exhaustion of it. But she barely succeeded, and within a moment or two she was back on her feet, invigorated by the rush of purity in her veins. "I probably won't be able to use it again today, though," she realized. If you burned purity too often, it became significantly harder, your body giving out to the stress of it. The same thing happened with your mind forever. Her father's strategy might well succeed. She'd used far too much of the powers while training. Her finger twitching grew faster as she realized that. That meant she needed to slip out of the Undercity and steal a ship. She gritted her teeth as she realized she didn't know where to go to leave. Her father had always directed their time down here. Okron, she didn't even know how far below ground she was. "I can fill the hole he left in you, endowed." She shivered. The void never called her by that title. Shaking, she ignored it and forced herself onward, stepping back onto the street as the drone copter turned away. "There's probably an exit nearby. I just need to wander until I find it." It was a pitiful plan, but it was better than trusting the dark god of torment. She strode forward, then burst out into a sprint, purity boosting her muscles. Though shifting her muscles to run faster took little of the ethereal energy, she still winced as she saw her glow fading. The moment it ran out, she'd likely collapse. She hit a fork, hesitated for a long moment, too long, then randomly went down the right-hand path. Bunkers lined both sides of the street, thick, squat buildings made of steel, titanium, and occasionally tightly woven carbon fiber pieces. Once, she thought she even passed a building made of pure titrite, though going as fast as she was, she couldn't tell for certain. Chills ran down her spine as she raced through the abandoned city, chills even beyond the usual nervous thrill of being chased. This entire place had been constructed during the Wars of Endowment, as a desperate measure to avoid total annihilation. She felt as if she could see the fear of those who had built it in the sharp, yet simple, designs of the structures. Whatever Oblivion was, it had been powerful. At some point, she was destined to face it. Why did that terrify her even more than the drone copters? "I will not betray you," the voice whispered. "I told you he would betray you, and I did not lie. I cannot lie, for I see all. You do not have to fight. It is not your fate. Let me love you where he could not." The voice tried to be soft, but it was still harsh. She twitched her finger a little faster. Light blinded her. She tensed as two eliminators swung around a nearby corner. They, too, tensed as they saw her, lit up with purity. For a single instant, they both stood, shocked. Then they snapped into action, raising pistols and sending two poison darts flying toward her. Shannala dodged, almost reflexively, Her muscles quickened by purity, then ran with equal speed toward the two eliminators. She punched one in the gut. He doubled over, and Shannala felt his ribs snap beneath her fist. She batted the other across the head. His helmet and skull both burst apart, and he crumpled. Shannala froze. She just killed him. A single blow to the head, and now she was a murderer. In her peripheral, she saw the other eliminator draw a blade. Panic flooding her again, she kicked him in the pelvis. He went skidding down the stone-paved street, eventually falling still in a heap of broken bones. Whether he was dead or not, she couldn't tell. Behind her, green mist began pouring from the first man's mouth, leaking upward through the hole in his helmet, until it turned red, then puffed away.
I just killed a man. Okran, I...
Shock overcame her. Her knees trembled, and she could hardly stand, and even though her heart beat fast, even though she was infused with purity still, she couldn't seem to force herself forward. He told you it would be necessary, a part of her whispered. Or perhaps it was oblivion. She couldn't tell, and that too terrified her. To survive, one must ensure others do not. You are weak. You always have been. Survival. She fixed her attention on that. She needed to survive. Instinct slowly overtook the shock, and she looked up, then cursed. The drone copters had all turned in unison, and were speeding toward her. Apparently, though she'd incapacitated both eliminators, they'd still given their friends her location. To make matters worse, she was running out of purity. She could try and burn stamina to summon more, but if she did, she worried she'd black out. I have the power to save you, Shannala, Oblivion said. You said you would not let them take you, no matter the cost. Right now, the cost is simple. Burn void. She hesitated. She'd barely used any void today, meaning she still had plenty of strength. She was also stronger with void than the other two powers. It was undoubtedly her best chance. I can fill the hole he left in you. No, she hissed. Not yet, at least. She'd try Ever instead. Dismissing her purity, she closed her eyes, reaching and drawing in the thoughts of the nearby eliminators. As she'd suspected, they'd been alerted to her presence. There weren't many of them, at least not compared to the amount of people above in the main city, but with effort, she got herself glowing as brightly as she could. She paused again. What she had to do next, well, it would be far worse than killing one man. You are weak, her father said. You always have been. You're wrong, she whispered. She raised her hand, then burned Ever, sending a bolt of newly heated plasma flying toward the nearest drone copter. Her training in this served her well. Her shot struck home, and one of the vehicle's 4 propellers blew apart. The impact immediately sent it spinning through the air and toward the ground, and it exploded as it collided with another nearby copter. Debris rained from the sky, and the flames briefly illuminated the entire city nearby. Panic, again. That had hardly even taken any Ever. How many people could she kill? Would today end, if not with her own death, with her as a cold killer? Those who survive only do so because others do not. Something her father had said, though she wasn't sure if Oblivion had been the one to bring it to her remembrance. You either succeed, or you become the victim of another's success. She disagreed with him, back when he'd first said that. Over the years, though, she'd realized he'd been right. She hadn't wanted to accept it. She'd wanted to hide instead. Keep things the way they'd been before, as if the world could ever stop changing, as if the way the world had been was even good. She pursed her lips, deciding. She would make it out of here, no matter how many had to die. Her father might have been right about how cruel the world could be, but he had been wrong about one thing. Shannala was not weak. She let go of the first power, then closed her eyes and reached for void. It came easily, blazing into existence in her chest, and she radiated an intense crimson. She barely even noticed the rush of emotions required to summon the void, though she did notice as they fled, pushed away by the presence of oblivion in her very flesh. The fear, the betrayal, they all puffed away like mist on a hot day. Feeling itself disappeared. For a moment she exulted in it, letting the power race across her skin, feeling it leak through her eyes, dance through her veins, twist around her heart. Then Oblivion spoke. "Kill them," he whispered. "They are weak. You are strong. Show them. We will prove your father wrong." She hesitated, just for an instant. But then the void lashed inward at her mind, mentally pushing her, urging her, tempting her. And she obeyed. She threw her hand forward, and as she did, she burned void, using it to peer into the afterlife itself. Red ribbons of light writhed around her, spirits of the dead, pulled into the physical realm by Shannala's powers. She waved her other hand, and those spirits coalesced, forming into one larger spirit in front of Shannala. They screamed, protested, pushed against her, but it did not matter. She had void. They were hers to command. She mentally pushed them forward, and they slammed into the ground. It glowed red for a moment, though that glow quickly faded. For a single second, there was silence, save for the beating thrum of oblivion in Shannala's head. And then the ground burst upward. Animated by the spirits, chunks of cement broke apart, then began spinning around a central, larger chunk, forming a vortex of rock at least 20 feet tall. Between the fragments, red spirits whizzed about, commanding the stone, and Shannala commanded those spirits. She willed an order to them. Destroy the drones. All of them. Again they screamed, again they protested. Burning void was not an art for the faint of heart. But again they obeyed, powerless to do otherwise. The rock monstrosity hurtled toward the first drone copter. It swerved to avoid the swirling storm, but it wasn't nearly fast enough. Stones slammed into the vehicle, and Shannala distinctly felt more spirits popping into existence as all inside died. She froze, the void calming. She just killed again, without even realizing that was what she was about to do. The rock storm stopped, Shannala's will no longer clear to the spirits. Before she could debate her decision, though, a nearby explosion sent dust flying into the air. One of the drone copters was trying to hit her. She growled, throwing her hand to the side. The animated stone flew to that side, smashing into the drone copter. Men died, and once more Shannala felt them fading into torment. She trembled. "What am I doing? I'm the endowed. I'm supposed to stop this, not cause more of it." "You are not weak," Oblivion reminded her. She closed her eyes, letting him soothe her, then let them flash open again. This time she did not give herself the chance to hesitate. She burned all of her void at once. Another storm of stones rose to her left, a third to her right. A fourth, a fifth, a sixth. The presence of oblivion surged within her, and she threw her mind outward, sending a spray of rocks rushing toward the drones. Every one of them burst apart, and this time she felt nothing but sickening glee, as the pilots and soldiers and eliminators inside died. She laughed as the broken shards descended from the sky. Hakron, this felt amazing. She'd always been careful with Void before, heeding her father's warning not to pull in too much. Why had she ever listened to him? This was the power she wanted, that she needed all along. She wasn't weak. The last of her void faded, and she was alone again on a cement street. In the dark, in the cold. She fell to her knees with a gasp. Emotion returned, and with it the warm wash of shame. Her father had been right. She deserved every horrible thing he'd done to her. "They will come for you," Oblivion said. "They have armies. You must trust me if you are to survive. I can move you away, through torment. You can go wherever you want." "No," she whispered. "I can't. You killed those men." "Ah, Shannala, I did nothing. You killed them. But to kill is no sin. You must understand that if you are to survive." "I don't want to survive," she whispered. "Not if it means giving in to you. I want to help others, not. It was a lie. All she wanted now was to hide. And Oblivion, terrible as he was the only way she could get away from this wretched place. "Do what must be done, my servant." "I am not your servant," she yelled. The shout echoed against the walls of the Undercity. It sounded so hollow. "Perhaps not, but you will be, like all before you." She trembled, sobbed, choked. But there was only one way out. "One more time," she hissed, "and then never again. One more time, then never again. One more time." She closed her eyes and pulled in more void. She tried to hold back this time, pushing against Oblivion's temptations, whispering prayers to Okron in her mind. One more time, then never again. The temptation grew stronger. She felt more void rising in her chest, even more than last time, accompanied by rushes of emotion, half pain, half euphoria. One more time, she whispered, and then never again. Her skin glowed, and the surrounding air warped. She felt Oblivion's emotions, somehow, pulsing inside her. He was pleased with this. I'm just doing what I have to, she whispered. I'm not your servant. Father's wrong. I don't deserve this. I'm not your slave. Yet even as she spoke, she lost control. Red exploded around her, reality itself fading into an endless sea of crimson mist. All around her, she heard Oblivion laughing, and this time his voice was not soothing but harsh and metallic.
Oh, Shannala, you were always my slave.
The mist rushed toward her, leaking into her mouth, her ears, her pores. Agony screamed in her every atom. Fear, raw and unchained, overtook every thought. Most of all, she felt something snapping into place within her emotions. A terror that felt like a chain of liquid steel, writhing into her veins, then solidifying. She struggled against it, but it seemed to only sink in further as she did.
I will enjoy using you, Oblivion said. You were even easier to turn than the others.
Red light flashed again, and Shannala felt herself fall for what seemed like eternity. Then she struck cold ground, and unconsciousness overtook her. Chapter 11. The Worlds Are Condemned. They shall reclaim the afterlife, and the tomb of souls shall crumble before them. Excerpt from the Book of the Endowed. Ithrey Vallejo, High General of the Miradorn forces, watched as another of her soldiers died. Rishon trembled as nurses stood haltingly around his bed, unsure what to do about the large shard of metal protruding from his chest. Ithrey gripped his hand, her own hand still sheathed in titrite armor. She should know how to save him. Long ago she'd wanted to become a medic. She'd ended up becoming a warrior instead. She hated herself for that, especially now as she saw Rishon fading.
Tell my wife I tried, he rasped. Tell her I died because I loved her. Tell her I'm sorry I couldn't live because I loved her too.
Ithrey closed her eyes, a tear sneaking its way out of her right one. Then she forced them both back open, forced her head to swivel about, taking in the carnage. Men lay everywhere, groaning, dying. Surgeons rushed around the room, trying to save as many as they could, mostly failing. Those who died were quickly rolled aside, not out of disrespect, but out of the necessity that came from having fewer beds than you did wounded. Red covered the floors, the sheets, the doctors, the patients. Ithrey herself, though unharmed, stood caked in crimson, the product of a battle fought against the Talar earlier today. She hated the sights, but she would not avoid them. So many lost, she thought. Another pang of guilt rang in her chest. If Alarn were here, they'd have lived. Most would have thought her irrational for assuming one man could stop an invasion, but they hadn't met Alarn. We might want to leave, Cyril, her attendant, said. The surges aren't coming. His only hope is the nurses now. He was standing beside her, clipboard in hand, the paper on it soaked in sweat. His voice was soft, if shaky, and he leaned in close to keep Rishon from hearing. He was pale, and he was shivering violently. His face was scrunched up, as if he were about to retch. Ithrey couldn't blame him. Everyone reacted differently to sights like this. You're right, she said, her other hand tensing involuntarily in frustration. She should be able to stop this. It was why she'd become a fighter instead of a doctor. She should have chosen the doctor. She'd never been a warrior, not deep down. But I became what I had to, she reminded herself. Even if I didn't like it, I did what I needed to do. Take it out, Rishon rasped. That will kill you, Ithrey said. You've lost blood. Patience. A surge will be here shortly. It was a lie, but perhaps it would ease the pain. That was all that mattered now. She closed her eyes, trembling. It'll be all right. Rishon snorted. You've always been the best of us, Ithrey, but I could hear you. No surge is coming. Take the blade out. If I must die,
At least I will die with my heart open to the world.
Ithrey hesitated.
It will hurt. I don't want you to hurt. Rishon grunted. Torment will hurt too. I will be fine. Do it.
Ithrey wavered again. Then, slowly, reverently, she reached out her hand, gripping the shard of metal with a titrite-covered fist. Are you certain? Her voice was a teary rasp now. She should resist that. She was supposed to be better than giving in to grief. She had a nation to defend.
I'm certain.
He closed his eyes. Ithrey averted her eyes, but yanked the metal from his chest. Blood spurted in a rush from the wound.
A chance, Rishon muttered. What I'd have given for a chance.
Then he fell still. Green mist poured from his mouth, mist that turned red, then faded. Ithrey stood, numb, for a long moment. It took all her strength not to fall to her knees and sob. But standing she remained. Slowly she turned away, then wiped the warm blood from her hand with a nearby cloth. She had to work hard to keep her gaze from drifting back to Rishon. He was a good man, she whispered. He's gone, Cyril said gently. We need to tell them what to do with the body. With him, Rishon. He has a name, he is a person, not just a corpse. Still, there is no time for a burial. Ithrey winced, paused. Have him cremated, she said finally. I'll tell his wife. We can grant him a proper death stone later. You don't have time for that conversation, Cyril noted. Not now. Ithrey wished she could protest, but she just sighed. You're right. Have someone he knows well let his wife know, at least. She's a good woman, too. A good woman, married to a good man. I can try, Cyril said. He swept his eyes over the carnage, growing a little paler. My lady, we need to leave. I'm already receiving a flood of reports from the battlefront. Naturally. Reports of the shield wall's steadily falling power level, of consistently increasing Talar forces, of casualties mounting. They'd been coming in for weeks now, and they all said the same thing. Mirador would lose this war. When they did, Ithrey would have to run. She doubted Larsh would let her live if she didn't. The best she could hope for was getting put in one of her example squadrons. I knew this was coming, she thought, but I didn't realize how hard it would be. She nodded, forcing her eyes away from the carnage of the medic room. You could help them better if you were a memory burner, a part of her whispered, if you'd learned more from Alarin. But she wasn't Alarin. Her shoulders slumped. All right, let's begin. So much work to do, so little strength to do it. Only an hour later, Ithrey threw down her holoscreen in frustration and buried her head in her hands. We're going to lose. I keep telling the men I can save them, but we're going to lose. She shivered, the image of her own body dangling from a noose flashing through her mind. She'd faced death many times, but her neck still burned with dread. She could practically feel the rope twisting around her throat. That, and the pounding guilt in her chest, of not knowing if she could have avoided this. Looking back, she could see choices she'd made in the heat of the moment that should have been different. Small changes that would have saved countless lives, maybe even won the war. Alarin would have made the right decisions. If he were in charge, Larsh's head would have ended up on a laser tip rather than his own. Beside her, Cyril cleared his throat. Are you all right? I'm most certainly not. She lifted her head. I'm fine. Simply overwhelmed. She rose from her chair. They were sitting in a small office. If you can give me a few minutes of peace, that would be appreciated. Cyril nodded curtly. But just a few minutes, General. We don't have much time for breaks. She nodded. On that, we can agree. She exited the room, heading into the next one over, where lesser officers sat filing through holoscreens rapidly. There were bags underneath their eyes, though those eyes were still wide with fear. She noticed multiple holoscreen projections vibrating as the screens themselves were held in trembling hands. She hated how fear, the emotion that was supposed to keep you alive, was your greatest enemy, almost especially in moments when you were in danger. Hope conquers fear, she reminded herself. An ancient rift saying, something she should understand as one of the Seekers. She didn't understand it, though. Not as much as she wanted to. Still, she fought through the panic enough to pick her holoscreen back up. She froze as she activated it, and felt the blood drain from her face. Are you sure you're all right? Ithrey shot Cyril a pointed glance. "Alarin," she mouthed, marked a 5. Cyril's eyes widened, though he quickly regained his composure, standing and clearing his throat. "I take it you need some privacy then, my lady?" "Yes." Ithrey rose. "I will need to be alone. Alert me if the shield falls, or anything else of equal importance. Until then, Cyril is in command." The men would know what to do. Cyril was her second, and this wasn't the first time he'd taken charge. He wasn't a great leader, but then most of their great leaders were already dead. She acted as if she were walking slowly and tiredly at first, but when she was out of earshot of the officer's room, she picked up speed, almost jogging as she made her way to her private quarters. She hesitated at the door, considering if she should use her command privileges to use Mirador's hidden comms bunker for extra security. But then Alarin had marked this message a 5. That was the highest level of import among the Seekers, and he did not use that designation lightly. Even the Miradorn government could not know what he had said, not until it had passed through Ithrey's ears. She stepped inside her room, then shut and bolted the door. Her quarters were simple, a square room with white, windowless walls, an unadorned floor, and a single cot. It wasn't as pressed for space as a barracks, but she'd done her best to imitate the feeling. She sat down on the cot, then, hands trembling, played back the message from Alarin. The image of his face popped into existence in front of her. Her brother had red hair like Ithrey's. Their mother had been Harryon. He wore a silver and red Grahalan uniform, with a star pinned to the left side of his chest, the star of the Grahalan governor. Usually he stood tall and imposing, but today he slouched, his hair and beard disheveled, his eyes sunken from lack of sleep. "I do not know who will receive this message," he began. "I've done my best to ensure the signal will go through, but I cannot guarantee it will. The Talar have besieged Grahala, and there's only so much I can do." Ithrey tensed. The Talar had attacked another planet? How? Their army had to be spread thin after conquering so many planets so quickly. But then, Larsh's war machine was not something to be underestimated. She gritted her teeth as Alarin continued. "We will lose the invasion. This is something most of you expected, as did I. You're probably wondering why I marked this of such importance." He hesitated a moment, his expression shifting from weary to hopeful, then back to weary again. He opened his mouth, then shut it, then closed his eyes and spoke. "I have found the endowed. She arrived on Grahala just hours before the invasion. She has the scar, as the prophecy predicted, and she can wield all 3 powers. I do not know where she came from, only that there were complications when she arrived. Voidlings chasing her. They've been dealt with, though she remains unconscious." His eyes opened again, now alight with fiery determination. "Larsh is coming for me. Perhaps Ryla, too, if the Shaddai know I am here. I cannot lose mankind's only hope to the Talar. My forces lack access to worm drives. I need someone to get here and get us off the planet as soon as you can. Please. Deltai depends on it." He hesitated again, then smiled grimly. The transmission ended. Ithrey slowly let the holoscreen fall from her hand, shock setting in. Alarin had found the endowed. Could it be true? Could they truly have found the hero of the prophecy after a millennium of searching? Emotions flooded her, too many to pick out anything coherent. Only one thing was clear. She had to get to Alarin. Mirador had all but fallen already. They didn't have any ships with worm drives, unfortunately, but it was possible she could steal a Talar model. She rose to her feet, pacing around the room, trying to form a plan through the haze of the new information. Then someone banged on her door, loud. General! The shield's fallen!" Ithrey froze. Then she threw open the door. Behind it, she found a Miradorn soldier, armor half on, panting. "Shield's fallen," he repeated. "They're coming, General. Larsh is with them. Oh, Akron!" Ithrey pushed past the messenger, who continued to stand there, muttering to himself. People were now rushing through the hallway, mostly soldiers, throwing on pieces of armor as they went. She made her way through them, too, mind reeling, praying it wasn't true. But as she stared out the nearest window, her denial was crushed. The blue dome of energy surrounding the Miradorn capital was gone. In its place, the Talar fleet loomed, sharks in the sky, gliding their way toward the Miradorn military headquarters. Toward Ithrey herself. Chapter 12. Stardrakes. 14 years ago. A dark season was coming. You could tell by the way the sky was turning red, colors flowing from the horizon, more and more of them each day, as if the heavens were bleeding out. It was growing colder, too. Perelor's school had allowed him to wear his thick velvet uniform rather than the usual thin, breathable nylon one. Soon the entire city would descend into blackness for weeks on end, until finally the planet finished its rotation and they were back in the light of Ethia's stars. Perelor hated dark seasons. It wasn't so much the darkness itself, the night lights of the city made life bearable, at least. It was more the feeling of the sky, the time it took for things to finally grow bright again. Irrational though it was, he sometimes worried the sun simply wouldn't return. He found himself staring out the classroom window, out at the busy hover lanes and streets below, and at the unending sunset. It was bright still, and he had to squint to see, but the sight completely distracted him. Krot? It took Perelor a moment to register his name. He turned, blinking. Yes? His teacher, a lanky man by the name of Gelidor Varric, nodded. Just checking you are still paying attention. Swordplay is an important subject if you still plan on joining the militia. Perelor blinked. We're doing swordplay? The words slipped out almost involuntarily. How had he missed this? A few of his classmates chuckled, in particular Sekhen, a tall, powerfully built kid near the back of the room. Sekhen had always disliked Perelor. He'd never gotten physical about it, though, so there was that. Varric shook his head. Always preoccupied, young Krot. I'm afraid that's another strike. Please tell me you were at least listening to the safety protocols for our outing to the arenas today. Perelor paused. I wasn't, he admitted. But I know how to be safe with a sword. My father taught me that. Varric shrugged. I suppose that checks out, knowing old Rion. You are free to go, though there will be extra strikes against you if you do anything stupid. He turned to the rest of the class, sighing. Anyone else need me to repeat myself? No one answered, and he nodded. Good. Saratha will take you there. I've never had the stomach for swordplay, and she'll be a far better teacher. Dismissed. Perelor's classmates began rising to their feet. An excited chatter filled the room. Even Perelor, who was probably the only one here who had ever touched a blade, found himself enthused. Sekhen was going to hate it when Perelor beat him. And there was Sekhen walking toward him now. Piece of ret. Predictable piece of ret, though. So, he said, I finally get a chance to beat you properly. Perelor sighed, folding his arms. This isn't going to fix anything, Sekhen. My father said, Seer your father, Sekhen hissed. I'm going to beat you, right and honorably, whether or not it gets my family any worthiness. Perelor rolled his eyes. Sekhen's family was considered stained by the church, because of an event that had happened centuries ago, involving one of Perelor's own ancestors, Tereth Krot. It should have been easier for the family to regain their honor, but, unfortunately, the church required a very specific condition for that, losing blood in an official battle. Though the militia had been deployed, Ethia hadn't fought an official war in centuries. Technically, Perelor's own family was considered downright unworthy by the priests, though he ignored that, as his father had asked him to. Most people did, really. The church held little weight on Ethia anymore. But there were still loyalists, people like Sekhen's parents who liked to stir up trouble over nothing. You couldn't beat me if you tried, Perelor muttered. I've been taking dueling lessons since I was 6. The moment they hand me a sword, you're done for. Sekhen leaned in close. Then fight me here, you little voidling. A fair contest for our honor. For a moment, Perelor was actually tempted, staring into Sekhen's disgusted face. Fighting would get him into trouble, but a part of him wanted that. He could use a little trouble, instead of sitting in this char-blasted class all day. His hand tightened into a fist. It's not Sekhen's fault he acts the way he does. His parents are the one who taught him, and their parents before them. Fists do not change minds. His father's voice. He let his fist relax. Strike first if you want, he said coolly. Lose your honor if you wish. I will retain mine. Sekhen's eyes actually widened in surprise, though that surprise quickly faded, and he snorted. Well then, I'll beat you with a sword, no matter how cocky you are. He drifted away as they were herded out the door by Varric. Perelor shook his head. Honor. Strange how something supposed to be so pure could drive men so mad. An hour later, Perelor stood in a practice arena, covered in a thin layer of packed dirt, surrounded by slanted walls of thick metal on all sides. Seats waited on the left and right, filled sparsely by Perelor's class. A dulled blade waited for him in his instructor's hands, full size, even though he was still a little too short to wield it well. A thin sheet of carbon fiber lay draped across his body, with shock absorbers woven in. It wouldn't be enough to stop a real blade, but it would minimize the pain of the blows from the practice swords. Sekhen waited across from him, covered in a similar piece of cloth. He was bulkier than Perelor. Classes lasted several years on Ethia, and Sekhen was almost 17. An even longer sword waited for him, one designed especially for people of his height. He scowled as the instructor, Saratha, handed Perelor his own weapon. His family is unworthy. He's not supposed to wield swords. Sekhen's lips were pursed so tight, Perelor was surprised he hadn't pulled a muscle. Saratha frowned, then shrugged. This is practice. It's not even a real sword. An excuse, really. By the codes, Perelor shouldn't be able to wield a sword. But if there was one thing his father and the governor could agree on, it was that the codes were irrelevant. The only real honor, his father told him often, is in keeping your promises, in doing everything you can to succeed where it counts. Sekhen's scowl deepened, but he did not protest any further, likely because he was now stewing on the idea of beating Perelor into the dirt. Sure enough, he fell into an offensive stance as Saratha counted down, painfully obvious in his aggressiveness. Perelor fell into a neutral stance, feet spread apart, sword held at an angle near his chest in both hands, so that he could adapt as Sekhen attacked. Which he did as soon as the start tone rang. He swung with the sheer force only an amateur would use, and nearly fell when Perelor ducked away. As he recovered, he tried again, a little less force behind it this time, but he was dazed, and Perelor batted away the blow easily. I wasn't kidding, Perelor said. I've been taking lessons for a while. He got attacked with a fist in reply. He dodged that, too, almost reflexively. Yanko was an excellent teacher. I don't want to humiliate you, Perelor said, soft enough only Sekhen could hear. You're not going to win. Stop attacking like a boar, and maybe we can make a decent show of it. As Perelor had expected, this didn't land well with Sekhen. He swung again, and this time Perelor actually parried, twisting his blade at an angle to absorb the blow. Sekhen attacked again, and again, and again, and Perelor swatted the blows away each time with ease, until finally, annoyed, he twisted his blade, disarmed Sekhen, then pointed his weapon at his enemy's chest. Do you yield? Sekhen's eyes widened, and he stepped back, brandishing fists. Sighing, Perelor stepped forward and thrust the blade into Sekhen's stomach. It didn't harm him, thanks to the carbon fiber and the dulled point, but it did knock the breath out of him. Krot wins the match, Saratha said. She stepped onto the field, collecting Perelor's blade, then helping Sekhen to his feet. Next! Sekhen and Perelor stepped off the field as they were replaced by a pair of girls. Sekhen shot Perelor a glare, but Perelor just rolled his eyes and walked away. He paused before selecting a seat next to his friend Dina. She turned to him, smiling. That was fun. Perelor frowned. I thought you lost your match. Not that. Watching you beat the Vret out of Sek. Perelor just shrugged. I probably should have let him win, honestly. What? Why? The look on his face was priceless. Yeah, but beating him is just going to make him more angry. Dad says I shouldn't do that. Dina snorted. Rayon's stuffy. Perelor met her eyes. Please don't insult my father, Dina. Dina sighed. Fine, I'm sorry. Still, he's more diplomat than general these days. It's boring. There's no glory in war. Torment is the only victor. There you go quoting him again. Can we just watch for a minute? Sword fighting is fun to watch. Perelor obliged, and turned his eyes back to the arena, where two of the largest boys in the class were dueling now. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous at the way Dina stared at them. They were just friends, supposedly, but that didn't mean he didn't like her a little. They watched 3 or 4 duels, mostly silent, until finally Perelor's holoscreen buzzed in his pocket. He retrieved it, praying Saratha wasn't looking, and smiled, rising. Father's here. I'll see you later. Dina sighed. That is one benefit of having a general for a father. Getting school off. It's my sister's naming. Yeah, I know. You still get out of your way too much. Dina smiled, her expression showing it was just a joke. Have a good time. Thanks. You have a good day, too. He turned and left. Saratha would know why he'd gone. Making his way out of the arena, he found his father, Rion Krot, standing in a hallway just outside. He was a tall man, powerfully built and muscular. Though he was in his late 40s now, and hadn't fought in years, he made it a priority to stay battle-ready, just in case. His hair, like all pure-blooded Ethians, was shock white, and his skin was tan and weathered from long years spent at war. He wore a silver suit with blue trim, which was well pressed and shone even brighter than his usual diplomat's uniform. He grinned as Perelor approached, and they began walking side by side to the hovercar lot of the building. So, how was school today? Good. How did things go with Sekhen? I beat him. Rion frowned. How badly? Well, badly. But he kinda asked for it. Rion sighed. Knowing his parents, he probably did. Even so, you shouldn't be hard on him, son. If we want families like him to stop hating us, we need to be honorable. Really honorable, not traditionally honorable. Perelor frowned. Father, I don't see how it's honorable to let him treat me like tar. That, Rion replied, is not what I want. And it's why I'm not upset that you beat him. But you need to give him a chance. That's what unity means, I think. Giving others a real chance, and giving them any help to change that you can. I guess that makes sense. It needs to do more than make sense. It needs to become part of us. But that will come in time, I suppose. They were at the hovercar pad now, standing in front of Rion's vehicle. Though most nearby were glistening chrome-covered models, Rion's was made of simple steel, well painted, but cheap. Perelor's father, in his own words, liked to look as nice as he could on as little of a budget as he could manage. They stepped inside, then closed the doors. Perelor's father could have used a chauffeur, yet he drove alone, monitoring the automated car himself. Perelor sat beside him. Where's the naming ceremony at? North Temple, his father replied. Perelor grimaced. So Sharia? Priestess Sharia, his father said. Don't forget the title. He grinned, at least not in front of her. Trust me, I know, Perelor grumbled. Why are we having her do Eliel's ceremony? Same reason I told you not to beat Sekhen, his father replied. We need to get it across to people like Sharia that we're not trying to defy the church. We're just asking to live our lives. Seems to me like we should do that a little more aggressively, Perelor muttered. Take what we want rather than ask for it, you know? His father was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was quieter. Have I ever told you the story of the man who threw his spear? His what? It's like a laser tip, his father explained. Just only the blade and no blaster. Oh, I don't think you ever have. I think it's a tale that fits this, his father said. He pursed his lips, then nodded. Yes, I think now is a perfect time. Perelor leaned back against his seat. Knowing his father, he'd probably be listening to this for the next half hour. Not that he was opposed to that. Rion told excellent stories, even though they were a little preachy. Once, he began, there was a boy. He had a good life, a simple life, until one day the Stardrake came. His father paused. Perelor raised an eyebrow. I'm assuming you want me to ask what a Stardrake is? Rion shrugged. I suppose. A Stardrake is a mythical creature, a giant fire-breathing lizard with wings, the size of a tower. It's said they can dive into the hearts of stars and absorb their light, which is what allows them to breathe fire. Sounds exciting. His father chuckled. Indeed. But one day a Stardrake soared above the house of the boy and breathed fire all over his home. In an instant, everything he knew was consumed by flame. His mother, his father, his sister. But the boy survived. Huh. How? I'm not sure, actually. But that's not the point of the story. You see, the boy found out that an evil man had taken control of the Stardrake, and was using it to burn more planets. And so the boy set out on a quest, to find that man and kill him and the Stardrake, and free the galaxy from his tyranny. Ambitious. Well, he is the main character. But he only had one weapon, his father's spear, forged in the heart of a planet's core, the only weapon strong enough to survive the heat of the dragon. He took that spear and made 4 marks. One for his mother, one for his sister, one for his brother, and one for his father. Then he began his journey. It was not easy. He faced many enemies, men who had given in and knelt before the Stardrake rider's powers. He made friends, and he lost friends. And every time someone died, he made another mark on that staff. 1 mark for every person he'd lost. The grief nearly consumed him. But he went on, and on, and on, until the staff was covered in marks, and he wondered how he was still alive. "I'm wondering that too," Perelor muttered. "He's the main character, that's why." But anyway, one day he came to the palace of the Stardrake rider. He defeated the guards with skills he'd gained over long decades of fighting, then found his way to the throne room. In it was the Stardrake, towering above him, its rider perched atop its back, driving it forward with a whip and a bit. It breathed upon him, and it was all he could do just to avoid the flames. Still don't get how he's doing that. He's a memory burner or something. It's not important. Again and again the drake breathed, forcing the man backward. He could barely manage to get away each time. He thought of his sister and tried to press through the fire with Ever. It failed. He remembered his mother and tried to use purity. That too failed. Finally he burned eternity, for this was before the Araxai, and tried once more, thinking of his brother. Even then he failed. The Drake Rider laughed at this. "You have fought long and hard," he said. "Now come out and kneel, lest you lose yourself as well as that which you love." Finally, listening to the taunts, and huddled behind a pillar, our hero closed his eyes and thought of his father, of all the marks covering that spear. He loved that spear. It was all he had left of the ones he had lost. But he knew what he had to do, and so he stepped around the pillar, cocked back his arm, and threw it. It soared through the air and slammed into the rider's chest. The rider's eyes widened, but it was already too late. He fell off the drake and tumbled to the floor dead. And then the drake, now freed, knelt in gratitude, and he rode that drake and united all of Deltai. He finished just as the hovercar began descending, toward a domed temple below, the grand shrine of Ethia, home to the altar of naming. Huh, cool story, I guess. Not very well told, Rion sighed. Never been a good storyteller. But it has a meaning. Don't underestimate the power of projectiles? Rion smiled. Don't be too flippant about it. You see, the man could only win by letting go of the thing he thought was important, by taking a chance for his father's memory, rather than clinging to what he still had left. Perelor frowned. I guess. Rion leaned forward, and his eyes were suddenly intense. There will come a day when you'll have to throw your own spear, Perelor. I've seen things. I can't say much yet, but soon, very soon, life is going to get hard. When that time comes, you must promise me you will throw your spear. Let go of what you must, no matter how much it hurts, so that you can focus on what matters. Perelor felt a chill run down his spine. What do you mean things are going to get hard? His father smiled sadly. I wish I could tell you, but, he said, swinging open the door of the car, sometimes we must go on, regardless of what we know will come. He met Perelor's eyes. Can you promise me that you'll do what you have to? Perelor gulped. I'll try to. What was this about? He wished he could believe it was some elaborate prank, but the intensity in his father's expression told him something was about to happen. Something important. Good enough. Good enough for now. His father smiled, then briefly squeezed Perelor's hand as they exited the car. I love you, son. I love you too, Perelor whispered. His father straightened. Well, on to the naming then. They strode forward together into the crowd around the grand shrine, though the sinking feeling in Perelor's gut did not fade. Chapter 13. Hope and Honor. To be at peace with yourself, you must live outside yourself, or else you see only through the lens of your own blackened eyes. The Rift Code, Proverbs. 1 week after the beginning of the Talar invasion of Mirador, the blood of the slave who had tried to convince Perelor to escape streaked down Perelor's hands as he stood silently on a Miradoran street. Plasma shrieked in the distance, accompanied by occasional bursts of deeper sound from laser cannons, as the Talar army continued to press further into the Miradoran capital city. Closer, men groaned as they lay dying, stabbed and slashed and shot. Perelor could have healed them, could have bought them a little more time, with the remaining purity in his surge. But the Talar would kill them anyway, especially if he helped. So he just slumped against a broken building, staring at the blood on his hand as it dried in the evening sun. He remembered the look of terror on N523's face as he'd pressed his hand desperately against the charred hole in his neck, then finally reached out to Perelor as he'd realized there was no way to stop his death. "Purity, please." He'd mouthed those words, begged for help. For a moment, Perelor had actually considered it. Then he had remembered the last time he'd disobeyed orders, and he'd let the man's hand slide away. He didn't know how long he sat there until Aris sat beside him. 3 survivors, the teen soldier said. He shivered. That was bad. Always is, Perelor muttered. He leaned his head back, closing his eyes. His limbs ached. Bile was rising in his throat. Today's battle had been exhausting in more ways than one. He knew it was probably just his imagination, but a part of him swore they were getting worse as the years went by. Or maybe I'm just wearing out, slowly turning into a corpse myself. How are the survivors? A little pale, but I bandaged them up as best as I could, Aris said. He winced. One of them might die anyway. The medics wouldn't treat her. Perelor nodded. The Talar doctors had strict orders not to help anyone in the slave squadrons. Aris tried to talk them into it anyway, every time. Which one? An Artentian girl. Can't be older than 13. His voice darkened. Voidlings. Perelor thought he knew the girl Aris was talking about. It was a miracle she'd even survived a few minutes. She clearly hadn't ever seen combat before. She probably wasn't even a rebel herself, just a child of one, punished for her parents' actions. Those were the worst to watch die. The ones that almost made him turn around during the fighting and attack the other side. But, inevitably, he took the route of the coward. There was silence between them for a long time, as they listened to the dark music of the skirmishes around them. Then, finally, Perelor opened his eyes and spoke. I got inside last night. Aris's eyes widened. So that's where you were. I thought you were doing less enjoyable things. I wouldn't call it enjoyable, Perelor said, but I got the datasheet. Had to slit a couple throats, but I got it. His hand reflexively moved toward his left pocket, which, because of Perelor's careful effort, had not been hit during the skirmish. Inside it rested a thick disk of metal, a datasheet. With the right permissions, that datasheet could, in theory, list out the names of thousands of Talar slaves throughout the galaxy, along with their exact locations. Aris grinned. You covered your tracks, right? I did. Perelor slid the disk out of his pocket, carefully pressing it into Aris's hand. Can you read it? As soon as I get a chance, Aris said. He tucked the disk into his own ripped pocket. He shook his head. You should have at least told me before you went off like that. That would have just left a trail, Perelor said, and incriminated you with me if I'd been caught. Yeah, fair, I guess. Aris tensed, cursing under his breath. Perelor raised an eyebrow. What? Aris pointed down the street. Perelor followed his finger, then tensed himself. Sirla, he hissed. The Talar officer was headed toward him, accompanied by a half-dozen armored soldiers. Aris stuffed the disk further into his pocket. Bad timing. Yeah. Perelor rose to his feet, then stretched out his hand. Hand it back over. Aris frowned. Why? Just do it, before they're close enough to see. Aris's frown deepened, but he slid the datasheet back to Perelor, who hastily threw it back into his pocket. Though he didn't intend to be caught, if he did, it would be better if he had the disk rather than Aris. Being a memory burner, even one without powers, gave him legal protections Aris didn't have. He cleared his throat, stepping forward as Sirla drew closer. Shaltarval, he said, bowing as he used the honorific. A pleasure to have you here. If you think torment is a pleasure, he added silently. Sirla smiled in reply. She was a muscular woman, with her hair tied behind her head. Her cheeks were each covered in a purple tattoo, the right side inscribed with the Talar rune for war, the left side stained with the rune for justice. Though she was not glowing, her eyes were still red from using void. Perelor had to resist the urge to look away as those eyes stared hungrily toward him. Captain Perelor. She swept her eyes over the carnage. Only a few survivors today. Her smile widened. We encountered some resistance, Perelor said. He laced his hands behind his back, straightening. He was never sure how to act around the Talar elite. Sometimes they acted like actual officers, demanding results, shouting orders, expecting the impossible. But other times they acted more like Sirla, bemused at the deaths of people they saw as beneath them. "I see," Sirla said. "Well, they have proven their cowardice. No use in dwelling on their deaths." She met Perelor's gaze again, grin widening, as if daring him to contradict her. He didn't. It was a struggle just to keep eye contact, let alone speak out. "If I may ask, Shawl," he said instead, "what is your business here? My men need time to rest." Sirla snorted. "Your men have not earned any rest." "But you are correct. I come with orders for you." "I fear our squadron is too weak for a battle," Perelor said. He lowered his voice, whether it be for recording or not. "Oh, the orders are not for your men," Sirla said. "They are for you, Krot, given by Larsh herself." Perelor paled, and his mind raced as he took in her words. It had been a long time since Larsh had asked anything of him. He had almost worried that she was thinking of disposing of him, rather than continuing to try to turn him into a servant. Though the alternative might be worse. Sirla reached into her pocket, retrieved a small holoscreen projector from it, and handed it to Perelor. "It is a task you will find simple, I believe. The attack on Mirador's military headquarters has begun. They are, however, having some difficulty with a particular sector of the building. One of their generals, a surge wielder by the name of Ithrey Vallejo, has set up quite the defense." Perelor pursed his lips. "So Larsh wants me to kill her." He'd been on errands like this before. They were some of his most shameful memories. "She does not," Sirla said, her voice growing quiet. "Vallejo has proven to be an effective propagandist, you see. She has spread many lies about our activities here. Because of that, Larsh wants Vallejo to die in the squadrons, on camera." "Ah, so you want me to capture her, then watch her die," Perelor said bitterly. "Larsh does," Sirla said, voice still soft. "Larsh does." She waved her hand toward the other guards. "Leave us." The guards obeyed without a word, walking down the street. Sirla turned back toward Perelor, and the hunger was back in her eyes. She sat down on a piece of rubble nearby, then waved for Perelor to do the same. Perelor remained standing. "What is this about? If Larsh wants me to capture this woman, then I should be moving." "I'm aware, and you will be in a few minutes." She leaned forward. "But for just a moment, let us talk frankly, Perelor." Perelor snorted. "If you want me to talk frankly to you," he growled, "we wouldn't be talking. I'd be putting a laser tip through your gut." Sirla waved a hand, chuckling. "We both know what would happen if you tried that. It would only be an annoyance for me and death for you. An unfair bargain, really. However, I may have a more just deal for you today." Perelor's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. He probably shouldn't have said anything before. Experience told him that silence was the best way to deal with a politician. "Larsh's reign is ending," Sirla continued. "I have plans in motion that will assure this." She leaned forward. "But that is of little concern to you, I think. In fact, I think there's only one thing that concerns you anymore." She met his eyes, and Perelor noticed hers were now glowing crimson. "I know where your sister is." It took Perelor a moment to process what she'd just said, but when he did, he unsheathed his laser tip from his back, twisting it to point directly at Sirla's chest. "Where? And how do you know?" Sirla chuckled, waving her hand, and a tendril of red light leapt from her fingers, snatching the laser tip, yanking it from Perelor's grip, and tossing it aside. "Violence will not get you answers, not from me. I came here for a deal, remember?" She leaned forward, the grin fading, her voice growing somber. "Vallejo and I have history. Let's just keep it at that. Larsh wishes her alive, but I need her dead. So here's our bargain. You stage a little accident, then you bring her corpse to me. In return, I will take you to your sister." Perelor's mind whirled. "You're asking me to disobey Larsh." "I am. I advise you not to get caught. It would be unfortunate if Larsh killed you before you saw Eliel again, yes? And it would be even more unfortunate if something were to happen to your sister." Perelor's fists tightened. "You wouldn't." Sirla's eyes twinkled. "We both know I would. But none of that has to happen should you do your job, yes? She rose to her feet. Larsh will send a ship here shortly to take you to your assignment. Consider carefully what I have said. And if I report you? Perelor asked. As he said that, Sirla closed her eyes, her glow intensifying, making her almost impossible to look at. There are powers in the galaxy far more dangerous than the Talar army, Perelor. Cross Larsh and I will protect you. Cross me and you both die. She smiled again. But I expect you'll make the right choice. She turned away, stretching her hand outward. A tendril shot up from it, snatched a nearby building, then retracted, launching her into the sky. Perelor didn't watch her go. He just shook his head, cursing, thoughts reeling. Directly disobeying Larsh was dangerous, no matter what Sirla said. Maybe she thought she could fight the Talar leader, as a void burner herself, but Perelor knew better. He'd already tried that. 3 memory burners on one, and they'd still lost. But a chance to see Eliel. For a moment, he almost thought he could hear her, somewhere far away, weeping, alone. He hesitated, walking over to his laser tip and picking it up from the dust. Then, sucking in a deep breath, he made his decision. Keep your sister safe, son. I will, he said. I have to, whatever it takes. Ithrey gripped her kneecaps, spots swimming before her, the taste of vomit rising in her throat. Her limbs felt like elastics that had been stretched too far, then snapped. A dozen cuts of various sizes oozed blood onto her torn black and orange uniform. Most of all, her mind felt like it was swimming through thick oil, thoughts taking far longer to formulate than they should. Supposedly, wielding a surge was easier on the mind than memory burning, but Ithrey had consumed enough ever today that it didn't seem to matter. The physical exhaustion from the long hours of fighting didn't help either. Is this how Alarn feels every day? If so, her brother was an even more competent memory burner than she'd thought. My lady, are you all right? It took several seconds just to process those words, but gradually she took her hands off her kneecaps and unsheathed her surge blade again. The surge inside was barely glowing now, its reserves almost spent. This was the 3rd one she'd gone through today. I'm well, she gasped. Are you sure? The soldier who had addressed her bore an officer's pauldron, but his face was covered by a black helmet, and Ithrey didn't recognize his voice. I can take the surge if you're tired. Ithrey considered for a moment, then shook her head. No, I can handle it. I have the most experience. It was a flimsy excuse, but she needed to keep the weapon. The moment she had an opportunity, she intended to flee. As horrible as it felt to do that, she had to get to Alarn. She had to ensure that this endowed of his survived. Assuming I survived to help, I need a better plan. But she had no time to plan. Her eyes drifted toward the Miradorn corpses piled in the room's corner, their armor hastily torn off of them to patch up the suits of still-living soldiers. Was it just her, or were they already starting to smell? It didn't help her anxiety to know how close they were to having no further retreat. This building was a confusing mess of hallways, which gave an advantage to those who knew how to navigate them, but they'd been fighting for hours now, and the Talar were figuring out their tactics. Furthermore, there was the problem of the sheer Talar numbers. No matter how many they killed, there always seemed to be a new batch to replace them. Now that they'd been forced this deep into the building, they only had 1, maybe 2 hours before they were utterly defeated. She needed to think of an escape plan, fast. Unfortunately, her drained intellect wasn't cooperating. A burst of gunfire rang out nearby, and Ithrey tensed, hands shaking even as she tried to grip her surge blade more firmly. She and a few dozen other soldiers were trying to hold a narrow passageway, using dispellers and the lack of space to force the Talar to fight them in one-on-one melee combat. It had worked well so far, but they were still losing men, and all it would take was a clever Talar soldier with a grenade, and they'd be scattered. Around her, the other soldiers tightened their grips on their own weapons. The gunfire ceased a few moments later, and though Ithrey's heart still pounded, no Talar soldiers came. Slowly, she forced herself to relax. At least, relax as much as one could while on a battlefield. We should have surrendered. It was barely a whisper, and once again it took Ithrey multiple seconds to register the words. She turned toward the soldier who had spoken. Though she could not see his face, he was trembling, hard enough he likely wouldn't be able to aim the blaster in his hand.
"We should have surrendered," he repeated. "We weren't going to win, and we knew it. We were fools."
"The Talar don't accept surrender," Ithrey said softly.
"They didn't, but Larsh does. She offered. I only heard rumors about it, but it happened." He shook his head. "We were fools, all of us, and now we're going to torment for it."
He was shaking more violently now, his legs twitching along with his hands.
"We could surrender now," he continued. "All of us. We're going to lose anyway, please."
There was a long pause, and Ithrey winced as she took in the other soldiers' reactions. They, too, were trembling, though they hid it better than the man who had spoken. They were silent, but with the touch of Ever still in her skin, she felt as if she could hear their thoughts drifting toward running.
"We're actually going to die," she realized. "All of us."
She'd known it for hours, but it sunk in deeper in that moment. She would never see her brother again, never even see a sunrise again. Whether it was in minutes or days, torment would find them. She hesitated, closing her eyes, trying not to give in to fear. Then, slowly, she opened them again. Maybe she could use their fear to get out of this.
"We can't surrender," she said. "So, logically, we have to charge."
The trembling stopped, replaced by silent tension.
"We can't win," Ithrey continued. "Not here. But if we can get off-world, we can plead our case to the Confederacy and come back with an army."
Another long silence. It seemed the men were too tired to voice their own opinions. Well, tired or not, this was their only chance. Perhaps the galaxy's only chance. She cleared her throat, then raised her voice. "Collect your weapons and form up. I'll be in the front." She closed her eyes, pulling as much Ever as she could from her surge. It wasn't much, though it was enough to clear her mind and turn the hallway blue. "On my word, we're getting out of here." The soldiers all hesitated, but they all eventually obeyed, forming up behind her. Gunfire sounded again, this time louder, closer. Ithrey sucked in a final deep breath. Hope conquers fear. "Forward!" Just a few minutes after his conversation with Ryla, Perelor stood inside the troop hold of a Talar carrier, soaring through the Miradorn capital toward the smoking military complex at its center. As they drew closer to the ground, the echoes began racing through Perelor's mind, brief images from the battle raging below. A Miradorn soldier tried not to sob as he gripped his broken leg, watching a Talar soldier lower his blaster to finish him. A young woman knelt in a cave with walls of rubble. Out of the broken stones, a single hand poked into the light, limp. She wasn't sure which family member it belonged to. A Talar officer knelt over his fallen brother, guilt washing over him, for he was the one that had convinced his sibling to join the army in the first place. "You'll be going in alone." The voice interrupted the echoes, drawing Perelor back to reality. It came from the only other person in the hold, a man with a half-purple, half-green uniform. One of Larsh's tormentors. Fitting for one to come to something like this. "It won't be dangerous, though. Vallejo is running out of men. Vallejo herself will be the real challenge, particularly since your orders are to capture, not kill." Perelor nodded, though he did not meet the tormentor's gaze. "I wasn't worried to begin with." "Good. Larsh is running out of patience with you. Suffice it to say, I don't think you'll find much mercy if you fail." "Understood." He twitched uncomfortably. Could he actually survive defying Larsh? But then Eliel depended on it, so it didn't matter. "Do you have Vallejo's description memorized?" "Red hair, hairy on face. That describes a lot of people. I've seen the hologram. When I find her, I'll know." The tormentor nodded. "Good." They were getting close to the ground now, and Perelor had to grip the stabilizer handles as they twisted toward a flat section of roof on the east side of the building. "Don't even think of trying to run away. Larsh has memory burners watching you. They won't hold back if you try anything." Perelor snorted. "If I wanted to escape, I would have tried a long time ago." But he said nothing. The ship groaned as they landed, and the doors slid open to reveal a troop of Talar soldiers holding a perimeter around the landing pad. Perelor stepped out, hunching over. No plasma bolts were flying here yet, but he knew from experience just how fast that could change. Smoke billowed around them, and the rumbling explosions were so loud Perelor could hardly hear the tormentor's voice as he pointed toward a nearby opening into the building. "She should be near here. This is where we last spotted her." He stepped back into the carrier, and a moment later it lifted off, disappearing into the smoke-filled sky. For a long moment, Perelor stood alone on the platform, listening to the sounds of battle, watching the echoes of innocent men dying. He felt almost as if he were back on Ethia, on that day when everything had fallen apart. He remembered how much he'd hated the soldiers who had taken his homeland, even knowing they'd only been following orders. Now here he was, doing the same, all to stay out of trouble. It almost made him disobey, almost made him angry enough to hope. Hoping was foolish. He steeled himself. Keep your sister safe, son. He closed his eyes, drew in purity. Then, glowing white, he stalked inside to find his prey. It wouldn't be enough. Ithrey and her men fought through the bloodied metal hallways like star drakes, continuing on despite wounds and losses and exhaustion and fear. But in the end, it wouldn't be enough. They'd lost half of their forces already, and Ithrey's ever reserves were completely gone. She was now fighting on what little power the jewel generated. Her left arm screamed, where a lucky shot had slipped past her defenses and burnt its way almost to bone. Her vision was swimming again, even as she drew in Ever from the surge. She had given this her all, and she'd still fallen short. No. She growled, attacking another Talar melee soldier, her arms protesting the movement, but still moving just fast enough that she bested him, stabbing him through the chest. Gritting her teeth, she threw his body aside, then raised her hand and burned a trace of Ever to snap another approaching soldier's neck. As the ethereal energy fled her body, her mind slowed even more. Her legs wobbled. No, please. Achronatheri, please. She wouldn't fail. She just had to try harder. She yelled a battle cry, then attacked a pair of Talar, raw adrenaline pushing her forward as she slashed through their defenses. She continued onward, fighting for what couldn't have been longer than a minute or two, but still felt like half of eternity. Then, abruptly, the battle calmed. The ever-present shriek of plasma fell quiet, and Ithrey found herself, for the first time, without an enemy to fight. They retreated, she realized. Her eyes darted down the hallway. They couldn't be too far from a landing pad. There were launch bays everywhere here. Involuntarily, she let out a loud laugh of relief. That laugh was quickly stifled as she saw someone turn the corner. He was a lone soldier without armor. His uniform, blue and silver, was so tattered she was surprised it hadn't fallen off. His white hair was flecked with black ash, and an eye patch covered his right eye. But his other eye glowed. Wisps of shining white mist poured off his skin. Wisps of purity, far brighter than Ithrey's own aura. Surge wielder! Ithrey's battered men panicked, falling backward. Ithrey, however, just stood silent as the man approached, shaking, trying to convince herself she had it in her to beat the newcomer. Just a touch longer. One more fight and then you've made it. As she stared at the man's grim face, though, she felt her hope dim. 7 men. 8, if you counted Vallejo herself. They stepped back as Perelor stalked down the hallway, hesitating, afraid. He could have killed half of them in their moment of indecision, but Perelor had his own misgivings today. And so he too waited, the echoes of those 7 men holding him at bay. Most were fighting for their families. Most wanted to surrender and go home. All of them shook with dread as they saw his glowing figure. He would have tried to spare them. But before he could, they opened fire. Plasma tore into his shoulders, legs, and chest. Perelor forced himself to return to reality, snapping his laser tip upward, returning fire. Bullets continued to rip into him, but he could heal and his opponents couldn't. The last few tried to retreat, but it was too late. One after the other, all 7 men dropped to the floor. Perelor stopped, considering as he stared down Vallejo. She looked ragged. Cuts and bruises dotted her skin. A surge blade waited in her hand, and she was infused with Ever, but only a trace amount of it. Her eyes moved slowly as they took in her fallen comrades, then turned back to Perelor. Her limbs shook, but she fell into a defensive stance, sword held in 2 hands before her. He could probably kill her now, with a plasma shot to the chest, but that wouldn't look like an accident to Larsh. So instead, he snapped his laser tip back upward, falling into stance himself. In a close enough melee fight, he could make it look like he'd slain her in self-defense. He began striding toward her again.
You're an Ethian. Whether it was from surprise that she'd spoken, or surprise that she cared, the words somehow made him stop. An Ethian. If only he still were an Ethian. You don't have to fight for them. Valeo's voice was weak, barely a rasp. She's just trying to buy time. He stepped toward her, swinging his laser tip. She blocked the blow, but her parry was weak, and her sword flew from her hands. She tumbled to the ground, gasping. As he expected, she burned the last of her ever in that moment. It didn't amount to much. An invisible force shoved him a few yards backward, but he kept his footing, and ran back toward her as she feebly attempted to rise. Lashing out with his boot, he knocked her back to the floor, hard enough he heard something snap as she hit. So much for making it look like an accident. He frowned, hesitating again. Hopefully Larsh didn't have too close of eyes on him. Either way, though, he had to do this. He rolled Vallejo over with his foot, then raised his laser tip to stab her. She looked up at him, eyes wide. Tears streamed down her face. And suddenly he was back there, on that terrible day, watching as Eliel was torn from him, watching her eyes widen, watching tears stream down her face. She begged for mercy that did not come. His hand trembled. His knees felt weak. Bile rose in his throat. How far had he fallen? What sort of man had he become to even consider this? No, I have to save Eliel. The thought stifled itself as he stared again at Ithrey's eyes. At eyes so much like his sister's. Would she really want him to do this? Would his father really condone what he was about to do? But if it means seeing her again... He stood torn, for one traitorous moment. And then he remembered his father's voice. Let go of what you must, no matter how much it hurts, so that you can focus on what matters. Promise me you will let go when the time comes. I can't, he said. He did not mean for the words to come out, but they did anyway. I can't lose her. I can't fail. Let go. How? You know how. You've done it before. He closed his eyes, and in that sliver of time, he remembered everything, no matter how hard he had tried to forget. 1,000 slaves, 1,000 corpses he'd failed to protect. Before that, Creeling. Before that, his father. It wasn't your fault, his father whispered. He didn't believe him, not fully. But he believed him a little, and it was enough. Slowly, hand shaking, he twisted the laser tip away from Ithrey's neck and opened his eyes, making a different decision. Get up, he said, voice soft. You're in my squadron now. The sobbing stopped. What? I said get up. You're being taken to the slave squadrons. Larsh's orders. But I get first pick there, so I'm your captain. Now get up. Ithrey just blinked. Being your captain means I can give you orders. Now get up. I'm not going to Searing carry you. Finally, Ithrey rose to her feet. Her eyes darted toward the surge on the ground, and she tensed. But Perelor placed his laser tip against her neck, and she let out a breath. I still have to take you captive, Perelor said. Neither of us are getting out of that part. Ithrey pursed her lips. But you're not going to kill me? Perelor was silent for a long time. No, he said finally. I'm not. He prodded her forward. Come on. It won't be good for either of us if we get caught in a skirmish. Ithrey didn't obey, instead meeting Perelor's gaze. You were going to kill me, weren't you? And then you didn't. Was there any use lying? Yes, I was. Can we have this conversation later? Ithrey's eyes were suddenly wet again. Who are you? Perelor met her gaze, saw her tear-streaked face. Okron, it looked so much like Eliel's. Shame washed over him as he realized that he'd caused those tears. I'm broken, he whispered, and not much else. He nudged her forward. Come on. This time she obeyed, though she walked with a limp and she was still sobbing. She kept glancing around her, as if hoping someone would interfere. No one did. It seemed all those who could have saved her were already dead. Except for himself. And as they arrived at the taller ships, and Ithrey was bound in shackles, Perelor, to his shock, found himself swearing an oath. To himself, this time. He would protect this woman, as best as he could, up until the moment she died. His honor demanded it.
He could not be a good enough man to save his sister if he killed the innocent. He may be a broken man, but he wouldn't break others. That much honor he would retain. The end of Part 1. Interlude 1. The Tyrant. 3 powers. Between them, unity. Oh, unity, where have you gone? Anonymous soldier, circa 1500 post-fall of Meridian. Unity. The elusive combination of all 3 powers, named after what the Church considered the most holy of all virtues. The legends claimed it could twist fate, burn away the void, and transform the entire galaxy into a place where suffering would not exist. Unity. Everyone wanted its benefits, but only Jadis Larsh was willing to pay its price. Today she hovered above the city of Sudov, one of the 5 cities on Mirador she considered large enough to be of consequence. They'd conquered 4 of those cities already, including Sudov. With the capital's forces now in retreat, only one remained, guarded by a military that was now fighting to the bitter end, despite Larsh's repeated attempts to negotiate a surrender. Not that the citizens here were any better. The disease of rebellion had spread here like a thin coat of paint. Visible, enough so to cause problems, but easy to peel away. Of course, crushing the disorder early was crucial, which was why Larsh was here, rather than fighting at the capital. She drifted over the streets, hands behind her back, ablaze with azure ever, and alone, save for 2 drone copters patrolling above her. Occasionally a bolt of plasma burst from the crowd as an angry rebel took their chance at assassination. She deflected those blasts easily, then shot them back into the rebels with a flick of her finger. They were fools to try it. Manipulating plasma was child's play for a burner with her skill. She focused on the people, on their faces. Were they resolute, angry, defeated? She nodded, grim satisfaction filling her as she noted more and more expressions dripping with dread as she passed by. Displays like this usually did that. It had been so long since memory burning had been legal that the sight of it made commoners shiver. That, combined with the charred scar of the endowed seared onto her forehead, would give her authority here. In time, she would use that power to unify Delta into a cohesive army. For now, though, keeping the galaxy afraid would have to do. And afraid they were. She made certain to occasionally send bursts of energy flying into nearby structures, blowing them apart and raining rubble on the ground. It wasn't enough to kill. Larsh never killed without reason. But it was enough to kill their spirits. After half an hour of floating around the city, she eventually landed in a clearing near its outskirts. A play park, she guessed, before the grass had been scorched away and the toys blown to bits. A crowd had gathered here, shepherded into place by dozens of Talar soldiers, composed entirely of civilians, many of them female, even more of them children. At the head of the group, Tragus Aral, Larsh's head advisor, and one of her foremost generals, stood atop a cement block, tall enough he could sweep his helmeted eyes over the entire crowd. 2 other surge wielders, one wielding Ever and one wielding Purity, stood beside him. Larsh gave a curt nod to Tragus, who stepped off the platform, leaving his companions to keep the masses in check. Together they moved toward a crumbling pavilion nearby, where today's victims stood in their chains. She forced herself to meet their eyes. They were stripped near naked and beaten to a pulp, but many faces remained resolute. Rebels they were, the toughest of the lot, the ones she hadn't broken thoroughly enough to trust Sirla with. They were weaponless now, but each was a skilled fighter. Larsh may not have seen them during the mutiny, but she'd seen enough battles to know the rugged muscles of warriors when she saw them. They had lost, and they would die, but Larsh afforded them the honor of meeting their eyes as she condemned them. She wasn't just condemning them. She cringed as she saw the children tied up behind the rebels, also naked, also beaten. Their faces were all variants of the same emotion. The shock of innocence burned away. Try as she might, she could not meet those eyes. Not when she knew what was coming. Azer, Talar's captive voidling, had proposed this solution when Larsh had first encountered resistance from conquered populations, in those first few months after taking Ethia. In the beginning, she'd blindly ordered executions, then hung their corpses in the streets, hoping the horror of it would keep people down. In some areas it had. But, as it turned out, people had 2 responses to horror, not just one. Some had shriveled in fear, but a lesser portion had only worked against her with a greater vigor. The problem only continued to multiply when she killed the rebels, the most passionate among them becoming martyrs rather than examples. She hadn't told Azer about the problem, but somehow he'd known, and he had a solution. She hated it, and it had taken her 2 whole years to realize that her captive enemy was right, but it worked. She wrung her hands behind her back, forcing herself to stand straight as she barked a command to the guards holding down the group of children and rebels. "Bring them forward, insurgents in one row, children in another." She pointed to 2 specific guards. "Except you, get the Ethium." The guards nodded, following her instructions. They were new to this. They always were. Larsh deliberately made certain no one had to perform this ritual more than twice. Though she did not believe in the goddess of justice, she did not want anyone's soul tainted more than necessary. As the guards worked, Tragus stepped over to Larsh, fingering his surge blade. "This will be good. We're stretched thinner than I'd like here. Recruitment is down, too." "I disagree," Larsh said. "The people are already discouraged. Once I secure Valeo's surrender, they won't last much longer. I'm debating if this is even necessary." "But you'll do it anyway," Tragus said. "Because we can't risk it, and there's no going halfway." It was not a question, just a reminder of a fact. Of necessity. Larsh pursed her lips, but nodded. "I will, and you will help me." The guards were almost done lining up the prisoners, and Larsh turned back to the crowd, briefly closing her eyes to light up with Ever, then drifting over to the cement platform. She kept herself glowing as she straightened, then spoke, burning trace amounts of Ever to amplify her voice. "Quiet." It was a single word, said with no malice, but the chatter of the crowd immediately died to almost no sound, then to pure silence as Larsh raised an eyebrow. She continued. "Your nation is vanquished. The capital fell earlier this morning. Your armies are routed, your men are corpses, your women are slaves. I expect no further rebellion. Your life as Miradorans is over, and I will meet any resistance to my rule with swift punishment." Larsh let her gaze drift to the captives, who were now in a straight line to the right of the cement platform, flanked by guards on either side. The children were prodded into place to form a line on the left. In the center, a man with a large spray tank of Ethium waited, along with another man with a tank of water. For a moment, Larsh hesitated. But only for a moment. She turned her eyes back upward. "However, some in this city have already chosen violence. Riots in the streets, attacks on supply depots, assaulting guards in the night. Petty measures to try and stop me. Let me assure you that you have barely annoyed us, but even annoyances cannot be tolerated." She forced a wicked smile onto her face. After all, to kill a gnat is no sin. She turned back to the rebels. "I will give you one last chance. Renounce your cause, beg me for forgiveness, and I will end you quickly." There was no reply. There never was. Those who would have given in to such an offer had already been sent to the slave squadrons. Larsh nodded, and her smile faded. She could not pretend joy for this. "So be it. You have played games rather than admit defeat, and in return a game you shall receive." She gestured toward the children. "The rules of this one are simple. One of my men will hand you a knife. You will use it to kill yourself, right here, right now." As she spoke, the man with the Ethium tank doused the first shocked child in fuel. "Should you refuse, a child burns." She hesitated, again, then steeled herself. "Begin." The guards immediately shoved the first rebel forward, slamming a knife into the palm of the man's hand, then placing their rifles against the man's head. The rebel's eyes widened, drifting between the crowd, the child, and the knife. Larsh let him stand there for a moment, feeling his panicked thoughts through her memory sense, seeing his face slowly contort in rabid fear. Then she waved her hand. A guard fired a plasma bolt into the first child's leg. The child shrieked, and the Ethium lit. The young boy's skin peeled away almost immediately, and the red flesh beneath it blackened as fast as flaming paper. His eyes boiled, and he fell to his knees, curling up as he died. The crowd screamed and wailed in shock. Most stepped backward in horror, though a few of the men tried to step forward, their thoughts betraying their rebellious intent.
Larsh waved her hand, burning Ever, and bursts of plasma leapt from it, sizzling the ground in front of them. They stopped, then stepped back, anger fading into the shame of cowardice. The first rebel hesitated a moment longer, trembling. Then, finally, he rammed himself through the chest with his knife. He crumpled as blood spurted from his chest, twitching for several long moments as he died. Per Larsh's orders, the Talar men did not finish him, instead letting the gruesome scene play out before rolling him away and pushing the next man in line forward. That man killed himself immediately. And the next man. The man after that let a child burn, but then he too ended his life, weeping as he did. And so it continued, each rebel faced with a choice, a child punished until they made the right one, the crowd forced to watch by guards who patrolled about them, slamming them with the butt of their rifles if they tried to close their eyes or look away. Of the 40 rebels they'd rounded up for today's display, 23 killed themselves immediately, but 13 of them waited for at least one child to die, and 3 of them were so conflicted Larsh had to burn 2 to push them over the edge. 19 children total. Larsh made sure she memorized each of their faces, and probed their thoughts to learn their names. She would not spare them, no matter what she found. But the least she could do was hate herself for killing them. She let go forever as the slaughter continued, instead reaching for void, letting the corrupted third power flow through her, numbing the guilt almost completely. Almost. It was such a beautifully clean solution. Whether the rebels died to their own blade quickly, or whether they tried to resist, their deaths were pathetic either way. The public could make a beheading into a martyrdom, but a whimpering suicide? Never. That, combined with the sheer brutality of the burnings, was almost always enough to shut down any further insurgency, even if it came at a terrible price. Finally, the last rebel stepped up to the front. He stood straighter than the rest, his eyes afire with determination. Larsh winced, knowing what came next, knowing what she would have to do. The guard slammed the dagger into the man's hand, but he immediately dropped it. Snarling, the right-hand guard kicked him in the stomach, forcing him to his knees, then snatched the dagger, shoved it into the rebel's hand again, then yanked him back to his feet. "He is enjoying this too much," Larsh noted, frowning at the guard. "I should pull him off duty for a while." Not that she could afford to do that. The army was stretched too thin already. She focused back on the rebel as he rose to his feet, this time twisting towards the guard, trying to plant his knife in the soldier's chest. The Talar soldier easily grabbed the prisoner's arm, then slammed the butt of his rifle into the man's skull, throwing him back to the ground. This time, the rebel remained on the floor, gasping. "2 children," Larsh said. The soldiers carried out her order immediately, and 2 young girls whimpered as they were thrown forward, then lit ablaze. Larsh did not watch this time, instead raising an eyebrow as she stared at the insurgent on the ground. He lay there for a long moment, wheezing. But, as she'd predicted, he rose to his feet, legs trembling, but standing. Spitting out blood, he spoke. "Their death is on your hands." He spoke without vitriol, without hatred, but firmly nonetheless. For a moment, Larsh was actually taken aback. Then she snorted. 2 more. The guards repeated the process with impunity, and the rebel's resolute expression fell, just a little, but enough. Larsh could feel his thoughts, quick and barely coherent, but there was still a pattern to them, and she knew what he would say next. "Their blood is not on my hands. I've seen people like you. You'll kill them whether or not I play your game. You can't let a kid live after putting them through that. They talk." His face turned to steel. "So kill them. Kill me. Send us to torment. Laugh as we suffer. I don't care. If I must die, I will not die kneeling to a tyrant." He had no microphone, nor any ever, but his words rang out loudly to the entire crowd. Larsh let them hang there, outwardly composed, though for once her thoughts betrayed her. "He is right," they whispered. "Hiron would never approve of this. He would hate you for what you've become." She hesitated. For one agonizing moment, the image of her husband's pleading eyes blazing in her mind. For that moment, it was almost too much. No, it was too much. She reached, harder this time, pulling in as much void as she could grip. She felt a sharp, stabbing pain in her chest as her emotions fled, pushed away as the corrupted third power burst a light in her veins and spread into her skin.
She felt the dread of the crowd, the terror of the children, the horror of the man who defied her. And somehow, simultaneously, she did not feel any of it. She knew it perfectly, but with Oblivion's presence in her mind, she did not care. That was the great danger of using Void, a danger most knew nothing of. People always heard stories of opening yourself up to the third power and being possessed, but those instances were rare. More often, disasters happened for the simple reason that, when your fear of retribution was numbed, and your sense of morality dulled, it was far too easy to let the knife slip. Larsh forced some of the numbness back, mentally willing a portion of the Void to flee. She did not want to be totally unfeeling, not with the carnage that lay around her, but she needed to be strong enough to do what must be done. She stepped off the platform, letting the man's accusations hang in the air, but meeting his eyes with hawkish impunity. She waved her hand. "Release the children." The guards hesitated, not out of disobedience, but simply because they hadn't expected the order. Larsh raised her voice. "Release them," she repeated. "Their duty is done." She turned back to the rebel, who looked both relieved and confused. Tucking her arms behind her back, she stalked toward him. His lips turned back up in a sneer as she did. "You're still a murderer." "I am." "And a tyrant." "I am." "I'll be sure to spit in your master's face when I see him in torment," he seethed. Larsh's lips turned upward in a smile. "And that is where you are wrong. Oblivion is not my master. The rift is not my creed. I am my own god." She released her hands from behind her back. "I do not hate you, friend, for I am not of Oblivion. I do not love you either, for I am not of the three blade-wielders. However, to me you have committed a sin. A grave sin, I fear. You're in my way." She burned the void in her skin, and tendrils leaped from her fingers, thrashing through the air, then into the man's flesh, slamming through his eyes, snaking into his mouth, and tearing him apart from the inside, as they burst back through skin, sending a spray of blood all across the ground. When the tendrils faded, there was nothing left but a gruesome puddle. Larsh whipped toward the crowd, releasing the last of her void, then burning Ever. With it, she ripped the ethium tanks from off the backs of the guards, then sent them flying into the air, then blew them to pieces at the apex of their ascent. The field exploded with a thunderous crash, and ash and debris rained from the sky, none of it large enough to cause any injury, yet still enough to cause a host of coughing and confusion. Larsh burned more Ever, pushing the smoke away, then rose into the air. She amplified her voice one last time. "I am not here to oppress you. I am not here as your savior. I am here simply because I want to be here, and I always get what I want. Let this be your lesson, that from this day on there is only one rule. Do not get in my way." She turned and shot into the sky without another word. The military complex in the capital had finally fallen, it seemed, and she needed to talk with General Vallejo once she was captured. And there were the final preparations for the landing on Grahala. And she needed to inspect the other forces, the ones preparing for a larger campaign on Artentia. So much to do, so little time. She wasn't sure exactly when the calamities the Tower of Foreseeing had prophesied would occur, but it couldn't be longer than 10 years. 10 years. A long time for most, but to assemble all the galaxy into a unified army, to kill a god that had terrorized mankind for millennia? 10 years was nothing. Larsh herself was nothing. But without her, the worlds would fall, so she did what she had to. Unfortunately, it seemed the best way to stop a god from burning the galaxy was to make certain you burned it first. Interlude 2. Creed. The Confederacy is not what it once was. Oh, they claim the same ideals, but to claim something and to own it have never been the same thing. Instead of using the power of burners for good, they repress them. Instead of uniting the galaxy, they exploit its division. Instead of trying to find the endowed, they use the testing to keep their power. The Church is no longer a gap between evil and light. It is now dark, in and of itself. Rion Krot, circa 1253 post-imprisonment. Fendor Creed pursed his lips, watching his hands went up in the air. There were too many to count on his own, but the overall vote was clear. They would hear out the Talar diplomat. It was the first step toward opening trade with their old enemy, toward resuming commerce with a nation so corrupt it made Fendor sick. "I want to stop this," he muttered. "I have to stop this." "There is nothing you can do," said Lee. A short, thin man, he was Fendor's advisor. Fendor still wasn't sure why he even had an advisor, but at least Lee wasn't the worst of the politicians here. Though he wasn't the best, either. "And I warn against doing anything, young Creed. Your brother's patience is already thin." "My brother can burn in torment," Fendor muttered. "This is his fault." "That attitude," Lee sighed, "is exactly why he is angry with you." Fendor snorted, leaning back. "Well, good. If that's his logic, then I don't have to apologize." Lee sighed again, but was otherwise silent. Fendor tapped his foot against the floor violently, trying to restrain his objections as servants recorded the votes. Was it just him, or were they taking forever counting? With so many hands in the air, and so very few still withheld, it was just a formality to number them. He let out a long breath, rolling his eyes as the time continued to drag on. Beside him, Lee cleared his throat. "If you are truly concerned, this might be a good time to note the assemblymen who voted against." Fendor hesitated, trying to come up with an excuse not to do that. He couldn't. As usual, Lee was right. Okron the man was infuriating sometimes. Grumbling, he leaned forward, sweeping his eyes over the crowd. It seemed more of the northern province members had decided not to support the proposal than any other sector, including notably Jaren Rostro, who had fought beside Darad and Reth, back when Artentia had been actively resisting Larsh's expansion. He had a look of fiery defiance on his face as he stood, arms folded, sweeping his gaze over the other assemblymen, many of whom wilted beneath his stare. Well, at least someone was still willing to be brave. "Peace may not be such a bad thing, Master Creed," Lee said beside him. "Our rivalry with the Talar has been long and bloody. It may be time to set that aside." Fendor's hand tightened into a fist, and he forced himself not to respond. He doubted he could contain an outburst if he did. The Talar were savages. Void-cursed savages. And now they threatened to spread that savagery all across the galaxy. It was almost as bad as a Kozoth invasion, and instead of standing up, his brother was trying to open up the searing trade routes. Well, Eldinar might be a fool, but Fendor wasn't. He stood himself, folding his arms, glaring at the idiots who held their hands in the air. Beside him, Lee put his head in his hands. It seemed the servant wasn't just playing Oblivion's advocate. He actually believed Eldinar was doing the right thing. Well, Fendor would have to fire him. There was no room for cowards when the galaxy faced this. Interlude 3. The Storyteller. Feel nothing but hate. Do nothing but destroy. Opening line of Talshadi Alvathi, a Kozoth sacred text. Aris knelt beside a woman caked in blood, gripping her hand, watching her breathing gradually steady. A long gash ran across her chest, but it was shallow. She would live. Hopefully. She would if he had anything to say about it. The surrounding battle had slowed to a stop. Gunshots still rang in the distance, but the louder rumbling of bombs had ceased, and Talar soldiers now patrolled the street, setting up tents and stands and preparing for the occupation. Aris still hadn't seen any Miradorn citizens, but he suspected it would only be a few more hours before the Talar started taking stock of their new captives. For now, though, the invaders confined themselves to the streets. Larsh had a strict policy against unnecessary looting. Aris could see a medic among the nearby soldiers, tending to wounds, most of them minor. He caught the doctor staring at the wounded slave several times, though no help came. The woman wanted to, though. Aris could tell. She was just too afraid to actually do it. The slave in his arms shivered. "Am I going to be all right?" She was growing pale. "Yes," Aris lied. He clenched her hand tighter. "Just hold on." She nodded. "Thank you." There was no reason to thank him. He didn't have the training nor the equipment to do anything real for her. But he nodded back, and kept holding her hand until her eyes finally closed, her chest rising and falling in a constant rhythm. Then, finally, he rose to his feet. His legs ached, but he stumbled over to a small makeshift fire where the other survivors sat on empty crates, eyes staring lifelessly into the flames. Aris gazed at those flames for longer than he should have, numb. He wished Perelor were here. Not that the captain's presence would improve his mood, but conversation with a cynic was at least conversation. He tried to force himself to start telling a story, but couldn't muster the willpower. Instead, he folded his arms in close, closing his eyes as night fell and a chill swept over the army. He couldn't get the image of the taller doctor out of his head. The way she stared, lips pursed, but didn't help. Not because she didn't want to, but because she was afraid. So many of the Talar were like that. Not all of them, of course. There were plenty of bloodthirsty monsters who kept everyone in line. But most people were good. Like Ryla, his cousin, who had given him his surge blade. Or Captain Virus, who had helped exploit the legal loophole that had allowed him to wield the surge. Yes, most people were good. But, like the doctor, they were far too safe with their goodness, trying too hard not to step on the toes of the few who were truly monsters. Because they were afraid. He hated that, yet he wasn't really sure what he could do about it. It wasn't as if they had no reason to be afraid. And deep down he was terrified too. So he just did the little things, like holding a woman's hand, hoping she wouldn't die. Little things were just that, though. Little. And the galaxy was a big place. Sometimes stories helped Aris feel bigger than he was, but not tonight. He kept his eyes closed, the wind whipping against his too thin uniform. He stayed silent for a long time before one of the slaves spoke. "We really are going to die, aren't we?" Aris's eyes involuntarily peeked open at the words. He opened his mouth to say something, then realized he had nothing to say, and closed it, instead giving a curt nod. "I thought Captain Krot was exaggerating," the man continued. He was a tall, hulking man, though against the backdrop of a smoking city, even he seemed small. "I told myself he just hated us. Kept pretending that even after the first raid. But after today, he's right. We're doomed." Again, Aris was silent. He hated how Perelor had given up, but what he hated even more was how sensible he was about it. Hearing the same logic from someone else wasn't helpful. "No story tonight," the man whispered. "I guess I can't blame you." He shook his head. "I can feel torment already." Aris closed his eyes again for a moment. Then he sucked in a breath and forced them back open again. "I do have a story tonight," he said. "One you've heard before, I think." The man's expression turned surprised for a moment, then relaxed. "What is it?" "The tale we're all in," Aris said. "The one with no ending yet." He straightened. "The tale of the endowed." The man sighed. "A lie. Or a truth not yet revealed." Aris looked upward, where the stars were slowly beginning to peek through the night sky, mostly hidden by the thick pollution, but still there. "You've heard the prophecy, I presume?" "Who hasn't?" "Many here, few listen," Aris said. "Repetition is not evil, but I think I will keep quiet tonight." He paused before continuing. "Did you know, though, that Arakasala, the word for the endowed in the native tongue of the prophecy, is not specific to any group of people? There are no gender identifiers, no racial tags. It's neither singular nor plural. There is a lesson in that, I believe." The man snorted. "That we don't have any idea who the searing person is?" "Exactly. It could be any of us, really. We talk about things like scars and mastering the powers, but in the end it could be any of us. And, in a way, that means it is all of us. We don't know how our actions will affect the greater picture." A long pause. "And if the outcome for us is death?" "The only thing to do in the face of death," Aris said, "is to live the best life we can in the time we are given. This is the burden we all carry." Another long silence. Then the man sighed. "Well, thanks for trying." He rose, stepping away from the fire and toward a flatter portion of ground where some of the other slaves were lying down. Slowly, Aris let himself close his eyes again. Then a hand shook him. He started, hand whipping downward to the now empty sheath on his belt, but a voice hissed, "It's me." Aris's arm relaxed as he recognized the voice, but his chest tightened. "Father." He pursed his lips. "What do you want?" "I had a moment, so I came to see you. Is being your father not reason enough to visit?" "You're the one who always screamed that I wasn't your son," Aris thought. "I see." Slowly he turned, meeting his father's eyes. Though he was less muscular than the slave Aris had just been talking with, Tragus Haral somehow seemed larger. Perhaps it was the way he held himself, His head always tilted up just a notch higher than everyone else, his legs spread apart just a bit more, his mouth always turned slightly down in disapproval. His skin was a perfect Talar tan, his jawline flawlessly square, his long curly black hair tied into a bun atop his head. He was covered in immaculately painted titrite. The only chips and discolorations were those acquired today. His helmet was tucked under his right arm, and his other hand rested on the pommel of a void surge blade, a rare honor for even a noble, as accessing the third power always came with the risk of losing one's sanity. Aris didn't think he'd ever seen his father far from either his suit of armor or his surge blade. Tragus was nothing if not proud in public, and nothing if not paranoid in private. Tragus shifted uncomfortably at Aris's tight expression, turning his gaze toward the stars in the distance. As much as he liked to pretend he was the perfect father, Aris knew that deep down, Tragus hated his own parental failures. Aris just wasn't sure how to turn that hate into actual change. There was a long silence. "Krot is gone," Tragus said finally. Aris grunted. Tragus snorted. "Off slashing himself again, then. I thought you told him not to do that. Granted, he's clearly too soul-cursed to think." "He's not soul-cursed," Aris grumbled. "And what would it matter if he was? He's a better man than you." Tragus shook his head, gesturing toward the slaves surrounding him. "Oh, Aris, look at this place full of filthy men covered in filthy mud. Look at yourself taking pleasure in the squalor. One day you will see sense. Mud is exciting for a child, but not for a man." "Perhaps we all need to be more like children, then." Aris met his father's eyes, frowning. "I know why you're here, and the answer's the same." "Is it? These men will all die, son. Even Krot only has so much time before he slits his own throat." "They will." Tragus sighed. "And you'll stay anyway, won't you?" He shook his head. "Such potential, all wasted because of a lack of vision. It is a shame there are no purity surges for that kind of blindness." He straightened. "But if it is your answer still, then so be it. One day the bloodshed will be too much for you, and you will finally kneel." He paused before continuing in a lower tone. "That day may be coming soon. Things are afoot. You would be wise to reconsider before the hour is too late." He left without another word, armor clinking as he walked. Aris didn't even bother looking at his father as the man left, though, instead turning back to the fire and trying his best to put the encounter out of his mind. In that, he failed. He didn't know exactly what the Shaddai were, though he'd gotten glimpses into their motives through his father, and those glimpses weren't pretty. Lots of things about changing Deltai, no matter the cost. His father always spoke of changing Deltai, of the ways he would end the old traditions and usher in a new age. He sounded very sure he would succeed. Aris dearly prayed his certainty was misplaced, for he suspected that, if his father did change the galaxy, it would not be for the better. But Aris was Aris, and so far he hadn't even changed his father, much less the galaxy. So, falling silent, he watched the fire until dawn broke, the slaves woke, and the army began to move again.